Real opportunity lost if we had Clark Kent replaced by another straight white savior.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I don't see nothing wrong with a bit of bump and grind. Yep.
Everybody wants to know what I would do if I didn't win. I guess we'll never know.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Oh, and you, my friend, would be the belle of the ball.
Oh, surprise, surprise,
It's free real estate.
There you go again.
Time to make the donut. I made the donut.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Got the world champions that live in your town.
Your fancy clothes and your black silk underwear and go back to Disneyland.
I wish I knew how to quit you.
We did it. We did it, Joe.
Your clothes. Give them to me. Now.
Coming after a day of peaceful protests.
We heard shots. What happened?
I sent them a message.
What are you? Are you a rat? I don't know.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Ringo, dead. Ringo is dead.
Idiots. It's for you.
China.
That belongs in a museum.
If it wasn't me talking, I'd say you were the prettiest girl in town.
Orange whip. Orange whip. 3 orange whips.
What Nintendo?
The Rockets! Red flag! Uh-oh. No! We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live!
Skin. I nurture my skin.
Why?
It's like comics are boom.
Nice dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Argument here. NBA, WNBA. One is a sport, one is a joke. I love sports, I love jokes.
The MVP of Super Bowl 50 is Von Miller.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yo, Adrian! Back to this!
Hey, welcome, guys. It's me, your friend Gabe El-Taib. Wow, 30 days. That's been amazing. It's March 23rd, Wednesday. That's a little intro my daughter put together for me. We're working. I think it's very fun. It's just a bunch of my favorite stuff. And absolutely, I want to thank you guys so much for the support you've given Dave, Gary, and I on Truth, Justice, and Truth, Justice, American Way. I know the name of my own comic, I swear. In these first 30 days, it's really been humbling to see the generosity and the support. We had an art contest that was awesome. I still need the winner to get back to me. Gunsmut on Indiegogo. Where are you? I'm joined by my friend, the great, the talented Narwhal. How you doing, friend?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
All right.
Excited to close out the first 30 days. Is Dave going to be around?
Oh my gosh, Dave. I'll tell you guys all in the future. I talked to Dave on the phone for like half an hour. He's like the most grateful guy ever for what you guys have done. And in the future, I'll be able to talk to you about it. He's so busy with stuff, and it's serious. It's not busy like too good or anything like that. So I'm happy to be the face of all this. But we'll see Dave sooner or later. But
cool. Yeah, it's a rare pleasure. Whenever I see him, I like the last time because the launch he was in for a little bit.
Yeah, well, Dave has a landline. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah.
Dave doesn't have a cell. Oh no! Look, we're joined by Dave.
Chance, what's up, man?
Hey, nothing much, brother. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, but Dave has a landline. He doesn't do smartphones yet, so he's not a Luddite. He knows how to use a computer. He's just not here tonight. We love we love Shanth, but we love Dave, and we hope to see him soon. How you doing, Shanth?
I'm doing good, man. I'm at an undisclosed location right now.
All right.
That's right. If Narwhal were to pan the camera over, you would see that I'm actually at his place.
Ooh.
Just change the lighting slightly. It's in the other room.
Exactly. We're hanging out. We're in the same place. Getting
You
up
can
to
just
no
knock on
spare
the
goodness.
wall.
Exactly.
keep your hands to yourself. Let me welcome
Exactly.
in the chat. Thank you all so much for being here, guys. Louis Fillet, Jiminy Cricket is here. I'm here in the chat. Power Up J-Bot. He had a great drawing in our art contest. Rick is here. Eric the Guapo is here. Luna Comics. Kona Blend 36. That sounds like delicious coffee. I'm a coffee head. I love coffee. Tim Fitzgerald, Julie Pascal, Citizen Ronin, DJ Yachtman. That guy sounds like a DJ I could stand. How disappointed would you be if your son told you he wanted to be a DJ? No offense to the DJs in the crowd. I would worry about my son if he was a DJ.
I think of all the things that a son could tell you. I mean, that's officially gotten lower on the list.
True enough.
Yeah.
London Fog 66. Manny Cornejo, Bain Mailer, don't know. Justin Ward. Oh, he has a pertinent question. How old are you, Gabe? You don't look old enough to have a daughter that age. My daughter, let's have some fun. My daughter's 25 as of a week and a half ago. And my 25th wedding anniversary was in November. So that doesn't let you know how old I am, but it does let you know I'm for sure Mexican. It does clue you in on that. I was an 18-year-old father. I was just a lad. My wife was driving around the high school saying she lost a puppy, and I got in her van, and it was a whirlwind romance ever since. No, I had kids young. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, Gabe is 69. Get out of here. And funny. Why is 69 420 funny, even no matter how old you get?
Well, I think there gets to be that point, right, where we laugh at anything like that, and then our older kids look at us like, no,
Goodness.
no,
Right. Let's see. Undisclosed Bunker. Baz is here. Just back. Oh, thank you so much, Baz. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we can get to 50 tonight. You know what I mean?
So.
We're at 45 or what are we at? Let me look. We're at 45, 282. Not bad. Not bad at all. What were you saying? I didn't hear you, Noel.
I was saying I was just wondering that. I was like, I want to see where it's at now so we get the before and after.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe they dare me to do something if we get to 50, but nothing horrible, please. 3 of my favorite CGers in the same place. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
This is where the party is.
The three of us have naturally gravitated to each other over the past 30 days, really.
Right.
We launched together, Gabe, so we were hanging out, and then Shanth is a Nosferatu guy like me, so it's like
right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, DJ Yachtman hasn't told his parents he's a DJ yet.
Listen, if your parents really love you, they're going to be okay with it and accept you for who you are. If they don't, you better launch a CG title and have it be a smash hit. That's your next step.
That means you're a closeted DJ right now. Just
That's right.
Raves in your closet.
Did you find the puppy, Julie Pascal? And how?
And how? I feel like we're coming up with new slang, Julie.
Yeah, I thought EDF was doing the close. Oh no, he's got the night off. Don't worry about it. We're happy. Everything's all good. It's all good. My 2 favorite CGers are Narwhal. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you, son of Liberty Radio?
By the way, Narwhal, we got to say congratulations to you, man. By the way, a great night last night, man. It's rocking.
Thanks. Yeah, close out. It was rad, and it's been trickling in. Yeah, so I'm Nosferatu's at like 38,000 right now, which is awesome. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, that was quite the closeout. So
yeah, it was epic. It was like 6 or 7 hours, and I have a standing desk, and so I was like, boom, fell asleep. Like slept so good because I just standing the whole time.
Oh, are you standing right now? I'm standing.
Yeah, because I can.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I always do a standing desk.
Can you guys see the chair I'm in? Because if you can't, I'm standing.
I see a glint of the light. It looks like a nice, expensive chair.
That's nice. Yeah.
I don't know about this comment, guys. We keep him?
No, it's simple. Justin Ward, you can say whatever you want to say. Just make sure you back Truth, Justice, American Way. That's all it comes down to. We take all customers.
Yeah, someone said if I got high enough, I had to destroy this hat. Now, I will not do that. This was a wedding anniversary gift my wife gave me. So I can't do that to this hat. Sorry, guys. Oh, by the way, I have a P.O. box. People have been sending me stuff, and I didn't want to get out my address for obvious reasons. So I love Charles Bronson, as you all know.
Yeah.
Death Wish is amazing, and many of his movies are awesome. Someone sent me this shirt. Hold on. Homemade.
Oh, my gosh.
Charles Bronson shirt. It didn't come with the sweat stains. That's me. And it didn't come with the giant muscles. That's also me. But it's Majestic Brand Melons, Edna, Colorado.
There you go.
From the movie Mr. Majestic, written by the great Elmore Leonard. You know what I mean? Elmore, he wrote that movie. I didn't know that. Yeah.
What's the quick plot of that one?
He is a Vietnam veteran who grows watermelons in the mountains of Colorado. And it's not mafia, but like the local weirdos want to lean on him to force him to use their vegetable pickers to pick the watermelons and all that stuff. And he wants to hire migrants. So there's a racist angle too. He wants to hire like Mexicans and stuff. And these white, like redneck cowboys try to force him to hire their redneck friends. And it gets kind of violent. And in usual Charles Bronson fashion, he kills everyone. So.
Nice.
That was a plot twist we didn't see coming.
Right.
I got to say this too, Gabe. We got to do this. Do you know how we can get just the three of us lined up on one side and get that campaign up on screen? We got to do a shared Google window. We got to let the people know.
We got to let it breathe.
We got to let it breathe. We got to let it be out there. Make the refresh happen, man.
Okay, I think I figured it out. Thank you for the suggestion, Senor Shantz.
I'm happy to be here, man. I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm
Hold
here
on.
with
Okay, that'll work.
Well, yeah, so just so people know, Narwhal and I are going to have T-shirts printed up that say "No Spare Bros." It's going to happen. No Spare Bros for life. It's a whole clothing line coming out soon.
Shant and Narwhal, no Spare Bros for life.
For life. And it's going to be in Papyrus and Comic Sans, real class.
Yeah.
Real classy, like.
Hey, that reminds me. I was been kind of into. It's like a little rabbit hole of media, but I'm into a new HBO show called Our Flag Means Death, which is about pirates. But there's these New Zealand comedians, and then they did What We Do in the Shadows, and that's like a vampire one. Yeah. And that one's pretty hilarious. And I was just watching some interviews with Taika Waititi, who's a New Zealand comedian who I kind of like, and and he said that they did a What We Do in the Shadows like short when they were all like early 20s, and it's a half hour long where they're just wearing fake fangs but doing the fake mockumentary thing. And I found it on YouTube and I watched it, and even that was pretty funny. And like there's a line in it where he says something. He's like, as vampires, we're just like everybody else, except every part of us is dead.
Did you guys ever see I think he had something to do with What We Do in the Shadows, Flight of the Conchords?
Yeah. That's kind of that's some of that same like click.
Some of those guys are in that, right?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, the
God.
main who I forget his name. It's Jermaine. Yeah.
Jermaine. Yeah, that's right. It was Jermaine. That was I have all those on my hard drive actually. That was like 2003 or 4, I don't know, something like that on HBO. Yeah, I remember I bought those.
They had a joke with Jermaine, and he's like, vampires can turn into creatures. Sometimes I turn into a duck.
That's right. And hail, son of Liberty Radio. I got to just say this, man. Look at that. That's one of those sexy comments right there. You got to love that.
Nice. Truth, Justice, American Way contribution 411 and 412. Nosferatu contribution number 4. Nosfero 153.
There you go. Wow. We tip our hats.
That's right.
Number 4 is pretty high up there for Nosferatu. That's cool. That means you're like at launch, ready to click.
Hey, this is Hair Gang. Because when I go on Comicsgate Kings, I'm like one of the only people with hair. And if we take off our lids, Shant, we got hair under there.
We do.
You know what I mean? And then
although this is a toupee. I mean, but it's either I'm like Francis in the Goonies, it's it'll just fall right up, and then that's it. It's a tragic story. Yeah, man. And I'll tell you what, man. And people always are asking about these kinds of things. When we get to 30 days on these campaigns, there's another aspect of this that's also, hey, what's up, Dan Lawless? Hey, if you we should send Dan Lawless a link too. It feels like coming in.
I'll send him one. Yeah.
And this is the thing too, and I'll tell you right now is that 30 days, guys, look at that total right there. 9,085% of the $500 flexible goal. And then we've got on top of that 706 backers, 706 of you guys coming into this campaign and saying, on Gabe's first campaign out of the gate with legends. We got David Williams, who's just bringing the thunder with the drawing and penciling on this thing. Gabe, we know what his skills are in terms of creativity and color, but we've also got another legend, Gary Martin, doing the inks on this project. And you guys are saying to them, we support quality comic books, we support this kind of material, and we want to see more of this stuff get made. And I want to say thank you to all of you guys, and thank you for being here to celebrate this milestone in this project. It's awesome.
Well said, friend. Well said.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. TC says, Viva Bronson.
Hell yeah.
Indeed. We love our Charles Bronson. Bootleg Godzilla 1, not Bootleg Godzilla 2. Since you like Charles Bronson, I love him. Get it right or pay the price. Did you watch that movie Bronson with the guy who played Bane with Tom Hardy? That story is crazy. I saw that movie, but it was a good 10, 15 years ago whenever it came out. It's a great movie about this ultra-violent prisoner or something. Yep. And he went by like Charles Bronson or something really crazy like that. He's a British guy. And I think he served his full sentence, but he's so crazy and violent that the British government keeps him locked up or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, and that was like Tom Hardy got jacked for the first time because of that movie. Then he was jacked in every movie after that for like the rest of his life. That's right. I think, and then there was another one. It was for Bane. He got even more jacked. And then he was in a movie called Lawless right around that time. Did you guys ever see that one? Oh, yeah, that one's like pretty badass. And like 1930s booze running or whatever. And for that one, the director was pissed because he didn't know that he had previously just played Bane. So he cast him when he was kind of skinny. And then he walked on set and he was just like this huge bodybuilder. He
was a tank.
Yeah. But it kind of works. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. I love his dialogue in Bronson, the way he did. There we go. Gabe's ready to rock. He goes, I wasn't bad. I'm bad.
You're all here. I'm very glad that you're all here to support my comic.
There you go.
It's a pleasure.
What am I supposed to do here? Where's the trigger? Where is it?
Hey, ask me where it is. Ask me.
Where's Rachel?
I think I should have my voice now.
What am I, her fucking autobiographer?
Dude, I'm telling you what, right now, like I think that I have not seen the Batman. I know Narwhal has probably seen the Batman. I think we were talking about it, but you haven't arrived as a Batman actor until your take on Batman is imitated to great comedic effect. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's something special about it, whether it's Adam West or Michael Keaton or whoever.
I know. And the guy who played the Batman, what's his name? I always forget.
Robert Pattinson.
Pattinson. I actually really like him as an actor, but he has to be almost reactionary because Batman's been done every other way. So, and even Christian Bale, I think it's almost passive aggressive because Christian Bale, they're like, so what do you think about Robert Pattinson? He says, I wish him the best. Bring something new to it. I'm like, okay, well, if you bring something new to it, then you got to be reactionary. You're kind of forced into a corner. And that's what he did. Like he does a new take on it, but it's not the best take, but it's new. So whatever. But
yeah, it's a tough thing, you know. I will tell you this. Go ahead.
I thought Bale was a pansy. Broke his back.
Yeah.
You were wondering what was going to break first. I will tell you this. His best performance, Christian Bale's best performance ever, was on the set of Terminator when he lost his cool.
Good for
that
you.
Is the great. I say that all the time. I swear. Every time somebody gives you news, hey, my wife and I are expecting. Oh, good for you. And how was it? Like, I think you can use that for anything. You know, it's like the ultimate response.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Goodness.
Yeah, Michael Keaton was a great Batman, but he was like kind of chill. But he has the one line in the first Batman movie where what does he say? He's like, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts."
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I have to take off my hat for thinking superstar whose video I was watching today. Bernie Wrightson plus Lopresti equals genius, man. That was a great stream today.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
Oh,
What's
thank
up,
you.
Aaron?
How you guys doing? Hey, Narwhal, you didn't you just close out like 2 days ago or something?
Yeah, it was last night, and it was awesome. Yeah, and so I'm paying it forward, helping Gabe close out first 30 of Truth Justice now.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aaron saw us sitting here and goes, he needs to bring some class to the show, you know.
Yeah, I wanted to lift it up just a little bit.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think that you missed a wild one last night, Aaron.
Yeah, I watched some of it online, but I was getting a little too racy for me, so I actually tuned out and went back to work. I had to finish that Wrightson piece last night, and I was up super late working on it, and I was listening to you guys for a while, but I turned it off before the crazy stuff, the real crazy stuff started.
Yeah.
I could not abide that fellow. I don't want to rehash it too much, but I could not abide that guy. Nope. Sorry.
Well, Aaron asked me for my address before we came on here to send that piece to me. And Aaron, I will get that to you. And what a generous guy. What a generous guy.
I give and I give and I give. That's, it's just who I am.
Where's the gratitude, though? Do you know what I mean for Aaron? He just gives and gives and gives. No, seriously, that was it. That was an awesome stream. And I would say this, I look at this and I'm seeing us at 45, 427, and I just want to see us get to that 45, 500. That's what I'm dying to see.
All right. Well, let's see. And I had a question here from.
We need to get this to 5-0. Are you kidding me? Let's get this to 5-0 tonight.
Yeah,
there you go.
Guys. Come on. Aaron's right. We definitely should do that. Luna Comics, can I still get Truth, Justice, American Way after the closeout? Spoiler, yeah, these are 30-day closeouts, but sure, I am definitely going to extend it. So everyone,
there you go.
Come on, everyone knows.
Shadows Pawn in the house.
No, you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say, well, I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. And then like with 15 minutes to go, you extend it and go, okay, I'll extend it.
That's the ritual, right? So absolutely. But yeah, everyone that is back. Oh, wow. More contributions are coming in. Wow. You know what I didn't have ready the first day, Aaron, of many things I did not have ready when I launched this first one. I didn't have a separate email address. I have my main business address. I did business with DC and IDW and all that. And that's where Indiegogo started sending hundreds of emails the day I launched this book. So about 30 minutes into launching, I created a second Gmail account and went into Indiegogo and switched my. It was crazy. I didn't know that was going to happen. I didn't.
Oh, really? I got my same email and they just all come flooding in because it makes you feel good when you wake up in the morning and go, hey, 4 people backed when I was asleep. All right.
Right. Yeah, I have both open at the same time on my desktop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just in 2 different tabs. So, it seems like we jumped up. Yeah.
See, I'm just going to listen to Aaron. Aaron's right. I set that bar too low. Aaron's
man, you're already almost at 46.
That's right.
What are you going to do, Gabe, when it hits 50?
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, I don't know. You got to super glue your ear to the side of your head.
No, never. No. What would I do 5 minutes after I did that? Where would my life be then?
Well, what's interesting about this campaign is that I thought it started a little slow. I was surprised. Right. And it has just continually gained momentum and steam over these 30 days and starting to see numbers that I think it should have seen earlier on. So I'm very optimistic of where this is going to come out in the end.
Well, I'll tell you, and let me pitch it to everyone here. I'll tell you what the problem was. It's my first time doing this. And Dave and I, we were too secretive. We were like, hey, we've got beautiful art and it's fun and exciting. And we left it at that. I expanded this like a week and a half ago. And that momentum you're seeing, I've been praying about it a lot, what to do. And this here now, it's an actual a teaser of what the story is. And Dave and I didn't have that out for the first 3 weeks. So I own that mistake. I don't mind admitting I made a mistake. But as soon as I told people what it was about, they're like, oh, that does sound cool. So I felt like the analogy I use is I have a restaurant. Like, you guys hungry? You want to eat at my restaurant? And you're like, yeah, what do you have? And then I said, the food's good. I've been cooking a long time. And that's just left it at that. So, it was my fault. We showed the covers. We showed this page. And then we just left it at that. What's it about? We didn't say nothing. So that was a mistake. I definitely won't do that again. But let me pitch you guys really quick. The log line is, what if the fake news canceled the world's most beloved heroes? That's it. The longer version is, Truth, Justice, and American Way are the most beloved heroes in the world. Kids everywhere, they're wearing the t-shirt, playing with the toys, eating the cereal. They're on all the late night talk shows. Everybody's laughing and screaming with delight. This is one of the great love affairs between the public and celebrity. Truly, it was Beatlemania and Bieber fever, not Beaver fever, as some people like to tell me, all rolled into one. And then one day, at the height of their absolute fame and popularity, horrible attack dozens of lives are lost. And we all know how it is with social media and the 24-hour news cycle. All of a sudden, the news starts saying, did they do everything they could to save lives? Or are they just enjoying private jets and limousines and being on magazine covers? And they look into more disasters and more attacks. And it really looks like they haven't done what they could. And like that, we know cancel culture. We all know how this works. Everyone kind of walks around fearing it, right? Like that. Government turns on them. Military turns on them. Their friends won't talk to them. Their bank accounts are frozen. Their headquarters is publicly known. They have to run from there. They go completely underground. They have to figure out who did this attack really and why. And can they even trust each other? You know what I'm saying? And they better hurry up and figure out who did this attack, because if they don't, another attack is coming. And this time it'll cost millions of lives. That is what the first exciting volume of Truth, Justice, American Way is about. And that is what I should have told you 30 days ago, but I didn't. But I'm a good learner. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking it's either Lex Luthor or Dr. Doom behind all of this. So I'm kind of anxious to see who's really the mastermind behind all of this.
So I've been telling people that for about a week and a half, and people are maybe 2 weeks, and people have really been responding to that. So let's see. Oh, well, look at this. Jocko's Inklings. I like the name there.
Absolutely.
And just got mine. My first Indiegogo backing. Time to put my money where my mouth / chat text is. You sold me. I appreciate the slow roll than the hype up. The art you have shared looks amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Let's see.
Well, you know,
a first campaign like this is a good time to learn anyway. That's how you learn. So it's not really a mistake. Yeah. They say there's no such thing as a failed experiment. You know what I mean?
It's Ray Shagul.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe. You know, but it's like, would you rather open big like the Eternals and crash and burn, or have kind of a slower opening like Titanic and just set the record for the most money ever made in a movie? So
right, yeah, absolutely. And I'm certain we'll get to 6 figures on this, because we're going to go 30 days and then shocker, probably another 30, and then why not leave it in demand? Oh, somebody's dog is attacking.
Yeah, hang on a second. Someone just went to the door. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
That sounds like a vicious dog that Aaron has. It sounds like it weighs about 3 pounds.
And hey, we got Angela Curry in the chat. It's good to see you. And Eric,
great to see you.
Yeah, you guys are doing awesome.
Gary will be in later. Some other guys will be in later. I sent the link out. So, oh wow, backer number 7 here. I'm a believer in Truth, Justice, and the American Way, and watch me and Aaron on Comic Art Convo at 4 p.m. PST on Saturday.
Excellent.
4 Pacific this Saturday. Aaron and Sequential Treasures will be on, guys. Check them out.
Nice.
Any friend of Aaron's must be a good guy. So, and I said where Gary was. Did I address that? He'll be in later.
I think you did.
Okay. Hail and well met. Congrats to Shanta Gable. Thank you very much. So I was excited that Aaron is here, because he little went to USC Film School. You may have heard of it.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I wanted to talk about Groundhog Day. I mean, we want to promote the book and all that, and you guys are welcome to promote yours too, of course. But I wanted to talk about Groundhog Day with you and all of us here, because I watched it the other day in anticipation of our show where we break down movies on Wednesday nights.
Yeah.
And it touched me so deeply. And I saw it like 10 years ago, and I just thought that was a fun fantasy comedy movie. And I watched it this time, and I was really emotionally, I mean, things have changed for me a lot in the last year, you know what I mean? And for all of us with COVID and all that, but me walking away from my job and just different life events. And I thought it was just such a beautiful message in that movie. So I wanted to talk about that, but we'll get to it when Aaron comes back. But
here I am.
Oh, he's there. So do you guys go ahead? Sorry.
Look at this.
What do we got?
So, well, this is something that would be interesting to everybody in the chat. It's not mine, unfortunately. My son bought it and had it shipped here because he's on a 2-week Florida vacation doing Disney World and swimming with dolphins and stuff. But he ordered this comic, and he did give me permission to pop this open and make sure that it's in the condition it's supposed to be in. So let's take a look. All right. Oh,
what do we got?
Fantastic Four 73 to 92. Look at that guest star lineup. Spidey, Thor, Daredevil.
Damn, that's a 9.2, huh?
Yep.
Holy
that is a giant guest star bonanza right there.
Jeez. Oh my goodness.
What's that one worth?
What kind of locks do you have on your house? This is unrelated. I'm looking to put some locks in, and like if you have a security code, what numbers do you find work well?
No, I will.
we have a schnauzer. That's what we have.
Yeah, we have a loud
No,
dog.
that's-
That's what we have. A small, loud dog.
What is the street you grew up on and your mother's maiden name? And
That's right, exactly.
that's your rock and roll code name. When I saw that shit on Facebook the first time, I'm like, nobody falls for this, right? Like,
Wait, nobody did. Why? Why should I have not done? No.
yeah.
Oh, you
my
mean
God.
so we shouldn't use our kids' names on our as passwords? Is that what you're saying?
Probably not.
Too obvious.
Probably not.
That's
How
a
about
beautiful
your
book.
kid's name with the wrong birth date? Huh? No one will ever figure that one out.
That's right.
I
And
better
then-
go change mine now then.
And then you get in trouble when you go, Aaron, you don't even know your own kid's birth date. And I'm like, oh, well, okay, but now they'll never figure out the code.
Great, we have some passwords to change.
Did you ever, Aaron? Your kids are older, like mine are 23 and 25. I don't know how old yours are, but I know they're adults. Some of them are at least. Do you ever forget like how old they are exactly? I was having trouble remembering if my son was 22 or 23 this last year. And then
No, because as they get older, I get older, and I'm painfully aware of how old I am.
Well, kind of.
All right,
As
all
they
right.
get older, you do.
Well, my daughter is tricky. She's the youngest. She turned 20.
Schnauzer.
Special guest, the Schnauzer.
Yeah, she turned 20 this past year, and that's kind of weird. My son, he's 28, and I can't believe how old he is, quite frankly. But
wow,
I do a pretty good job of keeping track of it. It's my daughter's birthday. My son's birthday is on the 4th of July, so we never forget it.
Oh
But
wow.
my daughter and my brother both have birthdays in the same month, and I always get them confused.
Christmas.
My mom and my brother have the same birthday. My poor brother.
Yeah, but at least then all you have to do is remember one.
True.
Right? You got them both covered.
My dad's birthday is Christmas Eve, but he doesn't get gypped out of presents because he's Muslim. I'm Christian. He's Muslim.
Mhm.
So he does get a birthday present, and he doesn't have to hear that he's getting a Christmas birthday present.
So he doesn't celebrate
See, there you
Christmas at
go.
all?
No, that would violate his religion.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's plenty of non-Christian
I
people
told him
obviously
you
that
could do
celebrate
it that
Christmas.
way, Dad. You could just do Santa Claus, but he's I gotta respect it. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
he's
No, I
73.
understand.
He's not changing his mind at this point.
Yeah, but think of how much money you save not having to get him a Christmas present too. So I
True
mean, there's
enough.
always that.
True enough. Oh, goodness. So I was going to take a quick look at all the campaigns here. I brought them all up. That's what I was typing away on. So let me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, let me show everyone stuff here. Did we move? We're at 45,542. Let's
see it.
refresh here. Oh wait, I'm on Nosfero. What am I doing? I'm sharing the
Yeah,
wrong thing.
refresh on this one. We gotta see Drink Justice.
Okay, Dan Lawless
Uh-oh.
is here. Let's bring in Dan.
Lawless is
There's
here.
Dan Lawless. How about
Hold
this?
on,
Hi,
you
guys.
are guys.
This is the Dan Lawless who told me he was too nervous to go on camera, so he couldn't come on my show.
I was
Same guy.
growing. I'm getting better.
You're getting better. All right. All right.
Dan,
Believe
you look
it- I
like one of your paintings.
Really?
You look very cinematic. Yeah.
Conan?
Yeah, you look like you could be Conan if you take the glasses off and had long hair.
Ever since Dan and I have been hanging out, now we've got this whole new like Gross Point Dank thing going on. You know, it's
bunch of rich snobs.
that's right.
Hey guys, you're gonna have to carry the show for like 2 minutes. My web browser Chrome says it doesn't have permission to share the screen, so it says I have to leave StreamYard and come back to give my computer permission. I didn't change
All right.
any settings, but it lost permission.
You
So I'll be
trust
back
us?
in like 3-4 minutes.
All right. We
So,
got this.
try not
We
to
got
burn the
this.
show down. Oh, hold on. There's a super chat. I want to look at that real quick first.
There you
Dakari
go.
the Professor for $2. Thank you so much. Congrats on your success. Can't wait for the book. Oh, thank you, man. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. So I'll be back in a few. I just got to fix the setting on my computer. All right.
So are we going to fight to see who takes over the show?
Yes.
No.
please.
I actually have a question.
For me, because I'm going.
No, not for you.
Oh.
Get out of here, man. We're done with you. No, this is for Norwal and Shanth. How did you guys both end up doing Nosferatu comics at roughly the exact same time? Was this just pure happenstance?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Shane, that's how we found each other. Then after the fact too, But Shant, how did you go first? Because I don't know fully, other than I know you love Nosferatu and stuff.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, basically, it's the way that it sort of went down was the. It's gonna sound ridiculous, but Dan and I have a more ridiculous connection than even that. But that's a whole nother story. But I basically, it was the 100-year anniversary. I love Nosferatu. It's one of my favorite films. My wife, Lauren, who's amazing, got me tickets to go see a live show of it with accompaniment there. So huge fan. And
you know my wife loves it. So
are you serious?
No, she hates it. She just despises it. I keep showing clips from it on our show, and she's just like, stop it. That freaks me out.
Well, you guys see, there's all these differences. You see, your dog's barking, and not all my dogs are barking. So we've got all, kinds of things.
Yeah.
But I saw it, and I thought it was great, and I was excited to launch this book, and I thought, like, a lot of things that we find in CG that are just eerie in terms of the things we're passionate about and in common. I was looking there and I'm like going, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm pretty dialed into CG, but there's someone in CG who's doing a Nosferatu adaptation. And I, reached out to say, oh my gosh, this is great. I'm so excited. And it started from there. You know how it is. We write each other. We're like, what kind of gouache are you using? What kind of watercolors are those? That's basically it. And it's awesome. And then we're off at the races.
Yeah, I remember when Nosferatu, I think just on one of Ethan's streams, he's like, I need to go over some Indiegogo campaigns and see just what's out there. He's like, what's this one? And he clicks on Nosferatu and it's like painted, the whole comic's painted. Yep. And I was like, whoa, that is awesome. So I backed it the next day, I think. And yeah.
You guys didn't feel like, oh my gosh, we're trying to both hit the same audience at the same time. Maybe this isn't a great idea or anything like that?
No,
well,
with that. Yeah. No, and our comics are nicely not exactly the same anyway. They're kind of they complete each other, you could say.
Yeah, you guys
that's what he said to me.
Styles.
He said,
I mean,
yeah,
complete me, Sean.
Completely. I mean, I would imagine it's a different experience completely reading those.
Well, they're different vibes a little bit, I think, but yeah.
There's so many werewolf comics in CG right now. It's kind of like I'm doing the same thing. I did Wraith of God, and I'm like, geez, there's a werewolf comic. Oh wait a minute, there's another one. Oh my gosh, everybody's doing werewolf comics. What did I stumble onto? But I put a cowboy in mind too to kind of mix it up a little bit.
That's what you got to do. Just throw a cowboy in it.
Mm-hmm.
Chance, is there a cowboy in yours? One of us has to add a cowboy.
Well, there's a cowboy in mine, and it's called Shanth of God, and it's no, it's not. Don't you see? That's where things go.
Yeah,
no, that didn't happen.
I was thinking of doing not a Nosferatu book as well, just Nosferatu, my take, so to kind of separate from you guys a little bit. And
people think I will be backing that project day one, Aaron. So let's just look. I mean, listen, when you guys, I don't know about it, but about you guys, but my favorite times as a comic collector and as a comic fan, and even as a comic artist, is when you would go to the store and you were spoiled for choice.
Right.
There was all these great books in all these genres you loved. It wasn't one just meeting that, two meeting that. I mean, there was everything. And that's what I love about CG. That's what makes it so great.
Yeah, it's from the ground growing up, and the audience decides what they love. And yeah, Aaron, if you should do a Nosferatu book, and I'd be like, please. Make my day. Go ahead and do it.
Well, actually, my next Wraith of God story involves a vampire, and the only vampires I draw are ones that look like Nosferatu, because all you have a suave looking dude with hair, and it's like that's not scary, but Nosferatu is a scary looking dude, so that's kind of the way I'm taking.
It's such an
route I'm
iconic
taking.
design.
And he's not Nosferatu, but he looks a heck of a lot like him. Like that one scary vampire in Salem's Lot, the bald one.
It's so great. There's a Clint Stoker is doing a Dracula book, and so he and we were a little bit worried, like we're both doing the same story-ish. Is that going to be a problem? So we did a crossover comic where it's a spoof with Dracula and Nosferatu are neighbors, and they really don't like each other. And I do 3 pages, and then there's 3 pages in his book too. So that's kind of our way of uniting everyone, also making sure it's there's always friendly competition, but we're trying to Rising
Well,
he raises all ships, as they say too.
both of them were supposed to be like in the original Bram Stoker novel. The character is a real estate agent, really, right? So they should be able to sell their homes to get away from one another. You would think.
Yeah, that's
They
what
actually do. They should both put their houses up for sale at the same time, and then they end up moving in next to each other again by
yeah,
accident.
that's
and then
the
they're just
plot of the first comic. Yeah.
I didn't want to ruin it for you. I'm sorry. I get
Yeah.
spoilers.
Can you imagine a show on basic cable where it's like Dracula flipping a house or something like that? Some horrible reality
Flipness
show.
coffers.
We've only got 2 weeks and $84,000 to flip this house.
What was the show where they had the hoarders? What was that called? The one where people just had their houses stuffed with things.
Hoarders? It was called Hoarders.
Yeah, Hoarders? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
my
Dracula's
life,
hoarders? I mean,
Jonathan Jenny.
Dracula's.
Yeah, Shelly and I are going to be on that show next month. Actually,
No,
so it's
I'm on the
pretty bad
episode
around
after
here.
you guys.
Yeah, when you collect, man, it's like when you're a collector. It's like you don't just collect usually one thing. It's like toys, comics, movie posters, action. Shelly collects Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, and it's just all over the house. And it's just like we're just horrible, And you're like, we got to sell some stuff and get rid of this. And you're like, but I don't want to get rid of that. Well, I can't get rid of that, And
right.
So it just
The
continues.
kind of
to
horrible where you smile all day. You walk around, you see all these beautiful things. Listen, I remember when I was younger and I would be watching all those behind the scenes things, in ILM, that they'd have, sometimes they'd have it on HBO, way, way back before the VHS tapes, before we had a VCR. And you would see these studio spaces decorated with all these beautiful artifacts of creatures and characters and art on the wall. And that was my dream, and my other dream was, of course, to be working in an environment where I was surrounded by people who care about ink, paint, storytelling, all of these things, that we are so passionate about. And I was just saying to my mother-in-law and my wife, my family here, that I feel like I'm home. I feel like I'm home when I'm here. It's a beautiful place to be at CG. I love it.
Wow. Well said, friend.
It's a nice little creative community, or it has become that, like you said, it enables guys to reach out to one another. And it's like, you look at, say, something Dan's doing, for example, that beautiful color work. And you're like, dude, is that, obviously you say, well, that's digital, but how did you do that? And how do you, because digital is, I barely can work my computer. It's amazing that I can do a live stream, but, I know just enough Photoshop to get myself in trouble. And so, I see guys doing stuff like what Dan's doing. You're just like, you want to get them on and talk to them and say, okay, well, how did you do this? What's your approach here? What brushes are you using? And then you look at people that are doing traditional stuff and you ask them the same thing. Hey man, what brush are you using? How did you get that effect? Or even just what printer are you using? Who did your trading cards, stuff like that. And it's just, everybody is so forthcoming with information and willing to help each other that it's a great environment.
Aaron, it's not much different when you're working on traditional and digital. It's just, to me, it was pretty seamless. I went right to from that to digital, and it wasn't really that difficult. It's just another brush, it just works weird, different.
The iPad Pro is astounding on how well it simulates traditional media. Like just the brush, a lot of them claim I have a Wacom or Wacom, whatever. That's this screen right here.
I got an old one.
They say if you lean it, it really is like leaning. Nah, you get the iPad Pro. I have it right over there. That thing is insane the way that thing works. I drew a whole comic for DC Comics on it. The first time I drew a book last year, I drew a 10-page story for them. And it was amazing. I got Clayton Henry's brushes for like $5. You guys all know Clayton Henry. And he sells a pencil sketch brush for layout, and he sells an inker. And I think they're $5 or $10 on his Gumroad. Gumroad's that website where people sell little files and stuff. And therefore Procreate on the iPad, and Procreate's like $9 or $10, and it's better than Adobe Photoshop at drawing. It's less robust than Adobe, it has way less options, but when it comes to drawing and painting, Procreate is eating Adobe's lunch. It's not even close. So
well, I bought a big thick book on digital painting. I haven't actually opened it yet, but when I do, maybe I'll start experimenting a little bit.
I wanted to address something. Thank you, Statisticals. Here, I want to address this really quick. See what you guys think. Timmy Mello, CG is a real haven for the creative renaissance, and I really do think in all cultures, when you're in the counterculture, when you're going against the mainstream, that's where you see it. And you saw it in the 60s, right? All the hippie, peace and love. It was counterculture. And it's so funny to me that punk rock now is conservative and loving your country and having kids and getting married. Like, that's punk rock now. How utterly Willy Wonkian.
Yeah,
you guys just think of the Impressionist movement. You know, that all those guys doing with Monet and Manet and all those guys just teaming together doing strange dot paintings and things like that. And they were a little community, and that took off. It took a while,
right? But I think outside of the artistic, I think the cultural, you're kind of like looking at the mainstream saying like, hey, F you, I'm not doing your BS culture. You want to lie to everybody and get them to do this weird, hateful stuff. I'm going to go my own way. And that's where you see the bravery and the bold daring and the experimentation. And then you see the mainstream stuff and it's like generic and boring and it's repeating itself. And it really is the death of like energy and creativity. How do you guys feel about that? Because I do think if someone had told me when I was 15 and I was into punk rock, I had blonde hair and everything. I was going to shows all the time. Southern California. I mean, I went to high school with Tom DeLonge from Blink-182. Punk was huge in San Diego. So to be like punk now that we're against the mainstream, it's really weird. Do you guys agree, or am I on some weird thing here?
No, I was just thinking about this actually today, is that being involved in the mainstream for, 30 years or whatever, and you knew everybody was super liberal that was in the industry, but no one really talked about it because no one really cared that much, so it was just kind of, you didn't really talk about politics. And even if you did, it was always kind of over dinner and you were laughing at a convention and going, you're an idiot. Why do you think that? No, you're an idiot. Then you'd go laugh and slap everybody on the back. And it was no big deal. Now, of course, it's death. And,
I remember seeing this stuff happen in the mid 80s. I don't know if you guys remember X Factor and Cameron Hodge. They had a villain group called The Right. That's the first time I really saw it and said, "Oh, okay."
Maybe it didn't click, but maybe it didn't click for me, because I used to read X Factor all the time when Walt and Wheezy were working on it, and that stuff didn't really.
Yeah,
but it was.
But I'm just saying it's like it's been there for a long time.
Yeah,
it's all of a sudden exploded as if I don't know if it was Trump or whatever, but it just
Well, it's funny. If you look back on the 80s, when those of you who are alive in the 80s, which would be me and Dan, I guess, but
I was born in 78.
Okay, you weren't? Yeah, but you're too young. You weren't paying attention. But the Reagan years, I remember Reagan would always refer to it as "don't say the L word," meaning liberals, right? And so it was totally, everybody was conservative, and being a liberal was the one that everybody made fun of. And it's totally flipped now, where it's being a conservative, you're the one who gets, and it's not just being made fun of, you're getting attacked. And now it's become vicious, where it wasn't before. It was just kind of humorous. Right. But it has completely flipped, right? So where people were kind of afraid, the liberal community in arts, and of course, the liberal community in arts was very different than the progressive community we're seeing now. I think it's much different. But they had to be very careful about going too far outside what would be considered the norm or conservative or acceptable morals or behavior in the 80s. And then you get into what it is now, and it's like now they feel that they think everybody thinks that way now. Right. So if you're conservative, you're just like this right-wing crazy person that lives in this island, and you need to get with the program. So it is very weird how it's completely.
All you got to do is go back to the 50s and see that Barry Goldwater ad when he was running for president. Do you remember the one with the nuclear bomb exploding and saying, "This is what's going to happen if you elect this guy"?
What about
nothing new.
It's your guts, he's nuts.
Well,
do you remember that one?
No, it's new. It's new in that it's permeated culture. The politics of it is not new,
right?
But the fact that it's flipped culture, that's what's new.
But the narrative, and so I'm saying when you see people getting smeared on the right, they've been doing it for 50 years, 60 years.
Oh yeah.
It's not really new. It's just this is a new way it's happening now, where you can be canceled immediately for whatever things you might believe.
I gotta say this. I was fortunate enough to be teaching college for 18 years and really getting to be in the epicenter of this total, we'll just say S show which means super. And having been in that environment and having watched this sort of stuff happen, I think it has to do with a particular mentality that is a parented mentality that happens in generational arcs, and it's all based around that whole blank slate theory, which is that kids are blank slates, and you're seeing this now, and they are assigned roles, and they're perfect. They know how to raise themselves. They know how to not touch the stuff. This is my favorite parenting moment ever of terror. My son was staring at a bottle of Windex. He just learned how to crawl, and he saw a bottle of Windex, and he went, "Blue juice." And we went, "Oh, Jesus." So that's the wisdom. I know that's the wisdom of children. We immediately moved everything far out of his grasp. But the thing about it is when you believe in blank slate theory, then the only reason somebody doesn't come out correct or healthy is because of their parents or society. They take no accountability for what they do. And so what you're seeing is that you get people who are miserable, and rather than saying, "What can I do to sort myself out?" I've got to blame somebody. And what's funny is these are masterless opportunists, or because they're so filled with rage that what's going to happen is this is a very short-lived thing, in my opinion. It feels like it's forever, like all boring, obnoxious trends. It's going on forever. But I think what's interesting is the cancelers are going to be the canceled and on the receiving end, because there's a major I can watch in the younger generation, my kids' generation. There's a huge, because the youth always wants to go against the status quo,
right?
And you can't get more fun than going against authoritarianism,
right?
Yep. It's the way it is.
Yeah. I'll get right back to you. That's beautifully said. But I gotta address super chats because we always gotta respect.
Yes, you guys are
Leg Kick One, my brother. This guy's major into martial arts. He's always on the show. Love you. Just saying hello, guys. You are great guys. Thank you so much, Leg Kick One. His father worked, I believe, at Disneyland or something, designing some of the stuff. I believe he told me that. Cool. And then I saw another super chat. Hold on. Congrats on the big night. You're gonna go in demand after the closeout. We're gonna extend 30 days. Spoiler alert. Everybody knows that. And then I wanted to. The pencil artist, the master designer, the man that came to me with the concept of Truth, Justice, American Way, hired at DC Comics when he was 17, brother in Christ, one of the best dudes I know, solid man. He'd be here, guys, but there's a good reason. We'll talk about it someday. He's super busy right now. He's working hard for you. He's working hard for his family. David Williams is saying, howdy, amazing, talented super guest and mighty chat. Thank you for the kind and generous support of Truth, Justice, American Way. Gabe, Gary, and I are blessed by your support under these hard times. So please donate, not donate, back this book. I'm on PBS.
Donate to SeanThanJetty.com.
It's a telethon. It's officially a telethon.
It's viewers like you for only 40 cents a day. You can save a puppy. I always thought. Sorry, what is that commercial? And it's got that lady, in the arms of an angel or whatever. And the dog has like the booger eyes, and the other one's like freezing in the snow.
Yeah.
And they show you all these horribly sad abuse. I think it's the ASPCA or something like that. So, yes, please back this book. It means everything to Dave and I. It really is our love letter to this stuff. I showed that one, and then I thought I saw another one. Welcome to the T-Jaw Telethon. Please donate today. Yes. You guys all will have your phones next to you. Like, hello.
We need like a scroll.
Yeah. A million?
Narwhal for the win.
That's right. I got it right here. All right.
Buy a comic. I should add a buy a comic, save a puppy tier.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, you know what? Tell us about the charity books for kids thing, please. Well, my lady, will do. Let me bring that up real quick. So I have everyone's campaigns here. And we'll have a Dan Lawless. Let's refresh this. We were 45,807 last time I looked. Let me hit refresh. Hey, there we go.
Look at that.
Thank you guys so much. I do have a tier on here where he's an outfit out of Chicago. I forgot the guy's name. I spoke to him on the phone. And he does like books for the troops and stuff like that. But we do have comic books for kids for charity. And he gets the comic books into kids that are, in cancer wards and, kids that are in really tough medical situations and stuff like that. So this is one I thought would be great to try out. And depending on how it goes, if they're easy to work with and stuff, and I'm happy with feeling like I'm making a difference for kids, I'll expand it probably for the troops on my next campaigns. But this is something A fan contacted me on Facebook and told me to contact this guy. So I talked to him on the phone and vetted him, made sure this was a real thing. And it seems like it's going to be great. So I'm really happy about that. So if you want to support that, that would be awesome. That would be amazing. One of the most touching things I've ever done working in comics is Peter Tomasi, a great DC editor and then writer.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote an issue of Superman or Action Comics. I don't remember. And Barry Kitson illustrated it, and I colored it. It was like 5 years ago. And it was about the Justice League meeting with a bunch of kids at a cancer hospital for children. And they had a treasure hunt, and they played games with the kids. And then near the end, the Green Lantern makes a spaceship, and all the kids go to the moon with Superman, and he gives them all astronaut suits so they can breathe. And then he uses his laser vision to carve their names into these rocks on the moon, because they don't say it in the book, but the implication is these kids are not going to make it. You know, they're in wheelchairs and oxygen tanks, and they're bald, and it looks terrible. And I have people coming up to me crying at conventions to this day, when we get back to conventions, for autographs on this thing. You know what I mean? And I think if we can use art to make money, that's great. But if we can use it to change lives for the better, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So stuff like that, where we'll do a 2-for-1 like that and give you a little bit of a discount and send it off to kids for charity. Stuff like that's important to me, man. So thank you to
Hey, Gabe, is this a full story, this comic book, or do you have an arc that's going to go through several books?
Think of it like the first 3 Star Wars movies. Dave and I have a rough idea for 3. We have a good idea for the first 2, and then I have a very rough idea for the third one. You will get a full story in this first one, 64 pages, full color. Here's page 1 right here. Pencils by David, inks by the great Gary Martin, who is one of
who designed your characters? Which of you guys? Collaboration or?
This is Dave. Dave is a master designer. Dave worked at Warner Brothers Animation forever. He worked in Warner Brothers Consumer Products. He started off at DC Comics, like I said, when he was 17 years old. He's that good. Wow. And, his character designs are just so iconic. And, check this out here. I'll show you some of this stuff. When he showed me just his sketches, some of his pencil sketches of these characters, I was just blown away. We have our 3 main characters are Amara Rudolph. Let's see if this sounds topical. She's a former Olympian who realized she had superhuman athletic abilities. So it was unfair for her to compete against others. So she dropped out of that. And she also has a quite terrifying ability to psychically force the truth out of people. She's Truth. Then we have our man of mystery, Justice. Who is he? He's basically Charles Bronson, Batman, the Midnighter, Punisher, all of that, Dolph Lundgren, all rolled up into one guy. He is a zealot for justice, and we'll learn about him. It's very, very cloudy, the past with him. And then, of course, we have Joseph Ellis. He's the American Way. He comes from a long line of, Midwest steel workers, like in Pennsylvania. His dad worked at the steel mill. His grandfather worked there. And, cutbacks, overshoring of jobs, not a very safe place to work. One day, he fell into a vat of supercharged American steel. He's turned to steel from head to toe. And what a lot of people would take as a curse, he's taking it on as a blessing so he could fight and defend his culture and his country and his family and everything that gave him all the great stuff he has. So, and he's our big happy, like that cool older brother, that cool cousin. He's a really fun character. So these are awesome characters. We couldn't be more proud of this stuff. So hold on.
So when he gets in a car, does he bottom it out? Does this?
Yeah. As they say, all his cars are lowriders. So
that's right.
Congrats to Gabe and David. Can't wait to get the book. It looks to be shaping up to fill a superhero-shaped hole left in his heart by DC. That's if they want to fumble the ball like that, then we will pick it up and run it the other way. That's
we were talking about trends and counterculture and all this stuff. I'm gonna tell you, I don't think being conservative or even religious is nearly as counterculture in this day and age as having skill. You get what I mean? I wish to God. Do you guys know what I mean? And I mean skill for conversational human, like how to speak it, conflict resolution. Put all that stuff aside. We talk about things like composition. To me, I have been in, I've been in academia teaching art, and I was starved to be around people with skill. That's why I came to CG. I want you to ponder the dark statement that is explicit in that. Because I sit here and I go, what about the basics of write a story that works? make a picture that I know what it is. It doesn't look like is your comic book storytelling better than an emoji-laden chat I send somebody? Like, does the art look better than an emoji? Do you know what I'm saying? And when I was doing because I have this tradition now against Narwhal's will. I want to be really clear about this, that I will always do a shanth cut of a Narwhal project. Because I feel like now it's like a rabbit's foot that I have to do. I don't know if it works. It may actually be hurting his campaigns, but that's not the point. This is about me. But
right, exactly.
Whenever I'm editing anybody's stuff, I always love it so much because, and I did a real According to Hoyle trailer for Gabe, but when I'm looking at this stuff and I'm putting it together, I just go, wow, I'm working with skilled artwork. This is composition. This is storytelling. It's so easy to cut. I don't know how people even deal with some of the level of artwork that you're seeing. We've de-skilled so much. And so I can watch, Aaron brush ink, or I can see a secret image from Phil Diaz that Dan Lawless has done. I love the secret images I get to see behind the scenes of certain pinup type work. You might know what I'm talking about, Dan. And I just go, hallelujah. And then Narwhal's like, sure, I'll send you some reference. Here's all of these pages from Nosferatu. And I contact my guy in China. And the book should be coming out soon. No. Oh, man.
Hey, Gabe, can I send the link to Matt Barr? Do you guys know him? He's a Splato artist, buddy.
As long as he's a cool dude, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, he's cool.
Do you have?
You guys, do you ever think about like in the far future that we may be looked back upon as pioneers in this particular business model? Because we're the first ones doing it, but because this is, I think, the future. I don't know if you guys caught that interview with Bob Layton where he basically said this, that he thought the comic book industry would be gone in 5 years. It was over, and you couldn't believe it was still around. And then Mike Barron was telling him about the crowdfunding. He goes, "Oh, that's going to work. That's it." He goes, "That's how you do it, directly to the customers."
Yeah,
and this is fascinating. We're right on the beginning of it.
I think you're exactly right, Dan. I think that if you wanted to be at Disney in the 30s or you wanted to be at Marvel in 1960, you're there right now, and you better know it.
Yep.
Because social media and YouTube, it changed the world. The world changed when this thing was invented. When the iPhone came out in 2007, they will look back in the history books. That was a cultural change. It changed the way we do everything because this thing can give you everything you want like that. You want food, you want to buy stocks, you want to get a date, you want to buy a comic book, like you can do it in your pocket. It's insane. And we didn't have that in 2006. And now everyone has it since 2007. And like we're like cyborgs almost. These are part of our body now.
But you know what? People still want paper. They still want that thing to hold in their hand that they can
for sure.
Tactile experience.
Yes.
You know what the irony is?
Go ahead.
Though. No, the irony of all of this, though, which is so funny, is it's the ultimate distribution platform for skill. It doesn't contain the skill itself. So I remember I would say to a student, I go, "Can anybody tell me what Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States is?" And they'd grab their phones. It's like, no, I have a phone too. I'm asking if you could tell me this. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but with spell check, I spell right 100% of the time. But if anything that thing can do, interestingly, yeah, thank God, seriously, everything that thing can do is not valuable. But anything you see, the value comes from what you put on it, because once everybody had it, it wasn't a superpower anymore. So the superpower, like I had a kid, some degenerate young kid say to me, and I know this is a family show, so I apologize, but some degenerate kid said to me, one of my wife's high school students walked up to me, had the nerve, and said, "I'm really interested in gouache. Can you tell me about it?" And I said, "You degenerate, go back to your iPad. Why do you want to learn about this traditional media? Are you smoking the pot?" I said, "Are you smoking the pot? Come on." No, but they're actually interested in these things. There's a whole movement. I think it's called Dark Academe is the new, and God knows what it is. But they're doing things like using quills. This is the hip thing that they've been doing more and more on like all these different channels. Wax seals. Like they're desperate for something tangible.
Yeah.
And I was in my son's room and I found some Frisket under his bed.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you know what? He learned it from watching you, Gabe.
I know.
That's right. They don't even make Frisket anymore, do they? I remember when our
gosh.
art supply store here in
I got a guy.
Do you? I remember in Portland, and this was like 20 years ago, where they were blowing that stuff out, Zipatone and all that kind of stuff. And we were like just grabbing it like crazy. I don't know why, but you're like, you're never going to see this again. We're going to grab it, Computers ruining all this. So
Cat's got a line on some Graphics Duo Shade. I'm trying to track down some Graphics Duo Shade. You guys remember that magical material?
Oh,
God, I
yeah.
love that.
You can
Oh.
still get the Zipatone, but it's from Deleter, a Japanese company. They sell it on Amazon. It's not cheap. It's not
I'm
cheap.
sure it isn't.
Yeah,
Hey, but here's the question. Here's the question for you guys that work digital, like say Dan, for example. To me, having the original art, especially to sell for extra money, is an important part of my business model. How do you deal with that and the fact that you do this digital stuff and it's really cool, but you don't have any originals to sell? Does that affect you? I mean, how do you? Does that affect your bottom line, or have you been able to work around it and it doesn't really matter to you?
You can't go one way, but you can go the other way. Cause like, I don't know what I'm missing, I guess, but I've heard like Sean Gordon Murphy said that too. He said his wife won't let him go digital because they make too much money on the originals.
Yeah, of course.
I know how to do digital, and I told you guys I drew a book for DC Digital. I hated doing that, but it was a schedule thing. It is faster. The perspective rulers are in there. You can set all that up. But when I do stuff and I have time, I'm doing it analog. I'm doing it with brushes, pens, markers. I did this Nosferatu for our buddy Narwhal there for his book.
Yeah, look at that.
That one.
Saw you do it.
And the great. Let me show you something real quick. This is gonna make everyone laugh. So I did this, and I inked it and all that on my stream and all that, and I colored it. But I want you guys to take a very close look at this paper.
Oh yeah. DC.
DC.
I still have Marvel paper.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. So DC is making books for you, Narwhal, and they are making Hail DC for Comicsgate.
That's right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, Aaron, to answer your question, though, I mean, I just haven't done that many comics lately. So, I mean, yeah, I'll keep that in mind if I want to make more money through that avenue. But right now, I'm still in advertising. I'm still making that transition. Hopefully, I can get back into it. But yeah, right now, it's a matter of just get it done on time. That's usually what happens.
Right,
like,
sure.
I'm just like, I got to get this done, and I'm just trying to get the best piece I can right now. That's sort of my focus.
Dan,
Quality.
When did you do that mountain biking one that you posted?
That was years ago, though. Yeah, that was years ago. And that was not digital.
Cool.
That was
okay.
That was a.
I got a job the exact same way. I love the video game Borderlands, so I just drew some fan art of it and sent it to Tom Waltz at IDW, and then he used it as a cover for the Borderlands comic book. They just paid me and used it. So when I saw you post that mountain biking thing, that was really cool. That was really neat. I'll see if I can find that mountain bike thing.
Well, that's true. I'd forgotten that you're like knee deep in like advertising and commercial art and stuff, right? And so that's a whole different animal.
The funny thing is in the advertising field, it was pencils down for me. That's when I really noticed CG. Like I mean, I've been following it for a while, but like when I said maybe I should diversify a little bit because it was the same thing. It was just like there was nothing, nothing across the board in the advertising field. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's fantastic, man.
What's the medium for that, Dan?
That is colored pencil. Now, I think when I scanned it in, I did do some work in Photoshop to, smooth it out a little bit and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But the essence of it is colored pencil.
Yeah,
I still have that original actually. So
it's a beauty, man.
You could sell that.
You plan on doing your own book, crowdfunding, right, Dan? Because you're already
I will, but I'm in no hurry, and I right now I'm just having fun helping everybody else, on their books and stuff, and I'm just getting a kick out of that. So it's kind of like I feel a little bit of that pay the dues type thing, and coming into see what I can do and build my reputation and help other people too. I think it's a rising tide thing where everyone's going to do better if you spread your talent around a little bit at first anyways, but I'll do it. And I already got an idea. I got a story and stuff. I'm ready to roll with it, but I'm just having fun really right now. So.
The key is, and if I can offer some advice, is just you want to make sure you do a video of Aaron from Apocalypse Now. That's essential.
And then I don't know what happens next. I'm still waiting for the next part of that. You know what? Just don't listen to Aaron.
It's too bad that we didn't have like a really like starkly lit, heavy shadowed shots of me. Where we could have really gone Brando with that.
Yeah, it was fantastic. For those of you that watching that don't know,
get like a sponge and pour water on my head.
We need to do that for like Halloween or something this year. We've got to do something fun like that. We got to get you set up, and Shelly can film it maybe or something and get you set up where you can do that. It'd be awesome.
I got to put
when
on.
When are you guys? When's the vampire books coming out? Is it Halloween time? We're going to fulfill it in October or something like maybe, or like the time of that would be good,
mine's
right?
fulfilling in June, I think. So a little
June.
sooner. Yeah.
We should check
That would
on
be
them. Let's check real quick. Let's get an idea where we are.
You keep saying that, Gabe, but you haven't brought mine up yet. So
Look at the tabs. See the tabs? I got them all.
It's because
I had to log out and log in. My computer was betraying me for a minute. So, hey, and it is your book, but I am the colorist. I have a vested interest in that thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You should be pushing.
Remember the huge bonus that we talked about? I'm trying to see exactly how old Aaron is to see if I could fool him.
No.
Okay.
Did we talk about that? Well, I guess you're right. How much did I say I'd give you?
Sure, Gabe. My pin number
Hey,
is
Narwhal, can I ask you a question? Just where did you get your design sense? It's really, really interesting. Did you go to art school? Did you where'd you pick it up from?
Yeah, I think it's mostly like influences and like loving animation and kind of wanting to I like comics that almost look like animated movies. And it was my first big comic job. It was my only kind of semi-mainstream job, and they hired me and they're like, can you do 120 pages and color it and letter it in 1 year? And I was like, yes, but I wasn't actually sure. And like, so I was scrambling to kind of figure out a pretty efficient way. That's kind of one reason I'm digital too, is just to be able to work faster. And I did get it done, but then in that process, I'd kind of developed these like shorthands and shortcuts that became like my style basically. But a lot of it's based on loving animation. I really like European, Italian, and French comics. LRNZ is an artist I like a lot, and Bengal, and then Capcom House Style. I just love that.
Oh my gosh, the Capcom stuff.
Yeah.
So good.
Well, the design sense is just amazing in these. The way you put together things and balance things on the page. It's really sophisticated design. Having been to art school and studied this stuff, and it's like just like that. There's a perfectly, wonderfully balanced picture.
Yeah.
So many people are going to put those figures right in the middle of the page. You balanced it with a shape. Everything's shapes and fantastic arrangements.
Thanks. I think maybe the more minimalist style might help me bring that out more, the design more, and see it more clear or whatever.
But every page looks like a full piece of art, a whole unit.
I mean, how great is that? There's the 3 panels underneath that wide panel, and the guys are looking down at something, and he doesn't bother to show their torsos and heads.
Yep.
I think that's fantastic. I think
Exactly.
that's so good.
Oh, yeah. Something I've kind of noticed is if you get pretty good, this is like a European comic thing, but if you get pretty darn good perspective, and then it's like a wide angle lens, which is different than good perspective with a long angle, then it it looks good no matter what almost. That's like what our eyes see. It's like our eyes see wide angle lens.
See, now that I'm saying not too many people do that and understand the perspectives, wide angle and far shots and stuff like that. So that's what's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I picked up some of that helps working a little bit in Blender, which is a 3D program. I kind of get a little better that way.
Yeah, it's spectacular. Let's watch the trailer really quick because it's spooky.
Oh, it's creepy.
Oh yeah, I did the trailer in Blender. So
yeah, let's check this out. It's very spooky.
Yeah.
Is it full screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Because my screen went blank.
There's a lady. What's she looking at? Oh, there might be a guy. Is that a guy?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's it. The hint of something. Just the hint.
Yep, short and sweet. But that Blender is pretty cool, fun program and it's free. And it's like, took me a couple years to get like steep-ish learning curve, but I'm just starting to get like comfortable with it, where it's pretty fun to mess with.
Yeah. Those curtains just waving in the wind. I mean, that's, and then you just see, like I say, you have that little hint of something spooky coming down the hall. And that's
the first time I saw that, I was like,
the scariest thing is what you can't see, just up on the edge, you know.
And that's I mean, I tell you what, Narwhal, like it's when I and you know this, you probably maybe seen some of these streams. I went into full like evangelist mode for Nosferatu. And people kind of are, this is the thing people are so surprised by. When they see my book, when they see Nosferatu, and they see the stylistic difference, they're always like, just how we approach these. Heck, everybody on this panel, if you want to talk about real visual range and stylistic approaches, this panel is a really great, like we've got digital, we've got traditional, we've got pen and ink, we've got color, we've got, all of us are doing all of this different stuff. You've got a lot of mixes of genre. But the thing that you start to realize, the more that you are so passionate about this art form, is that you have more range in your collection, but it's all good. Do you know what I mean? It's all great stuff. And I could look at that stuff, you know, I love your Nosferatu, man. I think it's beautiful.
I've noticed that too, that I love the like painted stuff because I don't do that, you know, and then people will like my more minimalist stuff if they're doing.
Hey,
I mailed one of my kids to you.
Shaz, is there a poster available of that cover? That, you know, the
There's everybody's going to be getting a print of that cover, so it'll be like a little bit like 8.5 by 11. It's not going to be huge, but it's going to be with it. And then there's going to be another print that I think we just unlocked, and then 25 is going to be, we do trading cards.
What about the image? What about the image you have of the? It's like the creature, or whatever. It's sort of on the cover of the video.
I think there's going to be something of that. Yeah, the Phantomas, the Hound. Yes, yeah, that one
just
right there.
with the words and everything right there. That would be an awesome poster.
Hold on,
do it. Yeah. I mean, this is the coolest thing about it for me is and I had a week where I was just, you know, I was working, I was doing a lot of streams and everything was going pretty well. And but like just in terms of the work and the flow of everything, oh yeah, look at that. I should send you a high res, or actually I could share one, come to think of it. Hang on a second. Let me grab that image because I've got it somewhere here. Let me see here.
TC, Nosferatu backer 827. It looks killer. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thanks, TC. Thanks everyone for helping me push it. It's Gabe's night, but I don't mind looking a little bit at Nosferatu.
Look how many colors in that thing. Crazy cool. Hey Gabe, do you have any more? I really want to see more pages of the story. Do you got any story pages?
We have stuff, but it's nothing I can show just yet. In the next few weeks, I have some layout stuff. I have some other stuff. But
I really want to see that.
Yes, you and me both. But don't worry, it's coming soon, and it's coming before the campaign. Definitely for sure.
Gabe, is Matt Barr backstage right now?
You know he's hidden behind. You know how you can't see people sometimes.
No, that's a poor excuse. You can always see him. I don't know.
Matt Barr, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, there's a man.
More
you guys all know Matt. Matt's drawing. What's it called for Splato?
Rock and Roll Ninja.
Rock and Roll Ninja.
Yeah.
I'm drawing one of the co-creators for Rock and Roll Ninja.
Very
Me
cool.
and Chuck and Richard.
Very
and
cool.
I'm drawing some Nosferatu while I was listening.
There you go.
Sweet. That's badass.
Very nice.
Cool. Yeah, I've worked with Chuck Dixon, right? And then
Yes.
And then your boy Zach too. I did Impossible Stars, and I did Panic, and I did some other sci-fi thing for him that was a short story. So I don't remember what it was called, but it was like a prequel to Impossible Stars. I forgot what we called it though. But yeah, he's fun to work with. It's a very interesting guy, Zach. Very interesting.
Yes, he is. He's a great guy. Love working for him. It's good stuff.
Did I share that window with you, Gabe? I can't see if I did or not.
Let me see. I don't have any windows shared.
Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out.
Yep. Me and Matt are Splato brothers. We both.
That's right.
work.
I find
We're like
myself
Charlie's
all over.
Angels.
All
Yeah.
over.
We're Richard's pawns. We're his rooks.
Yeah.
What do you got for me? Anything?
Hold on. Let me see. Let me see here.
Oh, Josh
You guys-
is RNRN. That stands for Rock and Roll Ninja. I was like,
That's
what
Rock
is
and Roll
that?
Ninja.
Yeah.
Steven De La Vega wants us to bring
RNR.
Zach onto the stream. The chances of that are not, it's not zero, but it is a number approaching zero, as they say. As they
Hey,
say in
Kelsey.
math class.
Kelsey told me I sound like Zach. Do I sound like
Oh,
Zach?
now that you mention it, maybe just a little bit. Yeah.
I thought it was crazy when you said, Narwhal, that you sound like Piglet from Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
I did hear it a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. What's his tagline? Oh, bother. Is that his tagline? That's
I don't
like
know if
cool.
that's him or Winnie. I don't know.
I think
Yeah.
that's Winnie the Pooh's. Yeah.
No, see, you're confusing Piglet with Jack the Ripper from Star Trek Wolf in the Fold season 2, the original series. Actually, the same actor played. Those of you who are not Star Trekkies, the actor that did Piglet's voice actually played the Jack the Ripper. Spoiler in Star Trek Wolf in the Fold episode.
So, Aaron, will you be checking out the Discovery?
No,
Aaron,
Star Trek ended after
Yeah.
it's the original crew or nothing for me.
Oh.
And
You know, it's starting to, because I used to go to some of these Star Trek conventions years ago, and I remember like seeing fan films with just ordinary people of all different shapes and sizes, and now it looks like a fan film.
Okay, one thing we haven't got to yet, though, guys. We haven't got to Aaron. We got Aaron and I am colorist of this. And,
that's right.
Just so you know, guys, this will be out on time because I am on. Let me tell you what page I've colored. I recently colored. I color 5 a week, and then I work on my other stuff. Truth, Justice, American Way. I colored up to 58. How many pages are we doing, Aaron? 70 what?
78.
Okay, so I got 20 pages left.
Wow.
Okay.
Cool.
I've
So
got
that looks
10
like
left.
yeah. So
Now,
yeah,
just-
what?
It's a race.
My only fear is, and hopefully it's an unfounded one, but is printers not turning the stuff around in a reasonable amount of time, which I just had to dump the printer that I had lined up because they're like, yeah, if you get us the files by last week in April, we can have the book to you by the end of July. I went,
Let me
no.
guess. Is it Jostens?
Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah,
They
'cause
do all the yearbooks. So
I
this time of
know.
year, they're doing every yearbook across the country.
It was just bad timing. I was like, I didn't want this book to get done right during yearbook time, but that's exactly what I did. So I'm gonna have to switch printers, but I'm sure we can find someone that can turn it around in a couple weeks instead of a couple months.
Okay.
But see, check this out. Can you see this?
No,
Give me the full screen, dude.
Oh, there we are. Sorry. That is.
Those are laser etched Wraith of God shot glasses.
That's cool.
And those are going up on one of the perks here. We don't have a ton of them, but we just kind of said, hey, let's do that and see what it turns out like. So I've got like 25 of these. And I'm going to throw them up on the perks as soon as I get some photos made. And we also have T-shirts that are only available till April 13th because then I got to get them to the printers.
Is the shirt on your on the site here?
It is.
Okay, let me see.
Just scroll down. There it is, right there.
Dude, that looks like a 70s like heavy metal cover or something. That's amazing.
Someone said it was like like a Molly Hatchet album cover or something, you know. But
yeah, and that's the cover, right?
yeah, the designer over at St. Clair Apparel, Todd, he like dropped I just gave him the image and I said, this is probably the best image I have. See what you can do with it. And he just came back with that, and it was just like, wow, that is really cool. So.
If you can draw a good horse, you can draw anything.
Hey, are there beanies, Aaron? Son of Liberty Radio wants to know if they're beanies.
Yes, we're supposed to get our sample. Should be here anytime now. They're not Empire Comics beanies or Wraith of God beanies, and so we're gonna do those as well. And Shelly's like gung ho on the hats. I'm like, I don't know how many of those we can sell. She's like, let's do it. And I'm just like, okay.
Well,
so
only one way to find out, right?
That's right. So we're gonna throw some beanies up there. We're gonna do some Empire Comics baseball caps, but probably not till the next campaign. So we'll have the T-shirts, the shot glasses, and the beanies are going to be up there here shortly for the last month of the campaign, and we'll just see what happens.
Love God Bible Truth. That woman holding the cross is my favorite drawing. Is that a poster?
No, it's just the cover.
All right.
So far.
All right.
I gotta be honest. I just don't know what you guys are seeing. I'm not a massive fan of Aaron's work or this project, and I'm not eagerly awaiting its arrival at my house. There, I said it.
Well,
it feels
you
good
know,
to have
art
gotten
is-
this off my.
art is subjective, you know, so not everybody's
Oh my
going
gosh,
to,
man.
you know.
When I saw this character and this book, I was like, wow, somebody went into my brain and found a comic in my strike zone. Wraith of God is awesome.
I got to tell you, I was really, I have like about 10 different ideas, right? That are fully developed. I'm not exaggerating. And I'm kind of like, well, I didn't know which one to do, right? So this is a true story. I threw them all into a paper bag, right? And I was literally just going, God, you know, show me which one to do. Show me which one I should do. So I pull out Wraith of God and I'm like, no, this can't be right. There's no way a Western's going to sell. So I threw it back in, shook them up, did it again. Wraith of God came out. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I'll do it. But then I kept putting it off because I still was like, this is not going to sell. And so then I did, before I got ready to finally put together, I said, I'll do it one more time, you know, and I'm seriously just like the apostles. I don't want to get all, you know, heavy on everybody, but I was just like, you know, God, just come on, pick the right one. I reach in and pull out Wraith of God again. I'm like, okay, I'm doing it. And so it worked out. It's, but I think it's the right combination of kind of superhero feel to it. There's some monster feel to it. There's Western, which makes it a little bit different than what, you know, is mainstream, I guess, or what people are used to seeing. And I mean, I did
you mentioned all these picks. Is the religion in it? Is the character expressed?
There is usually with my stuff. There's always I don't use comics to be preachy or anything like that, but I usually have like a character in there that has a Christian moral center to it that usually
most
plays.
comics used to be.
Yeah, that plays a role in the, you know, the moral of the story. And in this case, the interesting thing about this is he thinks or believes, and whether it's true or not, well, you have to find out, that he had this vision where he believes that God told him to go do this, right? And so he's doing this. And you're sort of wondering, is this just all just sort of a charade that he's putting on? Does he really believe this? You know, is he really got some divine power behind him, or is it all just magic tricks and sleight of hand? And you have his supporting character, who's Esther, who's like his Alfred, right? She was, I don't want to give it too much away, but she worked at the Salvation Army in its inception, which is about 1883. It came over to the United States from Great Britain about that time. And so it was basically a new thing, but he recruited her, and she like is his Alfred, and she really is a Christian, right? And so you're kind of playing off the two, and she's not sure that he is who he says he is, you know, and there's this sort of ambiguity between the two of them, what they understand about each other and what she understands about him. And it's a very complex relationship that plays an important part in the story as kind of the, you know, undercurrent, if you will, the secondary narrative that's going on as they're chasing these werewolves and stuff. And so I think that it's important always to have a moral to the story, right? There needs to be a purpose or something we can walk away from and say, you know, did I get something out of this other than just a bunch of guys getting punched in the face? And in mainstream comics, we see it's all political stuff they want you to take away from it, right? Save the planet, you know, whatever that they happen to be pushing in any given week. And I like to go back to traditional moral values and kind of in what really sort of can define people and define their behavior and some of the doubts that we may have and questions.
The good thing about that is everybody, whatever your political or religious persuasion, if you give a decent moral value, everybody can, you know, put their causes, their thoughts into that story. It doesn't have to be. I mean,
right.
So it's the way comics used to be, for everybody, meaning they were basic things that everybody could agree upon.
Right. And that's what you're talking. You're talking about fundamental moral values that have been in Judeo-Christian Western civilization for the last 2,000 years that have just been sort of in the last, you know, 30 years been sort of cast aside. But I think those things resonate with people, whether they're religious or not. We're talking about what I think are universal inherent moral values. And those are kind of the things I like to base my story around. So you've got this sensationalism going on, but it's grounded in maybe a higher purpose in terms of you know, the morality that the character's either going to learn from or not learn from, but it's going to be presented. But it's not the driving force behind the story. You know, it's just
you have to have that character is good so that people will care that something bad happens to them, so that you'll be afraid for them. You know, that's part of the suspense of a story is you have to first look at the character, go, hey, this is a person like me, a good person or something, and a decent person, and you know, when this scary thing or bad things happen, it gets your attention. But if the person's awful, it's like it's not that much drama in it, you know.
I've got a panel in. Go ahead.
Or I was just gonna say that reminds me of like what types of motivations for characters, and there's motivations that are quid pro quo, and that's like all modern stories are like you scratch my back, I scratch yours. We're gonna get the gold. We're gonna blah blah blah. But there's motivations that are like primal from within, and they're like to help the weak, to pay respects, like for honor. Like all these those kind of motivations remind me what you're talking about, Aaron. And there's the inverse of those for bad guys too, which is like jealousy and pettiness and stuff like that, where nobody's working for quid pro quo. They're working for something inside their soul that they have to do, kind of. And that's like all the old superheroes were like that. Yeah.
Right. And the main, I really think that the main point of this story is, you know, we all ask the question, what am I supposed to be doing here? Right. We're here on, you know, regardless of what you believe, it's like, you know, some of us would say, what's God's will for my life? Some others would just say, what's my purpose for being here and living, you know? And that's a question I think most people ask themselves at one point in their life. Am I doing the right thing? Am I using my abilities or whatever in the right way? And that's one of the big questions at least at Esther, that we see through Esther's character, trying to figure out, is she doing the right thing? Is she doing what she should be doing right now? Is she being fooled by this guy, or is she really doing something that presents a higher purpose? And then you've got all the, you know, the mystery and the hunting of the werewolves and the fighting and all that kind of stuff that makes it an exciting and fun comic. But you've also got this sort of underlying, you know, moral value that's in there that, you know, kind of asks those questions.
Yep.
I've got a panel in Nosferatu where he's kneeling and praying in his inside of his crypt lair, and he's got an altar and everything set up, and that's a huge part of the character. And one of the things, there's a couple of things that came out of, you know, the long nights of, you know, that I think everybody goes through, that we're dealing with. You know, I'm in a situation, in a career I find untenable. I want to do something great and asking for some kind of guidance with it. But then there's another factor of it where I realized, and this goes to the other entertainment aspect of it, to where I'm watching Hammer horror films and I am seeing the nobility of Peter Cushing's Van Helsing. And I realized we completely removed in the last, you know, couple of decades, the role of the cross and the powers of good balancing out the powers of evil. There's these superpowers on one side, but they aren't balanced. And then the last thing was, I realized the only place it's safe to use excessive Christian symbolism in your heroes and narratives is in Japanese manga. And I went, this is ridiculous. Like, why are we so terrified of these symbols? Like, the manga is steeped in Judeo-Christian symbolism and crosses and it's such a rich ground for telling stories and raising, you know, the conversation of the drama and what things are with. So there's so many levels at which it's just one of those, it's become punk rock to do, like, it's absurd, but it's and as I was doing the book, I went, this is the great thing about Comicsgate. Whenever you find yourself in a situation where you hear that little voice that doesn't come from your work and anything that's good going, should I do this? You go, I'm doing it. That's what it is. He's going to kneel and pray after you've just watched him cut through these vampires like a hot knife through butter, because that's a side of this character I want to show. And it shows the character of Laurel. Actually, Gabe, I've got that image of the dog there if you want to pop that up.
Let's see.
And then we can go back to Aaron's amazing stuff. But it's it's like, this feels sacrilegious to me, it's speaking of. But but it's one of those things to where, you know, you've got, you know, all of these elements, whether it's Hound of the Baskervilles and all of these various kind of, you know, symbols that you've got going on with these characters. But where it ultimately goes when I'm, you know, when I'm doing this work and I'm trying to figure out where it's going to go, and I've got the gouache and I've got the board in front of me, I said that when I see the nobility of Peter Cushing as Van Helsing in those movies, he's strong, he's forthright, he's not a rube, and he's not some naive character like they love to portray characters with any kind of religious conviction. And I said, this is fertile storytelling ground that people are afraid to go to, and I don't think CG is about being afraid in what you address, and that's the thing I love about it.
Well, you know, it's interesting because when I did the Garbage Man series for DC, and now of course it's out trade paperback as not only as part of my campaign, but also you can get it on Amazon. Dark Horse published it, and but there's a Christian character in there. Is this pastor that's kind of been to jail and had some problems, and now he's kind of leading this sort of the homeless population in the city in this underground area and all this kind of stuff, and he's just a very secondary character in this thing, but he offers moral advice to Garbage Man as needed, and it all comes full circle at the end, and kind of has kind of a little, I think, a poignant moment at the end of the story. And it's in no way, you know, preachy, or I mean, I don't put characters like that in my stories to preach a message to somebody. I put them in the story as like a moral balance, and then I let them be who they would be as characters. You know what I mean? So they're just being who that character is. They're not put there for the purpose of propaganda or pushing an idea, or but they're there because they offer a moral balance to what's going on around them. And then I just write them and make them true to who they would be if that's what the character is, right? And so, you know, and I had somebody send me an email and said, you know, thanks for putting in a Christian character that actually was a decent human being. Because whenever you see like a Catholic priest or any, you know, religious character in a film or something like that, they're usually secretly the devil, or they're these horrible people and all this kind of stuff, which of course has not been my experience. And in reality, it really isn't. I mean, there's always good and bad and everything. But so I just represented this guy as a guy who made mistakes and then got his life back together and now was doing something good, and, you know, presented him in a positive light, which, you know, and
the
it was
evil
funny.
religious person is the low-hanging fruit of the day right now.
Yeah,
Don't
totally.
you find? It's so
really
easy to
boring.
do.
I remember
What if
when
everything that's good
DC
is
Comics foolishly, a few years back, DC Comics foolishly wanted to publish this piece of trash comic book called Second Coming.
Oh yeah.
And the premise of it was conservative Christians have everything wrong about God and love and his message. And it's because when Jesus came 2,000 years ago, he messed up and delivered the wrong message. So now
God, you know, God makes mistakes all the time.
Yeah, right. So wacky. Jesus is going to be wacky and move into like a New York apartment with some, I don't know, some Superman analog or something. And that guy's going to teach him the liberal, postmodern, who's to say what's right bullshit. And that's
Jesus going to
and
be?
I remember when I saw the ads for that, I got on the phone and called that idiot, Larry Gannam. He's the talent relations vice president at Warner Brothers. I called him and I said, what in the blue fuck are you doing publishing something like this? I'm not kidding. That's what I said to him. And he said to me something I'll never forget. He said to me, well, have you read it? And I'm just like, what kind of answer is that? You know, it's like, hey, Aaron, hey, Larry, I have a comic where I do your mom on every page. Why are you mad? You haven't read it yet. You know, it's like, what are you talking about? Like, things are sacred. Why don't you people know where the line is?
Well,
and if I'm a Christian, I wouldn't make fun of Buddha. I wouldn't make fun of Allah. I wouldn't make fun of Shinto, whatever. Like any religion, I wouldn't do it because it's sacred to people. Like, what is your problem?
The way you put them is point out that it's played. It's so played, though.
Good. Do you think they make Jesus into an atheist, maybe, or?
I don't know what they did.
Can you imagine?
The Catholic League wrote them like hundreds of thousands of signatures petition, like condemning them. So they pulled the book back. And then I think Vault Comics published it or whatever. And it was a great success, right? Everyone loved it. It was awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It was.
Hey guys, here's a question.
Here's how we go a step further to show the bigotry, right? And it's not just bigotry against Christians, right? My father's Muslim, as I told you, he's from Libya. And I said, would you publish a book about Muhammad? And Larry Gannum said to me on the phone, and I'm against what he said here. He said, no, we'd get death threats. So now he's calling people like my dad savages and murderers. So it's a tight ship they're running over there. So I don't know. It's astonishing the hatred they have for anyone that wants to be adult and conservative. It's astonishing. You know,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
got
want
a
to
question for you guys. In the creation of your comics, what does are you creating it for yourself or the fans, or what is the combination of those things?
I don't think you can. I mean, people always say do what you love and it'll turn out great, and I don't agree with that at all. I think you do what you do what you love with an understanding of what the market is looking for and what you think will sell. I mean, again, Wraith of God, I was concerned about being a Western, but I also dressed it up to meet, at least I hoped, to meet the needs of the general reading populace, right? It's like, what can I put in this? What can I make this to make it interesting? I never sit around and go, man, I really want to write a story about a guy who's in a boat and lost at sea for 6 months and how he introspectively, I mean, no, I'm going to say, okay, I want to do something exciting and fun that I like to read as a kid or even as an adult, but not let my own ideas get so far in front of me that I can't see the trees through the forest, right? You can never forget or ignore there's certain formulas and certain things that people expect from an action movie or from an action comic or a superhero comic. You have to deliver that stuff by, cool, whether it's cool designs, cool villains, big situations, or in a monster book, scary situations, or different things. But you take your concepts that you love, but then you have to develop them in a way to the best of your ability that you think will appeal to a mass audience. And so there's always, I think, at least for me, yes, I want to do this, but now how do I do it to appeal to thousands of people instead of just appealing to me? So
I'm shallow. I only like Aaron for his breathtaking ink work.
Yeah, I do have to say, coloring up those pages, it is the work of your career, Aaron.
Seriously.
I can see that you have the time to put in the care and the experimentation and the creativity. Remember, we were talking about how you felt in the past you needed to be so precise, and then going out of some of the lines with your rendering, it was giving you anxiety, but you love the freedom of being a little more sloppy, but in a good way, in a totally artistically sound way. So
yeah, it's like, do you want to fill in that shadow area with solid blacks and really controlled feathering line going towards the light, or do you want to go in there and rough it up? You're still doing the exact same thing, right? The figure work is still the same. The composition, the storytelling is still the same, but then you're going in there and finishing it in a totally different way that's much looser, much rougher, that works with the type of story I'm doing. But it's still killing me, dude. I'm not kidding you. I'll sit there and I'm cross-hatching, I'm being kind of loose and stuff, and I'm just like, I got to tighten this up, but no, I can't tighten it up, So I'm fighting with it the whole way through, which is going to be nice when I do my next project, where I've got 3 different stories, complete stories, that are going to be in this one volume. One of them will be Wraith of God, and I'll approach it the same way artistically that I'm doing this. But the other ones, I can go back and kind of be slicker and more superhero-ish like I was before, which is more in my comfort zone. So I'll be able to appease both sides of me there, I hope.
Hey, yeah, speaking of what Angela just made this comment about this Matt's drawing, I was going to ask you, Babe. I mean, Gabe. Babe.
All right.
Babe.
How does it feel? Hey, Babe.
Hey, babe. Hey, honey, baby.
I'm okay.
Hey, sweet cake.
How does it feel to have people draw your drawings? I mean, you create a character. That must be an interesting experience to create a character.
It's unreal. We had an art contest, and the real Sean Kremel, who's in the chat, he won. And then someone named Art Smut, who I can't get a hold of, came in second. And I've been messaging them on Instagram, because the prize was $100 cash now, and then you get a copy of each of the 3 covers. So Sean Crumble, he's going to get that. And the other person, I'll just keep hitting them up, but they haven't responded. But it was amazing. So many people entered the contest. My daughter, my daughter, Minnie, she's 25. She's a stand-up comedian. And she just texted me like 10 minutes ago. She's been a stand-up since she was 16. And she's a real one. She's performed on stage in Hollywood at the Comedy Store for years. You know, Pauly Shore, we were friends with her family. Sandy Shore was her teacher for years. And she just texted me that she's hosting tonight. And for those of you that don't know, at a comedy club, there's the main comedian that introduces all the other comedians as they come up, and then they do a bunch of their own work too. So she started hosting about a week ago. So she's making a ton of progress. I'm so proud of her. But she hosts a show with me here on YouTube called Father-Daughter Dance. And we just goof off and we laugh and talk about silly things. She talks about what it was like living in Hollywood, what a crap show that was. And she was the judge for the art contest. So that was really fun. Since she's not into drawing and doesn't really know anything about comics, I had her judge it because John Malin told me that if I judge it, I might hurt the fans' feelings. I didn't think about that. So I'm gonna have another.
Well, I entered that John Malin's contest, and it's like I can see why he didn't want to judge it.
Right. And I didn't realize that, but Malin warned me, don't judge it.
Well, it's smart. You need to do that. You really need to do that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do another art contest. I think I might up the prize. I think I'll have 3 winners. At first, I had 1 winner. I don't know. I've never done it before. So it's all A/B testing, all learning. So I'm really glad the fans are so patient and all that. And
can we see them?
It's amazing working on the stuff, having fun with fans, doing streams, bringing my daughter on a comedy stream once a week. She's super talented, dude.
Can we see the winners?
Work. Huh?
Can we see the winners?
Oh, the win. Yeah. I'll let me dig those up.
And I'll stall while you're digging those up. I have to say this. My goals for tonight is I want to make sure I can get Narwhal to realize he's going to do a Nosferatu themed book every year, so that I can back that. But I will tell you this, Dan, I am so looking forward to just seeing all the amazing stuff you're doing on Two-Fisted Manly Tales. And I saw those pages and the way you leave like your lines open and the way you use color. I cannot wait to see your CG project when it happens. I'm ready to back. I don't even know what it is. I'm like, is this a private fight, or can anybody get into it? I'm ready for it, man.
All right, thanks.
Let's see. Okay, let me move this stuff out of the way. Okay. I think we're ready. Let me get this here. Sorry, just have to share the screen. Okay. Here we are. Okay, so these are just different people, and they would tag me and Dave, and they would draw. I told them to draw your favorite of the 3 characters. Some of them followed directions. Some of them drew all 3 characters. It doesn't matter, I guess. But I asked them to just draw one. But it was really fun. This guy, A.R. Cozart, he did a bunch of drawings. But I guess this was his entry here. And I think Justice is the one everyone loves.
Yeah.
But, and these are just little screenshots from his Instagram. He did all kinds of drawings, but this was his entry. And then, he did Truth here, fighting some sort of horrible serpent. He did tons of art of our book.
Wow.
He even did a recreation of page 1, that page I showed you. Look at the color there. The color there is fantastic. But I love this one.
Dude, that's
wow.
Look at the face on that. So great,
Gosh, that's
outstanding. I'm definitely going to do another art contest in the second 30 days. And I think I'll get a panel of judges. See, I'm just learning. It's A/B testing. I realized after the thing, I was like, I really put my daughter on the spot. She had to break people's hearts and pick winners and stuff. So I said, if I have a panel of 2 or 3, I'll welcome any of you guys if I can rope you into doing that. If you want. Here was just a layout sketch of a guy, and then he sent me this later. And I don't know, it's just so inspiring to realize that you created characters.
That's cool.
That you created characters, and people are so. And this one, look behind his fist at the gray panel of the building. Do you see the logo on the wall?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
It's DC Comics.
Oh yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah.
I did not catch that for a while. When I saw that made me laugh so hard.
So funny.
My daughter picked this one as the winner, and I'll show you the second runner-up. And let's see. Yeah, I thought this one has a great anime look to it, and I was really happy, really proud of all these people to put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
Really fun, all kinds of crazy styles. This reminds me of RoboCop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally reminds me of the Peter Weller RoboCop stuff from the 80s there. And just a lot of fun illustrations people did. I thought this one was really good too.
That's great.
Yeah, it seems like they're on a boat or something, right? Water's coming in the window. I think they're on a boat. Don't know.
Dude, does everybody here remember when comics were fun?
Yes.
Yeah, I was a kid.
Fan. Yeah, being a fan was fun. And I
Look
mean,
at this one. Look at this one.
Back when you had the Comic Code Authority,
Cool.
honestly. That's what I feel like. Back when they had that kind of roping them in to be more creative in their storytelling, I think that was the good stuff.
Well, that's true because you had restrictions on what you could do. So you had to, it's kind of like doing a horror film in the 40s, right? You could only show so much. So what could you do to get your point across when you couldn't actually show someone getting their chest ripped open or whatever. And it was the same way back then. And the stories were just, I mean, granted, we didn't have a lot of especially in the 70s when I was growing up reading books. We didn't have a lot of competition. There wasn't video games and that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And sci-fi movies didn't have great special effects until Star Wars came along. And but even after that, it took a while before all the other films caught up. And so, comic books were the thing, and that's where we got all of our sort of escapists from. And it was just, I still look back on that fondly, and I think a lot of us do. You look back when you're a kid reading comic books, and it was exciting to get that book and to read it, right? And we all sort of want to recapture that energy and excitement we had in our younger days.
It's like
reading
we're Pavlovianly trained to go to the comic book store.
Yeah,
which I think.
Every Wednesday the bell rang and you're like, I gotta do
really. And I think that's why I know I've been really quiet because I've been nice and patient, and hello everybody. So here's my real quick rant about the comic industry, and you could tell me how wrong I am, but so for the last 70, 60 years, they've been training us to love these characters, to go to the comic book store religiously. I mean, not that it's religion, but to go there schedulely and to buy the comics. So we're constantly going to buy these comic books. There's the illusion of change. Nothing really changes. We're enjoying these things. It's escapism, right? And so then suddenly they're not giving us what we wanted. They're giving us like weird shit. You know what I mean? Like they're not giving the dog treats. They're giving the dog fucking like broccoli, right? And so all the dogs are like, "What the fuck is going on?" Like,
I feel like it's a rolled up newspaper.
Yeah, yeah, dude. It's like newspaper and broccoli. So we're just like, we're not going, but we want that bell. We like want to read comic books, and I think Comicsgate is like doing that. You know what I mean? It's like it's feeding these people, the fans, and me. Like that, like need to buy new comic books that aren't fucking weird and kooky, you know, that are like
they got everybody addicted to the characters right now. They're doing stuff with the characters that's not what I got addicted to the characters for. You're still sort of addicted, right? It's kind of like, oh, I got to read Spider-Man or I got to read Batman or whatever it is, even though you're opening it up and just going, what?
Yeah. And you know, your whole life, you know, you had the comics code, but like you could almost like live your life like, okay, what would Captain America do? Like, what would Peter Parker do? Like,
right.
They're solid fucking characters. Like you can like rely on like their judgment. And then in the last 10 years, I don't know what's going on.
I think that used to be so really protected by the editorial staff. They guarded the marketability of these characters and the legacy of the characters. And it feels like today that no one's at the wheel.
Well, you know, it seems like you had like a generation like Stan Lee and Kirby. You had like the generation of creators, so they respected their creations. Then you had the next generation of people to kind of steward these characters, and they loved these characters. And now you have this new generation that's kind of using Marvel and DC as stepping stones to Hollywood or wherever the fuck they're going. Like it's not. They weren't fans, and they're just like moving through the corporate like world, and they're trashing these things that we love.
And it comes down to worldview. You know, I worked in-house for 3 years, and then I worked there as a freelancer for years, just until this last October. And you're exactly right. Yeah, the older guard, Stan Lee, and then the editors up through about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's a cultural thing. Forget comics. It's a cultural thing in the West where we had reverence, we had appreciation, we had honor and respect for our elders, and we understood what our elders and our parents, grandparents, and back thousands of years, what they did for us, how they loved us, and they didn't even know us, and they died for us, and they didn't even know us 1,000 years ago. And we understood that we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I don't own Batman. I'm just using him right now. It's my turn to make him awesome, and then I'll hand it to the next generation. And the young generation, they don't know any gratitude. They don't know any reverence. There is one God, and their God lives in the mirror. It's them. They're the only thing that matters. They are all that's right. Pleasure at all costs. No discomfort ever. That's where cancel culture, that's where all the gender, race swapping, all the garbage comes from, because it's me, me, me. That's all it's about.
Do you guys remember that interview with
this morning,
You remember that interview with Frank Miller, and I forget what the name of the writer. He was talking on stage in a panel.
Yeah.
And he said, "This is what I'm projecting myself." And Frank Miller's like, "No, you should do what Batman would do, not what you want to do."
Absolutely.
Right.
What did he say to him? He said I saw this clip. I think I remember this where he said, Frank Miller said, "If Batman can be anybody, then why does he have to be you?" It was something really brutal.
Well, and again, that's the religion of woke. There's no discomfort allowed. I may not hear anything I don't like. I don't have to exercise or eat right, be respectful, be honest, work hard, because all that's discomfort. So all the standards gets lowered. Beauty and truth and everything that art is about, it gets lowered because it's hard to learn to draw, guys. It's hard to learn to write. It's hard to learn to be badasses like the six of us here are at art. You know what I mean? It is. It's fucking hard, right?
It's time.
All of us. How many
I'm at the
years of
table.
art training is on this screen right now? Literally over a century. Definitely with Aaron, maybe 2. But it takes a lot of hard work, and these people they don't have it in them, dude. They don't have it in them. So when the standard is 50 push-ups, they say that's racist. It's only good if you do 3 push-ups like me. And then they just crown themselves fucking winner. Sorry, freaking winner. And then the books suffer. So listen,
I love that
instead of being
Banks
angry,
quote.
let's say, what do the people need? What does the audience need? They need to be entertained. They don't need to be preached at from the right or the left. They need to be inspired. That's the opposite of preaching. So when I see Han Solo, the greedy smuggler cowboy, have a change of heart and say, you know what? I left those rebels behind, man. That was messed up. They helped me out, and his conscience gets him, and you see he had a real character arc, and he was bigger than himself, and he was bigger than his impulses and emotions, and he comes back and helps Luke blow up the Death Star. And then you see that as 6-year-old me, and then you want to be him. You're like, hey, I get scared too, but I saw Han Solo was brave, so maybe I can be brave. And that's why this stuff it's so important. It's so important to make wonderful, uplifting stories. And the way we keep it from preaching is the beauty of the art and the writing. That's like sugar helping the medicine go down. You know what I mean? The medicine is a great story to inspire you to live a better life. But the art, the gorgeous drawings, the fun story, the neat characters, and the twists, that's the sugar that helps this message go down. So I'm proud to make this stuff. And I'm really happy to be working with you, Aaron, and working with Chuck Dixon and Graham, and then my own book with Dave, and did stuff for Narwhal. The only person I'm not working with on here, I guess, so far, Shanth, is I didn't work on your book. But and I guess
we have a show, man.
We do have our own show. That's true. But yeah, we're bringing it back. And let me say one more thing. We didn't lose our culture through force. An army didn't invade the West. We didn't lose it through voting even. We lost it through pop culture. That's how we ended up in this mess, guys. They invaded our education. Shanth knows. He taught there for almost 2 decades. And we all know what they did to TV, movies, and now comics and video games and all of it. And when you tell people the stories in our culture, it tells kids who we are and what we can be. And when you tell kids that beauty doesn't matter and honesty doesn't matter, and that Deadpool, a piece of shit degenerate, is fighting another degenerate, well, who am I supposed to root for here?
Yeah.
A bad guy and a worse guy? No, you know what I mean? Like, that moral relativism is terrible. Deadpool's not a good guy. He's just slightly less bad than the other guy. Like, kids don't need that. It's garbage, and it doesn't help them at all. And frankly, it doesn't help adults either. It doesn't help any of us. So that's definitely the gap that I think we're all filling in here, is that it matters. It matters to tell people they can be more than they ever believed they could be. There's so many people out there broken, man. You know, they're just going from one dopamine hit to the next because they're miserable, because their life doesn't have direction. And I think if we tell people, hey, it's black, it's dark, you're upset, you're depressed, you can come back from this. That's what I want my stories to do for people.
Yeah.
Truth, justice, American way, folks.
There it is, right there, folks. Back it tonight.
Hey, there we go. Let's segue. I haven't checked it in a while. So we were still in the 45,000. Let's see. Did we jump? Let me refresh. Dang it. I can't see the thing. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Hey, we're almost to 40. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome.
Wait a minute.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get a snack.
Did that go from 40? Did that go from $1,000? Did that jump $1,000?
Yeah, I haven't checked it in a while. So thank you guys so much. I think it was more than 1,000, slightly more. Thank you. Let's see. Randy Howe for $5. Very generous. Thank you, Randy Howe. In any industry that values profit, the cream will rise. The rest will go home to their parents. And let me tell you, fam, something as a little inside baseball. I worked at Wildstorm for the last 3 years in the studio here in San Diego. Then everything moved to Hollywood in 2011, 2010. Most of the people at DC Comics and a bunch of them at Marvel DC, they trade back and forth. The editors, they go all over. They're not bad people. They're not SJWs. They're not purple-haired, screeching weirdos, and they don't hate you fans. There's just a tiny sliver of these people at all these Hollywood companies, and they terrify and bully everyone. So all these good people I know at DC Comics, they're just like this. They got their head down, and they're just like, oh, my God. Will they please stop being crazy? And no one says anything. And no one says it. And it's like, you know, it's 1 out of 100 or 2 out of 100 of insane SJWs. And they ruin it for everyone. So when I hear that they lost their beautiful offices, it makes me sad because I know these people. Their parents, they have mortgages. They uprooted their lives from New Jersey and New York to come out here. And now it's failing. That's a disgrace, man. So I think it's up to us. I sacrificed my job there, right? I made 6 figures before COVID every year coloring comic books. It was easy to make that much money. I had to color about 30, 35 comics a year. That's not hard for me. And I gave that up, guys, Superman and all that, because I did not want to participate in destroying American myths and legends. I did not want to tell white people they were all racist. I did not want to tell patriotic people they were bigots. I didn't want to tell black people and gay people they were lesser and they were weak and they were here to be dominated and exploited by the white man and that they can never win. I'm not going to tell stories like that. That's not what my art is for. That's not why God gave any of us the talent to do this. He gave us this talent so we could help lift people up. The amount of good I've been able to do in the short amount of time I've been with CG is humbling. You know what I mean? That I've been used to do good for people and help people out. It's truly humbling. The lives I've seen, the people I talked to in the chat, unbelievable to me. So I thank you all. And I really, really ask you, join me in this fight. It's a good fight. It's a righteous fight, guys. Please check the link, purchase this book. Dave and I, we're giving you everything we got. And Gary, too, our ink, right? Dave and I created it. But we're giving you everything we got. This is our love letter to comics, but also to our Western culture. The Western canon has done more good for more people in the history of the world than any other system. And it's worth fighting for, guys. So I really, really hope you're inspired and that you'll have a ton of fun reading this, because this book is not preaching to you from the right wing at all. This book is all about fun, action, and adventure. I'll go over the synopsis again for those of you coming in late. Please. But I mean this. I put my money where my mouth is. I walked away from an easy job. I'm a minority. Do you know how easy it is to work in Hollywood when you're half? Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm half Mexican. I'm half Arab. Couldn't be more perfect for these people, right? So I could have just stayed there and wrote my own ticket, said a bunch of SJW nonsense, and risen right to the top. If at any time, I could have just done it like that. And I was well aware of it. I asked for a writing job, and just like that, they gave it to me last year. You know, they had a project for minorities to write stuff. So I said, how many Mexican Arabs do you have writing? But then I wrote a conservative message. The story was about getting bullied during the Iraq War and for being Arab and telling my grandfather I didn't know where I belonged. You know, I wasn't white. I wasn't really Mexican. I wasn't really Arab. What am I? And he told me none of that matters. What matters is what you do. Our traditions, our culture, our religion. That's who you are if you choose to do those things and do the hard work. Somehow DC Comics published that. I don't know. It was anathema to everything they're all about. But I couldn't have been more proud to slip that one past the goalie. So I tricked them. They're like, we're looking for minorities to write. And I said, I'm going to write something positive about America and Western culture. Let's see if we can get this past them. So I did. It was awesome. So sorry, rant over. Sorry. The passion will
rant.
I got some super chats here. Timothy Fitzgerald, hell, what you think of Masvidal suckering Colby game? Let me just break into UFC real quick here. I love Fight Game, as does Shanth. Shanth knows everything about boxing. I am a huge UFC fan. Over the pandemic, I became a huge, all the big UFC pay-per-views were at my house. Got the nephews there, grandpa there, uncle there, all kinds of people. And I took my son's 23. We went to UFC 272 in Vegas 2 weeks ago. And Colby Covington, huge Trump supporter, beat the crap out of George Masvidal. But then Masvidal sucker punched him at a steakhouse in Miami 2 nights ago. A bunch of BS. It's in the pro wrestling, Masvidal. What are you doing? That really happened. It was in the news. So the guy beat him up in the octagon, and then 2 weeks later, the guy sucker punches him outside of a steakhouse. So I thought it was BS to answer your question. Let's see. The real Sean Crumble, the winner of my art contest. Scream 3 from 2001 has a scene where a character says, pop culture is the politics of the new millennium. It weirds me out how true that became. Yeah, there's that old saying they always say, politics is downstream from culture, guys. So when kids get a hold of Truth, Justice, American Way, they're going to understand what being a hero is, what self-sacrificing, what dying for a friend can mean, what standing up for your culture is. And they'll grow up, if they have exposure to enough of this stuff that's heroic, and Nosferatu and Wraith of God and all the great books we're doing that have good moral centers, they'll grow into those kind of people. It'll be a small part of it. Most of it will be their parents and their church or whatever. But I don't want to contribute in the other direction for sure. I'm a father. I have adult children. And this is too important because I'm going to have grandkids one day and they're going to enjoy America. We all come from a long line, right? All of us are here. I don't know how old the earth is, hundreds of thousands of years, billions, whatever. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is my name is El Taib. That's my father's name. I will not be the one to break the chain. All these people have got me here for maybe millions of years. I don't know. I'm not going to be the one to fumble the football now, right?
Yeah.
Clean water, refrigeration, medicine, space travel, internet. They gave that to me. I didn't build any of that shit. How dare I ruin it now? How dare I build it? SJWs in Hollywood who don't appreciate a damn thing we have, and they're going to destroy it. These people gave it all to us. So the only thing I can do now is build the future for someone else. And that's what I'm doing with these books. Kids will read this and go, bad guys are bad, good guys are good. And there's a difference, and we fight for it. So,
and it'll sell.
I'm passionate about this stuff.
And it'll sell. Like the problem, of course, when you abandon all these principles we're talking about, nobody wants to read them. They're miserable, and they have no direction, no fundamentals in it. Yeah. And except for the political angle, which is nobody wants politics, and right. They really don't, or even religion. To if you get heavy in it, and
nobody wants to be lectured about anything, and no one wants to be preached to about anything. So, but I think the funny thing is when you said Truth, Justice, the American Way, you said it's not a right-wing comic. But the funny thing is if you just present the truth and moral truth, suddenly you're labeled a right wing or extremist, because this other side is not living in reality, right? They're living in make believe. It's not what's real; it's how I feel or what I think. that's my personal reality, and it's just
the McFarlane interview. That's a perfect example of it. All he did was tell the truth, what sells and what doesn't sell. And he raked over the coals for it.
Yeah, we had that comment, I think, on Ethan's show Monday night or something. We brought up the McFarlane thing, and I was like, yeah, why should we not listen to this guy? The guy has the most successful toy company the world's ever seen, and all he cares about is making money. So he's not going to sit there and say, he's not making stuff up to be offensive. If girl toys don't sell, he knows they don't sell. He's tried.
I saw a documentary. I said this on Ethan's show last night. I saw a documentary on YouTube like a month or two ago, and it was talking about how He-Man was making like $100 million or hundreds of millions of dollars a year, the toys and the cartoon in like 1983 or 84. And then the people at Mattel that also make Barbie and He-Man, they were like, oh, let's double dip and make a girls line. right? Where have we heard this before? Let's expand our customer base.
Right.
So they added She-Ra, the concept of She-Ra, and then I guess they put She-Ra in the cartoon, and then He-Man kind of became a background character in the cartoon. I didn't watch the cartoon. I wasn't allowed to watch it because my mom thought Skeletor was the devil. And but
the more you learn, the more right she gets.
But the facts are, and this is factual, there's no debate of this, the He-Man toy sales went from the biggest thing in the universe into the toilet, and the main designer of all the He-Man like concept art, he quit working there, and he was really angry about it, and they were saying that little boys didn't want to be associated with She-Ra, that they were embarrassed to play with He-Man because now he's on this show with this girl on a flying pony, and there's Captain whatever, and he had a big heart on his chest. Remember, it was like She-Ra's brother or some shit. I don't know. I never saw the show. Mom wouldn't let me watch it.
McFarlane made a great point about you wouldn't take Commissioner Gordon and try to sell him in the Barbie aisle. He's not going to sell in the Barbie aisle. You know, it's ridiculous. That's what they're the equivalent of what they're trying to do. It's not going to work.
No.
Right. Yeah, and it's that thing you were talking about earlier, Shanta, about the tabula rasa, right? The blank slate. Children are just whatever. You can just assign them whatever, and it's like, no, absolutely not. That's one thing. Like in the UFC, they won't let the men fight the women, no matter what, right? Because if someone my size hits a woman in the head, that's pretty much the end of it. You know what I mean?
You're gonna kill her.
Cool. Yeah, it's not cool. We're not doing stuff like that, and science doesn't care what we say. That's just how it works. That's how physics works.
Well, I got to say this too, guys. First of all, I want to say this because I saw Angela Curry post this a little while back. My kind of backer said couldn't decide, backed all 3 covers. I did the same thing on this book. But there's something even that about Comicsgate that I swore I wouldn't do on this stream, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to take one for the team. On Comicsgate, they do things where they say they're going to do something really crazy, potentially dangerous, if something gets to a certain number. So I swear right here in front of everybody, if Truth, Justice, American Way gets to 48K, all right? And this is hard for me. I want you guys to know this. This is hard for me. I'm going to eat this entire piece of pound cake. I'm going to make that happen.
Is that
I don't
lemon?
want to do it.
Is that lemon?
I want to do it. It's going to be hard for me to do this, okay, people? This is not something that everybody can do. They do alcohol, all that stuff.
Right.
This delicious piece of pound cake that really does weigh in at a pound. I will take one for the team. So there's some incentive to see something crazy. To see.
Well, wait a minute. Don't stop there. If they get to 50, hey, if we get to 50, put some ice cream on it.
There you go.
No, what are you talking? Sorry, I'm going to spoiler alert. I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm in Texas right now with my amazing mother-in-law who's a cook. If we get to 50, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to just sprinkle lightly over this.
Sean, there's going to be a lot more of Champs, guys. A lot more.
That's right. That's right. When I see how Ethan has grown through Comicsgate, I say to myself, that's not growing. He doesn't even have 3 chins yet. I'm pushing things, okay? I'm trying to gain mass, and I'm trying to push the envelope. So this pound cake, look, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to take the hit.
Hey, the chat wants to know what flavor it is. He doesn't even know.
I don't ask what flavor it is when I'm eating pound cake. It's gone too fast. It doesn't touch the tongue, Aaron. It just goes
right down
like a tequila shot.
Okay, so don't reveal your location. You're in Texas. Are you near Buc-ee's? Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
I am.
For those of you out there watching that are Texas people, my Tejanos out there, why did no one tell me Buc-ee's existed until this fall? I went 43 years and I didn't know there was such a thing as Buc-ee's. Aaron, do you know what this is?
No, please tell me if it's food. I really want to hear it.
Oh my gosh. Buc-ee's is a truck stop gas station thing, right? But it's huge. It's like the size of a Target or a Walmart or whatever. And they have like all kinds of stuff like sweaters and shirts and like candles and all this. But they have every type of junk food you can imagine, right? All the chips and candies and sodas. But they also have brisket that they smoke in-house and chop up and make barbecue brisket sandwiches. In the morning, they have breakfast burritos, breakfast tacos, breakfast sandwiches. In Texas, they have breakfast tacos. I've never even heard of that before. Their food is outrageously good. They have a whole place where they make fudge, homemade. They make candied walnuts, candied almonds, and it's hot in a little paper like bag, and you're eating it. I drove to the South this fall for my 25th wedding anniversary, all the way to Disney World, actually, because I was afraid of my flight getting canceled. Because remember, all the pilots were like on strike or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
So it was November 13th is our anniversary, 25 years, by the way. And so we drove.
Congratulations.
Thank you. From San Diego. And I live right by the ocean. I drove from the Pacific to the Atlantic, and I love the South. I've never been there before in my life. I've always wanted to go to New Orleans, and it was just beautiful and amazing. We were in the French Quarter at Cafe Du Monde, getting big names and all that, and had real gumbo and everything. And we stayed in Texas, and we went through Alabama, and we went through Mississippi, and then Florida was pretty amazing too. It wasn't humid because it was November. There was no bad weather, but I'm a total convert. I believe the nonsense. I think on a subconscious level that you hear about the South, bunch of dumb rednecks, and it's ugly weather. And I have a visitor.
Hey,
you don't have to come on camera. Let's see. Thank you. Look at this woman, huh? Showing up.
Oh, Chick-fil-A, baby.
Now this is only 18 and up segment of the show. So what I'm gonna do to this bag, I have to turn the camera off to do it, guys. So but I absolutely I don't want to eat a sandwich on camera. But
somebody call SVU on him.
I went to a show. I went to a show in Texas. There was like a one-day show, and it was which I thought was really interesting. They bring me in from Oregon to a one-day show in Texas, but it was worth it. It was like it was a comic book show. You know what I mean? It wasn't a multimedia show. It was just a comic book show, and it was just outside of Dallas. And they took us to this barbecue place that was like, it had like a, one of those aluminum tin roof type things. It was huge, right? Like a big warehouse, but it was like a rustic old, warehouse. And so we went in the back, and they had these two lines forming, and they had these enormous grills that were, I don't know, 8 feet by, they're probably at least 4 feet deep. And they just had everything on there that you could, from different kinds of sausages to chicken to different kinds of beef and barbecue and all that. And you'd go through the line, right? And you'd get what you wanted. And then once you got through the meat line, you'd get to what was kind of like, it's set up like a buffet, right? And you would take your salads and your sides and all that kind of stuff. And it was like, you put your plate on the scale, and they charged you by the pound by how much meat you took off the grill, right? It was heavenly. It was like, I'm moving here just so I can eat here once a week.
So you can find out exactly what you're going to gain, how much weight you're going to gain.
That's
when you eat that sandwich.
Exactly. It's like,
I'm going to
I just
gain
bought 10 pounds of meat. So yeah. So no, but it was, the barbecue in Texas is worth living there just for that food, man.
I'm gonna tell you this: you come here for the freedom, but you stay for the cholesterol. Like you can't actually get out of the state; it's too taxing on your system. But the thing about it is I'm telling you this, guys. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get to 48. I don't know. I have faith in you guys, but could it happen? If we get to 48. I eat this piece of pound cake. If we get to 50, I eat this piece of pound cake with bacon on it. Another piece of pound cake with bacon. That's going to happen. Bacon right over there.
Do you remember?
Be careful what you're promising here, man.
Do you remember when KFC came out with that double down?
The
chicken,
double down.
Double down, yeah. And it was like the buns were 2 deep fried pieces of chicken, and what was in between them, like bacon or something,
like cheese and bacon and like mayo or something.
Yeah, it's just something really. So you could do that with pound cake. Take the pound cake, bacon in the middle, another piece of pound cake on top of that. And I'll tell you right now, you were like hoping for 45,000, and we've dusted that already. So
right,
I think you might be in trouble tonight.
Well,
the double down actually came with a defibrillator. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah. My son, who's 28 now, he's an engineer, quite successful. We're very proud of him that he did not follow in my footsteps. And but when he was a kid, we were always like, whenever Taco Bell came out with something really disgusting, you're like, okay, we got to go try that. Or, Burger King came out with that. Was it like a hamburger with Cheetos in it? Or, I mean, it was just something insane, right? And you're like, okay, we got to go try that. So he had to have that double down thing at KFC, and he almost puked in the back of the car eating that. So
we'll see. We got a great one right there. This is from Love God Bible Truth saying, if we could please read Old Dirty Fatty said, Narwhal, are you available to talk about how you use gray tone in Clip Studio?
that's like French to me. I don't even understand what that means.
Narwhal, you're muted.
You're muted, Narwhal.
Hey, what's up,
There we go.
everyone?
Welcome back.
So you guys didn't hear like my whole life story? I've been talking.
And that's how we cure cancer.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's the answer to all these problems.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, tell the guy to DM me and Twitter maybe, but if you mean screen tones, there's a quick and easy way to do it in Clip Studio. And gray tones is just like in general. That's like same in Photoshop and stuff. But yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
You're not gonna
Well, I don't know. I forget how you do it in Clip Studio, but it's just like a button you push almost, and it's like really convenient and cool for screen tones. And yeah, and on Twitter I'm Narwhal Books, so follow me and DM me there.
That's true right there. I do draw 11 by 17 like a real man. I guess if I was a real man, I would draw twice up like they used to do back in the really old days. That would be a manly step to take, to go twice up. I've always wanted to do that.
We were talking about that with that Philip Drew, whatever his name is, drawing these monstrous pictures. I think it'd be fun to see if that works.
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough to do because you're like, talk about perspective, Narwhal. You get perspective in your drawing when it's really big. Have you ever drawn something on an angle and then you put it in and it's literally drawn the story?
Yeah,
It's the weirdest thing. So I'll take it.
I've done that. I've drawn on a flat surface, somebody's face or something, and then tilted it up like this, and it goes. It's like this long. Like what?
Or like working on a mural, you're like, oh crap, I drew a nice hand, but it's like way too small or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what's great about Photoshop. Now I have to say it's a bit of a crutch now. Like I used to have to redraw stuff, and now you just take that hand, select it, reduce it down, move it around.
I do that too. Yeah.
Pretty nice.
Oh yeah.
Gabe, can you throw up my screen really fast?
Yes. Hold on. Let me find it. Oh, it's right here.
This is Shant if we hit 50 thou.
Oh.
Is that it right there?
I don't know.
Listen,
you know
folks.
what? Sean, I'll join you. I don't know what my wife was thinking. She brought me a sandwich, and then she brought me fries, and then she brought me 30 chicken nuggets.
Wow.
And
Nice.
then,
Well, maybe
and
she
then
figures you're going to
and
be
then
on
a
air
cookie.
for a while. You're not
And then
supposed to eat it all at once. You're supposed to spread it out over the evening, Gabe. That's the idea. He
I
like
was
eats it
gonna-
all at once, and he's like, "Hey, honey, can you go make another run for later?"
Right.
I'm just gonna put this pound cake, just put like the first part of it in my mouth, and I'm just gonna run it a wall. I'm just gonna get this thing one shot straight through.
Get your funnel out.
But I'll tell you this right now, guys. I think because Gabe and I don't drink, so we got to come up with
Yeah, we
something
gotta
we
have
can do.
we gotta have a vice.
On stream.
Yeah.
And I think that our vice should probably be cholesterol. It'll be a long goodbye, a sad goodbye. It's both of us.
No.
No. Oh my gosh. No, but guys, listen, I am so thrilled to see how you guys are getting behind these books, man. I've been sitting at, for anybody, I was just thinking this today. I've been sitting at 339 backers forever. And I was like going, are we going to get to that 340? And you guys made that happen. I'm looking at, once Aaron got on the stream and brought a little class to it, for God's sake, we
Aaron,
finally started
class it up and
moving
join.
Truth Justice,
Lifted it up a little bit. That's what I try to do. That I try to help out when I can.
Let's see. What do we do? What were you looking for?
I was looking to just tip that to 340. It was driving me crazy, man. I've been watching that because we had a crazy week, and boom, ta-da. Thank you,
340.
CG.
Let's go.
You guys rock. You guys
Let's
are great.
check on these again.
Let's do it.
I'll refresh this real quick. Oh, we went up.
Boom.
Hey, sweet.
There we go. There we go, Mr.
Atta
Bird.
boy, look at it go.
Thank
Here we
you.
go. What does anyone know? I guess I haven't refreshed this, so it'll refresh. Let's see if we did anything here. Maybe not. Oh, it moved.
Yeah.
Very nice. Hey,
God.
you guys are fantastic.
Thank you,
so much.
everybody. Wow, thank you so much.
I guess I might as well check this.
Might as well. It's the reason
Might
we're
as-
here.
Hey,
there you
go. We're
This
getting
made
close.
this pound cake
5-0.
We're gonna
It's
get
getting
there.
dangerous. I can tell
So
you.
at
did.
5-0, what did you say? At 5-0, you're gonna eat 2 pieces of pound cake and some
No,
bacon?
no. When we hit 48, I eat this piece of pound cake. When we hit 50, it's pound cake with bacon on it. And I got to
Okay.
tell you this: my glasses are a little bit. I can't even always see things really that well. What, Aaron? Was that just my glasses, or was that 6 figures I saw there? Was that a breathtaking 6-figure campaign?
On mine?
Yeah.
Yes, it was 6. I'm quite
Boom.
quite fortunate. I will tell you that, and quite grateful. But yes, that is true. I'm realistically looking at possibly hitting 130 before I close the thing down here in probably less than a month, or right about a month. It's going to get shut down. So,
Yep.
Hey, Narwhal.
Preparation meets opportunity, man. It's amazing. You've got when I saw, it's kind of scary when you see people get it, like, who are doing immaculate and incredible work already, like yourself, then do a creator-owned property that you fall in love with instantly. I love that character from the second I saw it. It's everything I love about Pulp. It's everything I love about the art form. And then just to see everybody else respond to it like I did, which was so great. It made me sort of think, oh, there's some hope for this whole world of ours.
well, thank you. But isn't that the truth though? You put something out and you really have no idea, right? You're like, is everybody going to hate this? Are they going to love it? Are they going to, what's the reaction going to be? And so you're just like, I remember Shane, it was so funny because Shane Davis was, really nervous about launching Inglorious Rex because you don't know. And everybody's like, you'll be fine. Of course, I don't know if anybody thought he would do as well as he did. But you just never know. Right. I mean, you might think you have the most brilliant idea in the world. Man, I got some killer artwork and this is really going to explode. And then you just sit there and go, I have failed. So you just never know. And so I'm very, very grateful.
When Narwhal was there, and I don't think you were, Aaron, but maybe you were. You came in on the day I launched this 30 days ago. I use StreamYard. That's the software we're using to join each other here on YouTube, for those of you that don't know. And I use it to have private meetings with David Williams about Truth, Justice, American Way.
Right.
And I don't publish them to YouTube. Nobody can watch the video but us live, so I can show him my screen. Like, and he shows me artwork.
Right.
So I made a private video. And then 2 days later, I launched a book, and I hadn't deleted the private video. So when I launched this book at like 9 in the morning or whatever the hell it was 30 days ago, I sent the link to Narwhal and a bunch of people, but it was to the private chat. It wasn't the show. So all the fans and all the people that wanted to buy, they were on a different YouTube show. And I was with David Williams, Mike Barrett, and Narwhal for half an hour, and there were 0 people watching. And I was like, I wasn't upset, because I would have been upset. And this is you talking about, Shane puts out Inglorious Rex. What's it going to do? I wasn't upset that there were no people watching, because I knew it shouldn't be 0. If there were 5 people watching, I would have been upset. If 5, that would have been telling me, oh God, nobody cared. But the fact that there were 0, I knew something was wrong with the computer. You know what I mean? So after half an hour of just making small talk, I realized we were in the wrong show. And my poor son, he was in the chat on the real one, and there were like 100 or something, whatever, people waiting for me. And my son Peter's typing them. He's like, he's coming, guys, he's coming. And my son told me he felt so bad for me sitting there with 0 people watching. But I don't know, that was pretty funny. So first time, guys, learning on the job.
Yeah. Well, hey, I just did that on the Professionals just a couple of weeks ago when I hosted last time. I did the intro. I pushed you have to push the button twice, right?
Right.
You start I only pushed it once, and then I started bringing people in. I did this introduction, this whole thing. I was about ready. We're doing the game show thing, and I was about ready to ask the first question. Andy Smith goes, dude, we're not live. Because he looked at the chat and everybody's like, why are they so late? Is Dan late again? And I'm like, holy crap. So then it only took me about 15 minutes to realize it, but still, then I had to bring everybody back in. It was just, it's like, so it happens, it happens.
Still backstage.
It's the fun. I'm one of those people, man. I don't believe in failure. I really don't. I never have. I've always believed when we fail, that's a gift. It teaches us what not to do again. I'm not being a Pollyanna.
No, that's true.
I really mean that. I think it's funny. I laugh at it. I roast on it. Earlier, didn't I say this was like a fundraiser or something? Or please donate to the ASPCA or something?
Hey, I called you babe, so.
I think Phil is backstage. Phil is Phil
is he
Diaz
here?
backstage? Let me see if he's
Oh,
here.
Gary Martin's here.
Oh, there's
Phil is
Gary.
here. Hey,
Boom,
welcome.
it's party now.
Hey, Gary. Hey, Phil.
What's up?
You feel the tension already.
Phil's looking a bit like Wolverine right now, isn't he?
Yeah.
That
He has for a while.
Hey,
That's
I
right.
was-
I'm a little
Good
taller than
evening,
him,
gentlemen.
Gary, you didn't change. Gary, you're still like in that same sort of country rustic background there you were last time I saw you. Don't you have like different screens you can change and like go to the beach or something?
Autumn in Wales in 1982.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a green
perpetually.
screen. It looks like a real mural or something.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, some house cleaning. Someone told me I missed super chats. If I missed your super chat, please. I went and looked. I didn't see any that I missed, but I believe you. Please just try and remind me because I want to honor all of those. I don't want anyone super chatting and not getting credit. So sorry if I missed you. I'll look for it though. Go ahead. Where were you guys? Sorry about that.
Oh no, I was just going to say, Gary, I just got a phone call I want to share with all of you guys. Matt Hawkins just called me and told me that he's offered me a job to work on Heroes. Never mind. No, that was. I'm still traumatized, Gary, from that story of that phone call.
So am I.
I now I introduced the book. No, I still tell now when I pitch the book on my channel, I go back Truth, Justice, American Way. You've got Gabe Eltaeb. You've got David Williams, amazing artist, and you've got Gary Martin, the cruelest inker business.
Yeah, Wyrag Mitram.
Mm-hmm.
What is
I I can't duplicate that that gag because I don't know any editors, so I couldn't come up with a name that anyone would want to run to the phone to.
I know, isn't that funny? It was like, yeah, times have changed.
It's
a bit.
Heather Ontos on the phone for you.
I would call back. Hey, Gabe, if you scroll your chat down not too far, you'll find some of those super chats I think that you missed.
Really? Okay, I'll look. Sorry, guys, I'm looking.
It should
But,
scroll.
I
It should
want
be
to bring
able to
up.
scroll all the way up.
I'm sorry.
You
what-
guys out there, send your super chats to Gary Martin. We would not have these technical issues.
That's right.
How dare you?
Or Wyrag.
Yeah, there. Wyrag Mart. Yeah. What?
Yeah, here it is. So why did you use this fake name? Let's find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Wyrag Nitrom.
That is you.
Sounds like he's from another planet.
Yeah.
Why?
Part of the He-Man universe. Wyrag Nitrom.
Hold on, guys.
I think
Oh, go ahead.
someone in the last live chat that we did when we launched misheard it and thought we were saying meat ram.
Oh yeah, meat ram. Good old meat
And
ram.
so, yeah, he thought that was like I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember how he put it. It sounds like an aggressive Viking or something, Viking overlord or something like that.
Meat ram.
That's how notorious nicknames get started.
I don't think I read this one, but I do want to hear the story about why you were Wyrag Mitram again for them. But Danny Russ,
It's not an interesting story. It's just I was embarrassed and I didn't want my name to be on it. And that's the days when lettering was on the original art. And as the inker, the lettering is there. And so I could go back and change stuff in the lettering. And the editor didn't read it or look at it. So everything that I put in, I used to put characters in the background. I think for the first year I worked at DC, I put Pogo in the background of at least one panel of every job that I did.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this.
Never got called on it.
Well, it's Pogo.
That's how diligent the editing was at the Direct Current.
That's that's interesting because I actually we did Tachyon, the very first issue of Tachyon, the splash page, there was a Snickers bar falling out of the guy's backpack when he got hit by that energy, and they caught it and made me change it. Which then of course you had to change it too because you were inking that issue.
I don't remember that, but if you did that today, they would have a aneurysm.
Yep.
Guys, we've got 147 people, 150 people watching this right now.
What?
And
I've
I
never
have
been on a bigger show.
Who's the guy? Was it Meat Ram?
I'm on TV.
Meat Ram, that's it.
Meat Ram.
Yeah, it's Gary Martin spelled backwards. Wyrag Neatram. So
not Meat Ram.
Yes.
Meat Ram.
Not to be confused.
No, it is not Meat Ram.
That's my next Indiegogo campaign.
Once and for all.
Hold on, I'm working my Meat Ram character out right now.
oh no!
Hey, wait a minute. Do we know this guy, Gary? Do we know this man? Do we know Ron Martin? Is that a relation of yours?
No, we might be related. Although, Ron, are we related?
I don't know. He doesn't. I thought he might be your brother or something.
He's ashamed of me. He won't admit it. He's ashamed.
All right. Well,
see, this is typical Gary. You never know if he's being serious or not. Is that really his brother or is he messing with us right now?
Jokester.
It's all part of an elaborate scam that he's. If I think of a guy named Meat Ram, I'd walk the other way. Well,
yeah.
Would you walk or would you run?
No, yeah. I was going to say, don't walk, run.
Yeah, exactly.
I've just dropped the links for, and let me see if there's anyone else.
I wanted to congratulate you, Gabe. The only real reason I wanted to come on here is to show off my Etrigan bust.
Oh, let's see.
And my Shadow bust.
Hold on.
I love that Shadow bust.
It's in Shadow.
Wait a minute. Where did you? Are these custom or did you get this someplace?
The Shadow one came out. It was mass produced. But the Etrigan one, is a custom, like this sculptor that sells on a website of his. Pretty cool. But yeah, I'm in my office today. As you can see, here's a picture of Mickey Rourke with me on the back of the motorcycle.
There you go.
Kind of like, I always want to keep stuff that we all have goals, right? Our goal board thing.
It's a vision board.
Yeah, it's kind of a vision board going on here. So, but yeah, there you have it.
Chris Stanley has a friend that they would call Ramrod.
What was the other guy's name? Meat Pack?
Isn't there a comic
Meat Ram?
Meat Pack?
Ramrod?
Meat Pack's the sidekick.
I remember
that reminds me of when we were in the, our studio in the 90s called Studiosaurus in Portland. We did a book for Image called Chicks, and we would with an X, and they were all female superheroes, right? And it was all sort of making fun of the whole exploitation thing that was really big in the 90s with female characters. And we would sit around and just come up with chick character names like all day. It was just like a running joke, and write that down. We never used half of them, but when you were saying that, it was just the sidekick. Cause I remember coming up with Joan of Arkansas. Okay. Oh, yeah. And then my wife goes, oh, and her partner can be Sweet Potato Pie. Oh my God. Sidekick, so I'm like, oh my gosh, write that down, and it was like Iron Ann, and Tom Simmons came up with Gal XC. That was like the female Galactus character, Gal XC. So
nice.
Oh, there he is.
So many of those. There he is, Meat Ram.
Wow.
I wonder why we never heard of Chicks.
That bar is pretty prolific. Done multiple sketches.
That was a hit. Chicks was a hit. In fact, hang on a second. I have multiple copies sitting right over here.
Aaron's got approved Chicks stuff.
Yeah, it just so happens. I got
that handy. Stack of them back here. I got to clear some debris, but give me a second here.
Send me some of those, Aaron.
I'll be right back.
So I'm posting links in the chat, guys. We've got 100. What do we have right now? We've got 154 people watching. I've got Truth, Justice, American Way, and I'm going to throw some more in there. I've got Nosferatu, my book. Please back that. We've got Nosferatu. We've got Wraith of God, and we've got is the Lost Pages 2. We still got that as an opportunity.
It's in demand. Yeah, we're shipping out. I have a stack. I'm looking at a stack of boxes that will be going out in the morning.
And Rock and Roll Ninja.
Rock and Roll Ninja. Yep.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get all these in the chat here. But so if you guys haven't backed, let's make it happen, guys. Let's move these numbers. Because I've got pound cake that I've got to eat. I will be forced to eat, frankly, against my will. And I'll take one for the team. That's the way it is. See here.
I have a Chick-fil-A brownie my wife brought me. I will put the entire brownie in my mouth at 48,000 in solidarity with you, brother.
Listen,
dude, I wouldn't even wait for 48,000 if I had a brownie. Okay, here we go. There's Chicks number 1, released through Image Comics. We each we each took a turn penciling, and Carl Kiesel inked this whole cover, but that's Matt Haley's goth character. That's Terry Dodson's good girl. Gary, what was I can't
Adam Warren?
I don't remember any of the names.
No, but Adam Warren did that.
I just remember my character.
There's Ron Randall's, and then there's my Vampirella character. I can't remember what her name was. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I can't either.
I like
but
the guy.
The second issue, I think my character, Doss Booty.
Doss Booty was and then there's Chicks 2, the Chicks that time forgot. And then the third one was going to be Chicks from Space, but we never did it. So again, like this time I drew Good Girl. Terry drew his cowboy girl character. I can't remember what her name was. Wasn't there one pirate girl named Booty or something like that? I don't know. But
that was from the portfolio.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. There's Gary's character right there. The purple She-Hulk type character, right?
Yes.
And then the
with breeding hips.
Yes. Okay, look at here's the first title page. Sorry, I don't mean to be hogging the show.
All right. I thought you were putting it away. Sorry.
No. And see, I did that lettering. Death, how cruel ye be. That was the name of the story. Yeah, let me find some gem moments here.
Good lettering.
I used to suck at lettering, but I actually practice it a lot because Terry Dodson was really good at it and he used to shame me. Okay, so here's it started. Gosh dang it, what was that old guy's name? I can't remember. I think Eric Larson. Yeah, he was the one who okayed this at Image. So we had Image Comics presents in association with Eric Larson, a Studiosaurus comic, Chicks That Time Forgot. And this old dude, what the heck was his
that title
name?
is prophetic. That title is prophetic.
Boy, isn't it though?
Or something?
Yeah, there was Abe the mutant chimp. He's picking his nose. I can't remember what this old guy's name was. It'll come to me in a minute. But look at Terry's cowgirl right there. That's pretty saucy.
Oh.
So what's her name? Look at this side panel. She's shooting at something, right? And it goes bingo, bango, and then he hits the girl's boobs and says bongos. Because he sent Good Girl back in time and she recruits all these characters from the past.
Classic.
To join him, and that's why it's called Chicks and That Time Forgot. Let me get to Gary's here for a second. I think he had Paul Ryan draw it. Oh, here's
sales on something like that.
We did really well in the first issue. Actually, we did okay on the second issue too. Gosh dang it, what did we? That's a good question. I want to say, I mean, the fact that we actually made a profit and got like this check where I think everybody got like, you know,
yeah, we all got paid.
Yeah, we all got like $1,500 or something like that, and there was a lot of us working on it. So we must have sold, you know, over, you know, like close to 20,000 on that first issue. But these are Hillary Barta did Piguana, which was Good Girl's sidekick, alien sidekick, who actually turned against her. and we had Hillary Barta did like a 4-page segment in here, or 3 pages, and he gave me all the original art from it. I still have it. There's some Matt Haley with his futuristic space girl with her futuristic cans. What was her name? Why can't I find these people's names? It should be in here. Like it matters, right?
Noticing a reoccurring theme.
Oh, this is Rockets McBoom Boom. That's who that character is.
Rockets McBoom Boom.
Bill Clinton made an appearance there.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He said, "Come back here, you little honeysuckle. All I want to show you my executive branch."
Oh my God!
Wah, wah, wah.
Comedy right there.
Okay, there's this is Paul Ryan, inked by Gary Martin. Gary Martin wrote this. There's the villain Das Booty. So she's this German super and Bertha Buttress, that's who it was. Bertha Buttress was the She-Hulk character. Look at that look at that action doubles page spread, like old school right there, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we make like 90% of our income off of junior high sales? Wasn't that our target audience?
I think it was junior high boys. Yeah. It was Charles Ruffage. That was the old guy's name, Charles Ruffage. Oh my gosh. So anyway, yeah. So these actually do exist on the collector's market. Chicks. So there you go.
That you're selling at the local junior high out of the back of your van.
Right. Set up a table, and well, no, it was supposed to be the third part was Chicks in Space, where Galactus character comes to destroy the planet, and that all these chicks they got from chicks that time forgot, they're all get together to fight this threat of Galactus or Galaxy. And I think the ending of it was, spoiler alert, they blew up the planet, Galaxy, and in saving the planet, they ended up destroying the Earth. And it ends up ending like Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century, where there's like little piece of Earth and all the chicks are sort of hanging on by a thread, you know. But it was good fun. We made a few bucks, had a few laughs.
Aaron, why are you telling everyone about a story that was never published?
Because I think people that got the first 2 issues, they want to know how it ended, and they're never going to see the third book. So I had to, I have to tell them.
Is there a single viewer out there that bought Chicks?
I'll bet there is.
Somebody said so, I think.
If you guys have bought Chicks, raise your hand.
Of chicks.
Someone in the chat did say they have.
Is there anyone out there?
Platinum cover.
Chicks 3 needs to happen right there.
So,
I got the hologram cover one. Got like 2 copies of it.
Let me just say this: heroes are about defeating evil. Okay, in my personal opinion, I might be fringe on this, but I'm looking at the lost pages, and right now it's at $33,666.
Is it?
Can some good God-fearing man knock that number off from 666?
Oh, that's right.
Oh no!
Get in there and change that.
I know someone's got to take that out for me.
Look at this. Look at this. Daniel Russell says he has a copy, Gary, slabbed 9.8. How about that? And Eric Guapo says, I have the Chick ash can too. So
okay.
Comics, he has the ash can. No.
I stand corrected, Aaron.
Yeah.
You are the man.
Thank
Aaron,
you.
is there any religious undertones in the book, or
no, none whatsoever. There was a lot of religious guilt though after we published them.
Well, CG stands for Chicks Gang. Everybody knows that.
Didn't Terry Dodson had a character, the Unit, and he said the sidekick was Coconuts. So we vetoed that. He didn't make it. He didn't make the cut.
No,
that's
that
from
might
Terry Dodson.
Oh. Ron Randall had a character from 1940s called Maiden USA. And get it? Maiden USA. Get it?
That's pretty good.
And he's fighting this German chick in lingerie called she has a Blitz whip, What is her name? Maiden Germany. Duh. So Maiden USA was fighting Maiden Germany. There's the saucy confrontation right there.
There we go.
There you go.
Classic.
And I guess Rosie
That
the
is
Riveteer
saucy.
was like her little partner that she had to save or something. I don't know. Looks like Rosie's tied up there in the first panel, and I don't know. Maiden USA. I don't know who her sidekick is. What's her
I dip
name?
my
It
chicken
was the
nugget in that
inspiration for
sauce.
truth, justice, and the American way.
She's saying as she breaks in, she says, "Yeah, it is Rosie the Riveteer they have tied up." And she says, "That's the spirit, Riveteer. We'll show these goose steppers what liberty-loving ladies can do."
Crossover with Truth Justice. Yeah.
Oh my
That's right.
God.
Crossover.
Oh, this is good stuff.
After all these
Guys,
years, this stuff still cracks you up, Aaron.
Yeah, well,
Love that.
Man.
Gabe, I actually have to take off. I'm going to go break into my local LCS and steal a bunch of Chicks comics.
All right,
There you
that's the
go.
plan.
Well,
I
no, before
wanted
you
to
go,
stop in, say congrats.
Phil, we
Thank
have
you
to
so much.
see if evil's been defeated, Phil.
What are we looking for?
We have-
Let's
Lost
bring it
pages.
up.
We
I
have
think
to
I'm
see
the evil.
lost pages. If are there people in this chat who are heroes? I have to know.
Or does the
Can't
drama
sleep tonight
continue?
or eat this pound cake. Frankly,
So 33666. Let's see if it changed.
Does
Did
it
it?
It
change?
didn't. It didn't.
They
Oh,
didn't know.
my
Look, we got
God.
another
Uh-oh.
backer. It hasn't gone through yet.
33 is a significant number too, I think. And 666. It's all combined.
Thank you guys
Oh,
so much.
shit.
Whoever backed that, I appreciate it. This is awesome. We're
Oh,
shipping out
Mr.
Hey,
Biggins.
Mr. Biggins, thank you so much, man. It's awesome to have Mr. Biggins.
All right. I'm sorry. I'll get off this in just 1 second. But I found the cowgirl. Right? I found the cowgirl's name, right? One that Terry did.
Yes.
And her name is Deadeye Double D.
There you go. It makes sense.
So anyway, okay, there you go. I'm done.
701, man.
I'm done.
33701, Phil. It
Thank
just
you. Yeah,
went.
thank you, Mr. Biggins. Mr. Biggins, you don't know this, but you also won a giveaway that we did a while ago, and I forgot to tell you, but we did a random selecting of people on our mailing list, and he's getting a pretty kick-ass original art piece. I think it's the Dan Dahl one of the people, who's our patriotic character, so it's perfect for the stream. So it's this character right here. We did this cool cover with. So all America here, everybody.
Oh, hold on.
Gabe,
Sorry.
full screen him, man. What are you doing?
Hold on,
What are you
hold
doing?
on.
Chick-fil-A.
You're in the dark.
Chick-fil-A.
I'll turn the light on.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's badass.
So this was a proof of the ash can cover. So this is at full size, but the ash can was actually printed like this. We had to get a special printer that could print white ink on top of the black inks and red paper. It came out awesome. So it's ash can sized. Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah,
cool,
dude.
man.
Very cool.
All right, I got to take off. I gotta
Thanks
go
for
back.
calling.
Have a good one, brother.
Keep it
Later, buddy.
Hey, Phil.
guys.
Hail, Phil.
All right.
Thank
Yeah, I'm looking at something for Phil right now. Just send it to him.
You got any more books for us, Aaron? No, just
We actually did in that studio, we did 2 ash cans. One of them was Chicks. We actually did the 2 Chicks books. Then we did like this pinup portfolio of female pinup
Pinups.
type. Huh?
We got someone backstage. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
Oh, welcome in.
Boom.
Hey.
How are you all going?
Land down under. How about that?
That's right.
That's me.
Other side
Feeling
of the
better?
How you all
huh?
going tonight? What's
Very
that?
Good.
Doing
feeling
good.
better?
Doing good.
What time is it?
Yeah, I'm feeling
there?
good.
What time is it
Feeling
there?
It's almost 4 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. So it's like
Tomorrow. I'm from the future.
it's like time traveling here.
It's dinner
We're
on Thursday, and it's still Wednesday night here in California.
yeah.
Yeah, if anyone wants to know the lottery numbers or anything like that,
Right.
just hit me up. I'll make you rich. Just PayPal me some money,
Right.
and I'll buy a lottery ticket for
There
you.
you go.
So does Santa Claus start with you guys when that happens? When it comes
I think New Zealand. I think they're the first to get it. They're an hour in front of us. So, but we're pretty. I think we're right there.
So he
don't
likes
get,
you
don't
guys
get much more
most,
in the
obviously.
future than us. Yeah.
If there's any left for us by the time he gets here, it's like,
That's right.
That's it.
Hey, thank you, Lombardi, for the $2. Very generous. Thank you. Hail freedom fighters, he says. Thank you, indeed. Thank you. So, what have you been up to, Mr. Bancroft, coming in here? What have you been up to lately?
Well, I mean, my last week has been spent on the couch. I just recovered from COVID. So, thankfully, I got a very mild case. So I haven't been streaming or anything like that. So I just did my first late night with Comicsgate just now, like an hour ago. And we got a big bump for Rich Ayala for Roach Balls.
Yeah.
And I got back on the horse. I got back into the streaming thing. So I thought I'd jump in here and keep it going.
Very
excellent. Cool. Yeah, Rich is from Rhode Island, just like me, which I was like shocked at how many people we have in the tiny state of Rhode Island who are in Comicsgate now. It's wild.
So I went to Australia like in '94 for like 2 weeks to do a show, and then we were just stayed there for vacation. And I'm just wondering, so you're born and raised there, obviously, right? So,
Yep.
So do you guys ever get used to all the like weird poisonous crap that's crawling around there all the time? I mean, it's just become like, second nature that, oh, look at that giant spider.
Well, the spiders aren't that bad where I live. There are the redbacks. They're deadly-ish, but they're very reclusive. Up in Sydney is where they have the real bad ones, the funnel webs. But I mean, I don't run into it much. There has been a handful of run-ins with some snakes, but it's, a snake is a snake. Don't go over and jump on it, and it probably won't bite you. But it's up north on the beaches where there's the real stuff you want to avoid, and that's where the police actually cordon off the beach. And you'd have to be insane to go anywhere near it because they've got
like
blue-ringed octopus,
right,
jellyfish, all sorts of things that will kill you. So, but that's only for like 2 or 3 months out of the year.
Well, we went up to Cairns because we went from there to there's a place in the rainforest where I had this lodge, Silky Oak Lodge, it was called, and you had these little bungalows out in the rainforest, and we took a boat out to scuba dive at the Great Barrier Reef. But I remember we were on the beach there, and they were like, blue ring octopus, don't step on them, don't step on any jellyfish. There was some weird crustacean thing crawling around this big thing. I didn't even know what it was, and we're like, stay away from that. So yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm from Cairns originally.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I came from the sun and the heat. It's funny because we're flipped. So the north of Australia is the tropical hot area, more like Florida, and then the south where I'm at now is the temperate, cooler place. So we didn't get any of that down here, obviously. But yeah, that's what I remember that as well. The Great Barrier Reef and the jellyfish and blue bottles and everything like that. But look, you just get used to it. Like I think there's parts of America where you could run into a bear or a mountain lion or a cougar or something, whatever. I don't know.
It's true.
But then a lot of you don't live anywhere near that. So, I don't live anywhere near crocodiles. There's no crocodiles where I'm at. But
can we pretend
people get eaten by crocs all the time? Germans. The crocodiles love the taste of German tourist flesh.
They have sauerkraut in their pockets. Just kind of.
Well, that's funny. We didn't see any crocs when we were there, and we were even out in the rainforest. But
yeah, they're more over to the west.
Yeah, so
Northwest.
I saw more alligators in Florida than I saw crocodiles in Australia in the 2 weeks I was there. So, but I know there was a lot of spiders and stuff.
The Northwest is, kind of dangerous, especially near Portland. You could run into packs of Antifa.
That's true. It's dangerous now. Yeah.
Different kind of predatory animal.
That's right.
Yeah. That was the running joke in my household for a while. I would always, speak in the voice of the king, and I would go, "What news of Chaz?"
What is the news of Chad?
What news of Chaz? Has order been restored in Chaz? Have you of Chaz?
Oh shit!
Yeah, you guys, I'm in Michigan. It's like they have a lot of. We don't have much sun here. It's gray skies. It's very depressing.
No, it's Oregon
So
too, man. It's gray
it's,
all the
the
time.
dim lighting. This stuff is really, it's really tough on you. That's very dangerous.
I live in the Portland of Australia.
Oh, do you? I feel
no.
bad for you.
I'm here in sunny San Diego, 67 degrees year round, blue skies.
Michael, I think that's one of the funniest things I've ever heard you say. I don't know why that caught me off guard. I never.
I said that plenty. It's so frustrating.
Portland of Australia.
Well, that's what isn't that what
people-
Austin, Texas is? Austin, Texas is the Portland of Texas, right?
Right.
Back in the day, like there was all these controversial talkers, speakers that were getting famous on YouTube. Guys like Milo Yiannopoulos and Lauren Southern and that whole sort of crew of people. And all of them will agree that the worst place out of the entire world to go to get attacked by crazy lefties is Melbourne. Because not only will they do it, but the police will egg them on and allow it to happen. And then some of them, I think it's Milo actually. Milo left Australia. He can't come back because the police still have an outstanding fine. They fined him $50,000 for the damage that the protesters did while he was here. Because they said it's your fault because you stirred them up.
Oh my God.
That's the state we live in.
It's like blaming the battered wife.
Right.
Well, I live in Georgia, in Athens, and I love it. And it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm gonna bow out, guys.
All right, my
in,
friend.
man. The work was great.
Thank you so much for having me. Hail, you guys.
All right.
Brothers,
Thank you, man.
Sketches, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Yes.
So you are. So is. I'm sorry. We're getting this Australian conversation. But was that me? Echo.
Does someone have a window open? I don't know. I don't hear it.
I don't know.
All right.
I mean,
so like that would be like sort of like towards Melbourne or something, right?
Yeah, I'm in Melbourne. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. But that's like all the way on the west side, southwest, right?
No, that's Perth. That's over there.
Okay, so
Melbourne
you're
is it's on the east at the bottom.
okay. So it's below
Right.
Sydney, like
Yes.
Like-
Yeah, we're
Right,
about
okay, that's
800
right. Yeah,
kilometers south of Sydney, so probably about
Right.
the distance of Seattle to LA or something like that. I think maybe not that far.
Well, it was funny because when we got on a plane from Sydney to fly up to Cairns, I was thinking, oh, this is going to be like an hour flight or something. And it was like 4 hours. I forgot how big, Australia is, right? I mean, you can take Australia and it's like almost the size of the United States, isn't it? I mean, it just kind of.
It's about, yeah, that's why it's discombobulating for people because there's only 25 million of us. There's 7 cities, I think, in the whole thing. And it's about the same size as the States in terms of land. So almost all of it is empty outback.
Well, that was the weird thing is because we went there expecting that to see nothing but outback, and all we saw was basically rainforest. And I was like, why is there a jungle here? I didn't think there was supposed to be a jungle here. We never got to see the outback, So I guess that's
there's
the next
plenty of
trip.
it. Don't worry about that.
Like Ayers Rock and all that kind of stuff out there.
So,
Yeah.
Michael, have you been to America much at all, or at all?
I've never been to the States. I've been all over Asia. I've been all over Europe. The States is next.
I see.
That's the big thing. Yeah, I would love to come. I would love to come and just see, because we grow up obviously with American TV and movies, and so we have this knowledge. I'm a bit of a student of American history. We have this knowledge of your country, but I've never actually visited to see it for real. And now I'm, every day hanging out with Americans on streams. One day we'll get there, but our kids are still young, so it's an awkward time.
And where do you see yourself visit? Like, what place would you be most excited to visit? What region? You had to pick one.
If I had to pick,
you will have to pick one. You will have to pick a place to go.
I would most want to see sort of landscape stuff. I would want to see Grand Canyon, Yellowstone, like big forests and stuff like that. But I'd also be interested in American history stuff as well. I'm not really interested in the big cities though. So, I think these days, once you've gone to a big city, it's kind of like you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Right.
And, but I guess, New York is something to see. There's big touristy places there. But I don't know. I'm more interested in the countryside, mountains, and
sure. No, I love the American Southwest. I'm from Colorado, which is kind of in the western center, mountain country. I'm sure you know. And then I live in San Diego, but I was born in Colorado, went to college there, and I go back and forth a lot. My dad lives in Colorado, so and the drive between where I live and my dad's house is about 1,100 miles. I choose to drive. I've flown a few times, but it's just one of the most like you can feel God when you're in the middle of. You've seen in the movies like Monument Valley in those westerns where there's the huge orange structures. Those. It's all out there in Moab and Utah and Arizona, and it's just amazing. You just feel it's really it's really humbling to see this stuff. And I finally went to the Grand Canyon like a year and a half ago, and one of the Native American tribes, they built a bridge made of glass that goes over it, and you're literally like 2,000 something feet above the base of the Grand Canyon.
I'd never get my wife on that. I would go on that.
I'm not afraid of heights at all, but you're like primal instincts tell you not to step on it, and you have to like force yourself to do it. But I get it, and it's wild, man. It's beautiful though. Have you guys the rest of you been there?
I've been to Grand Canyon, but many years ago. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
My daughter's going to school in Phoenix, and she's been there. This will be her second year, and we still haven't seen the Grand Canyon. We'll get there eventually, I suppose. She's seen it, but parents have not yet.
Yeah, it does feel weird to have lived in Southern California for so long and never been to the Grand Canyon. So we had a lot of time during the pandemic lockdown. So
what's really bad is living in Tampa, which I did for almost 3 years, and never driving like an hour and a half north to go to see where they filmed Creature from the Black Lagoon. That is lame on my part. I still regret that.
What about you, Gary? You much of a traveler?
I'm in Wales right now.
What kind of a question is that? Of course.
This is fascinating. I wonder if it's true. The Last Crusade for $5. Thank you. Very generous. There's a full-size replica of the Parthenon in Tennessee.
It's true.
Is that true?
I've been there. Yep.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's really cool.
But there's the real Graceland in Memphis. So, which would you have? There's good barbecue on Beale Street in Memphis, and you've got Graceland. So it's always tough. But yeah, I've been there. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh, I like this comment. See Mount Rushmore before they blow it up. Bastards.
Right. Before they put Biden on it.
Oh, God.
No, they'll try to pull it down, and then it'll kill them all.
I wonder how many times how many times has that been destroyed in movies? Comic books.
Right. What movie had Macaulay Culkin inside that thing? Was there a Richie Rich movie?
Must be Richie Rich.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it, but
oh my gosh, I just had the weird memory about that.
Well, I think wasn't it General Zod? Mount Rushmore, right? He put the faces of the three of them on Mount Rushmore.
Oh, that's right.
So hashtag.
That's the first thing I'd do.
Yeah, exactly. I love that he knew that. He couldn't even with those powers. He could have just anywhere, right? Carve it that fast, mountain, make it larger. But he was like, "No, I got to go here." It was territorial.
Pretty good art skills, really, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Did you have any training? I don't know. Was he a sculptor? He just. make the when you make your face in those mountains, you got to be pretty
The
good.
Earth's sun, right? It
Going
makes
to
your
art school.
creative skills.
Yeah, super creative skills.
Yeah, you're directing I beams, and create. That's. I never thought of that.
What if
before.
they got?
Yeah,
What if it was badly drawn, like one eye's too low or nose is
Yeah.
too big or something?
Yeah, what if Zod was a
It doesn't look
terrible
anything
artist?
like
He
you.
just screwed it up. It looked like a Picasso,
That sucks.
Yeah. No, my favorite Mount Rushmore, of course, has got to be a sequence in any movie is North by Northwest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I tell you, I love that movie. That is one of my, and it also has the most atrocious ending shot of all time. I was like, come on, Hitchcock. You know what I'm talking about?
The last shot.
By
Oh,
Northwest.
where? Yeah.
Yeah, I love Aaron's not going to say it. Aaron's like,
Were you talking? Are you talking about the bad?
No. I'm
Green
talking
Day?
about the shot where at the
You can't.
end, he's helping her up, and he helps her up into the top bunk
you
on
can't-
the train.
Yeah. The train goes into the right. Yeah.
Yes, the train going into a tunnel.
Yeah.
That's the last shot of the movie. And they're
Yeah.
like, come on, Hitch. Don't do that. It's just a locked down shot of a tunnel with a train going into it.
Well, it's the 50s. Those people they weren't expecting that. It was kind of like reading. Was it what was it that Steranko did in that issue of Shield where it had that multi-panel sequence where he was making out with a chick on the couch and it showed his gun going into the holster and all that kind of stuff. Come on, Gary, you're Sam Steranko. You remember the old Steranko stuff.
You're still on that chick's kick, aren't you? You're still
No,
thinking of
no.
material
Wait a minute. Now I
for,
got to get
for issue number 3.
No, I gotta get the
Michael and I were talking the other day, and Michael has a massive collection of Image Comics, his Chicks comics. So we know exactly what Aaron's talking about.
No, Kurt.
Don't throw me under the bus. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
You said you were feeling better, so now it's time to throw you under the bus.
All right. No laughing at the scarf I'm wearing in this photo. During COVID, you had to wear a mask, and I was wearing a bandana. Sorry, I was looking for this. I'll let you go in a second, Aaron.
No, that's fine.
Here's the glass bridge, me and my wife, and the dirt you
God.
see under our feet there, that's like 2,200 feet below you.
Holy crap. Yeah, I'm not feeling too comfortable on that.
So, and like, see the rock behind like the rail by my arm and all that? That cliff over there, that's like 3 miles away. It looks like it's 100 yards away. The Grand Canyon, it's a huge glass horseshoe. And we went there. I hurt my knee at
Does
that
it
time.
wobble at all when you walk on it?
No, they claimed they could land a 747 on it and all this. I don't know. I figured if it was going to fall, it would have fallen apart a long time ago. So I don't know. It was a thrill to go on it though. To go check it out. So it was amazing. So, oh, look at this. Yeah, I can pull the ladies. I don't anymore because I'm married, but yeah, I can pull these. It is called Tall, Dark, and Handsome for a reason.
That's
There you
go.
have it.
He'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. So absolutely. But I love the Grand Canyon. I love the American Southwest. I don't know. It's I don't know. Grew up here, spent so much time here. I think it's just gorgeous. I was in Las Vegas just 2 weeks ago with the family for my daughter's 25th anniversary. And I don't even like to gamble and I don't drink. And I still just love that town. It's just, if you haven't been there, it's such a monument to like, I don't know, just the accomplishment of modern culture, just the architecture alone and the restaurants. And I don't know. Are you guys fans of Vegas or am I alone in this?
Never been there.
Never been.
Well, the funny thing is, Vegas, when you're on the street walking around, it feels like Disneyland. And then you go inside these casinos expecting something, and it's just, filled with smoke and people gambling. Every single one of them on the inside looks exactly the same,
Right.
Not a fan.
I
Not a
was,
fan. Oh.
I was a fan.
Vegas to me, the atmosphere of debauchery is palpable. I mean, it's thick.
You're right, but we don't participate. Really, I don't.
Well, it's still to me. It's in the air. Something's going on, and it's frankly, it's creepy.
It is weird. You're walking down the strip, and there's these guys, and they have like a T-shirt that says the number of a strip club on it, and they have these little cards, like baseball cards, of like 99% naked women. They'll have like a little dot over their nipple or whatever, and they try to hand them out to you with the phone number or whatever. And it's really, there's a lot of seedy stuff like that. But I don't know. I grew up in a family. We owned a restaurant for 50 years. My dad's a gourmet. That was on my mom's side. My dad's in a gourmet chef for 50 years. So I just love always going to restaurants and little unknown, family owned. And Las Vegas has 10 million jillion restaurants. So that's a big part of what we do.
Oh, yeah.
Always try to
Tons of
find new
places to eat.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Well, I was impressed. We drove through there, but before you get to the strip where all the suburban area is now, and it's all built up and brand new, that was really nice looking, I thought.
Yeah, it's exploded. You got Henderson out to the east. It's really nice. And then you got Summerlin to the northwest. Both gorgeous neighborhoods or areas to live, I guess. So
I think I'm like bankrupt.
Aaron, I
like
missed your change the subject. Aaron, I missed your last broadcast where you're talking about inking like Wrightson.
Yeah.
Were you doing that?
Well,
did you share any of your Wrightson stories?
I was working on a specific piece for the Wrightson tribute book. I'll grab it right now and show you what I did.
Do you have that? Yeah, I'd like to see it.
It's not entirely because I did some. I didn't get too wild with some of the looser feathering because I was too scared. I wanted to keep it in. Gabe, give me full screen for a sec, will you?
Will do. Let's hold on. Here it is.
Yeah, I saw this earlier. It's cool.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Okay, so this stuff up here is more Wrightson-y than like this stuff on his chin is very controlled, and I went in from the tip to into the shadow rather than brushing out like Wrightson would do. But on the coat and stuff, I went out from the black, and on some of this hair up in here, I did that. So I was trying to get kind of a Wrightson feel, but I wasn't bold enough to, because I haven't done it in so long that I didn't do the loose inking all the way through. I did it in spots. And then of course the crosshatch I did with a pen as opposed to a brush, and in fact, I think I dropped your name in there and said that, you know, somebody like you would have crosshatched this whole thing with a brush, which is just insane.
Hey, you didn't do the crazy eyebrows.
I don't think
for Bernie.
That's a really nice piece.
Eyebrows.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really nice piece, Aaron.
Thank you.
Really,
you can tell
really
his
nice.
ear. Look at his ear. That's more Wrightson looking. If you look at the line work and stuff in his ear, but no, I'm not
2
serious.
square inches.
Well, no, but it was a smaller area, so I was a little bit more. You know how he would leave like some of the shadowed areas, he would leave open with some line work, and he wouldn't close it all the way up. And so I was doing that in the ear and stuff because it was a smaller area, and I felt like I had control of it, you know. But yeah, so it was fun, and I was trying to do this like I think you used to do, but you would do all this with a brush, but you get that solid black area, and then I would feather into the black, right? And then so that you had at least that first wave of lines coming out of the black to create gray, and then you would just crosshatch with your brush. And then what I did was I created that with the brush, and then I went over the top of it with pen. You know, so
Did you share any of your infamous Wrightson stories?
Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Well, I mean, the biggest.
Come on, Aaron, give.
Well, they're not that great. I mean, the worst one was, okay, first of all, the guy's my idol, right? And so I met him like 5 or 6 times, and he never remembered me. So like I'd meet him at a show, we'd go out to dinner, then I'd see him at another show a couple months later, and he had no clue who I was. And this went on for a couple of years, and I finally just gave up. I quit talking to him, period, because the humiliation was so great. But I remember Gary was with me. I bought that Mitch Ickowitz was selling a bunch of Wrightson stuff, because Wrightson, I think at that time, was getting divorced or something. And so he had all of his art out there and was blowing out all this stuff. And Mitch Ickowitz had a ton of it. And I bought that poster that the Sleeping Dragon poster they did in 1978. There was a pencil, but it's a full-sized pencil, rough, but the dragon was completely tight on it And the only thing that wasn't tight was some of the trees in the background. So it was a really great piece. And I bought that for like $650. And so Gary and I, and Wrightson was there in like an Artist Alley area. He wasn't with Ikowitz. So I bought the piece, and this is when we were working on Sludge. So it had to have been 93 or 94. And we walked over there, and I got him to sign it, right? And then I had some artwork with me from Sludge.
We stood in line, though.
Yeah, we did. And we got up
We were there like a good 20 minutes, standing in line with all the other fanboys.
That's right.
Whereas
so
like, professional courtesies.
Right. We didn't like
we had to stand in line.
Yeah. And so I got him to sign the thing, and then I showed him some of the Sludge artwork, and he's looking at it and he goes, "Oh, this is really nice." He goes, "Did you do your own inking?" I'm like, "No, Gary inked it." And he goes, "Wow, this is brilliant." And all he wanted was talk about how great the inking was, and didn't make one comment about my, the storytelling or the art or anything. So I was humiliated. And Gary's like, as we walk away. And but I was sitting next to him at a show in Seattle, and I mean, literally sitting right next to him. And we had we were talking and stuff, and I thought, oh, he knows me, he'll remember me. Well, somebody came up and asked to get a sketch from him, right? And so he starts working on this sketch, and the way I was sitting next to him, but he was kind of turned towards me, so I was looking at the drawing upside down, and it sort of looked like, he was drawing a bat or something, right? And me knowing Wrightson as well as I did, Wrightson's artwork as well as I did, it took me a second. Then I went, "Oh, that's Karloff as Frankenstein," because he was doing the brow for the Frankenstein monster, right? But in the eyes, and it kind of looked like a bat. He looked at me because he wanted to surprise this guy, right? And I just blurted it out, and he looked up at me with like daggers. He was just like, "Oh, I guess we're not friends anymore," And I was like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't, mean to ruin the surprise or anything." But it was just like, I wanted to be. It was like, I had to show him that I, knew his artwork, and so I guessed it and ruined the surprise. But yeah, it was just a bunch of different times.
3 lines on the paper, and you guessed what he was drawing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
great at playing Pictionary with him. if he could remember your name.
That's right.
Exactly. This is my partner, old what's his face. But I mean, we literally went to dinner. We was at one of the Portland shows, and I was out, for a couple hours, Then the next time I saw him, no clue who I was. So
Stan Lee got me like that. When I was like 18, I was at San Diego Comic-Con, and it wasn't as crazy as it is now. So you could just talk to Stan Lee at the Marvel booth. Not kidding. He was just there. So I went up and said hi to him. And then the next July, I was there the next year. I said, "Oh, I met you last year. Remember me?" And he's like, "Yeah, I remember you." And I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "No. Do you know how many people I meet?"
No, idiot.
He got
That's
me.
brutal.
He got me.
we were in an Ultraverse buffet back in the Ultraverse days with Malibu.
Best kind.
And I think it was just when Marvel, it was just when Marvel had purchased, Malibu. And I was there with Chris Ulm and Dave Ulbrich and Tom Mason, and we were getting some food, and Stan Lee walks by, right? And apparently they had just had like this big business meeting, these guys with Stan Lee and some other people. And Chris Ulm goes, "Hey, Stan." And Stan turns and looks at him and goes, "Hey." And then he goes, "Oh, hey." It's like he was pretending at first, and then he realized he actually knew who he was.
Oh, wow. That's embarrassing.
Well, he did that. I was there.
Were you
He
there?
did that to everyone. He just like went down the line. Hey, hey, hey. And then he recognized Chris and went, "Hey, hey."
That's right. I actually do know
So
you.
he got the only genuine hey.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody else.
Makes
it was
everyone
just like-
else feel like shit.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Good old Stan. My best stories, though, were I think Shelly and I were engaged, and we were at San Diego, and she was wearing this like black tight, short thing, and we had met all these guys, Bill Stout, Mike Plug, Sergio Aragones. We'd met them all at Portland shows, right? And Shelly was with me when I had met all these guys. And so this 1 year in San Diego would have been probably 92. I guess we got married in October of 92. So it would have been summer of 92. And so we went to the banquet dinner, right, for the Inkpot Awards. And I see Sergio Aragones, right? And I'm like, and I had just seen him. We'd just gone to dinner with him at this Portland show, like, 6 weeks earlier or something. And so I'm going to go up and say hi, right? And so I go up and start talking to him, right? And he just no freaking clue who I am, right? And then Shelly comes walking up because she was doing something. And then she came over and she's like, hi. He goes, Shelly, and gives her a big hug and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So then I'm like, depressed about this whole thing. So we're walking back and we go into the hotel that we're staying at. And Mike Plug, Shelly goes to use the restroom. So I'm standing up by the phones out there by it was the old Omni Hotel, in where the mall is in San Diego. I don't know what hotel it is now. And Plug comes walking out of the restroom, right? And I'm like, Mike. And he's like glazed, right? Has no clue who I am. And Aaron Lopresti, Portland show, and he's like pretending that he knows who I am, right? And we're talking there for a couple minutes. Shelly comes walking out of the restroom, and he turns and sees her, and he goes, Shelly! And it was like that was like 45 minutes apart, right?
Oh.
And then it happened again because Bill Stout was checking in or talking to somebody at the front desk, and we had met Stout in Atlanta earlier that same year at Dragon's Con. And same exact freaking thing. I went up to him, said hi, we started talking. He had no idea who it was. Shelly comes walking in. He's like, Shelly, oh my gosh. And it was like, oh yeah, you're Shelly's husband. 3 times in one night. And that that continued to happen to me throughout my career. Now Shelly doesn't even know who I am.
Well, you know why back then? It's like there was only like a couple of girls at a convention.
Well, yeah, she was. Right. Yeah, she was.
So,
yeah, she was
like
good.
You'd be like, oh my gosh, there's a girl there.
But here I am, this young professional, right? Thinking, yeah, I know these guys. And they remember my wife. And they have no clue who I am. So it was very humiliating, very humbling.
Well, I will tell you this: the thing whenever we talk about conventions, I go back to some of those experiences you'd have when you'd go to a booth. And I remember when I met, and I think I'd mentioned this because you had a really great post, Aaron, about him. But when I met Dave Stevens, meeting one of my absolute heroes, and he was so gracious, he was so kind, he signed me a postcard, all that stuff. But you think about the mastery of who was sitting shoulder to shoulder at conventions back then. There were no, little kidney bean mouths or whatever the heck it is now that you're seeing. It didn't look like the stuff that little kids would be drawing at the children's area at the convention behind that counter. It was masters of their craft who were doing sketches, talking to fans. They loved these characters. They knew these fans. And it's just, that's what I think that we're able to give back by doing these streams in CG. I mean, essentially... And by the way, I heard you talking about your camera setup for inking. Sometime you just hit me up, send me a private message. I think I might have some ways of helping you to get that resolution there, just for selfish reasons, for myself. But that's
I'd be
what it
grateful
was.
for help. Yeah.
Let me tell you, you just send me a message and let me know, and we'll set something up.
Okay.
But I'll say this is that, what I felt when I was watching you do the ink stream is the same thing I feel when we're here. This is like you get to go to a comic book panel. Get to hear people talk about their craft. You get to hear all these stories. That's what conventions were. And the great thing is there aren't any gatekeepers for us here when we do this. People are like, Narwhal, how do you put the grays into your piece? And like, what are you doing? And things like that. And I was actually wondering when I heard that question, Narwhal, do you bucket fill it gray and you carve it out? Or do you go from just pure white and then build up?
Oh, yeah. I bucket fill it. And I usually work from dark to light, I think. So, yeah.
You see what I mean? Like, these are all the questions that you would ask somebody at a convention, or you would talk to somebody. Right. Like when I see, you could ask your influences, who do you meet? Like, who were the people? And some of my favorite stories were, and I just don't want to get anybody, harassed or bothered. But one of my mentors who was an amazing comic book artist, my favorite story of meeting him was I met him when I was in college at Rhode Island School of Design. Then I will throw under the bus. And he looked at my artwork and he goes, this is neat. So are they teaching you any art at art school? And that's what it was like, though. And if somebody bothered to take a really good liver shot at you, that was the best invest because you knew they were going to invest the time in building you up. The worst thing you could get is, that looks nice. So what are your interests and hobbies? That was the worst thing that could happen to you. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
what are you doing when you're not sucking? Like
Hope
that
you
was
have a good
just-
backup plan.
Exactly. And if somebody really thought you had ability, they'd be like, what did the 5 fingers say to the face? Smack. I'll see you tomorrow. And he'd be like, all right, I guess I'll be back. It was very Pai Mei and Kill Bill, you know? And so all these stories we have, they're not like, there was this time when I experienced a microaggression from a creator who no-named me when he should have known my name. And I was like, do you know who I am, Mr. Doc Kirby? It wasn't any of that.
I had an incident with Adam Warren, who I love. I love like Dirty Pair, and I love Empowered. And I just love his manga sensibility. And
Yeah, he's a drawing machine.
Yeah. I thought he was the superstar that everyone knew. And we met at a Dark Horse had an open bar at the Hilton across from San Diego Comic-Con. So we got the wristband and we got to hang out all night there. And so he and I hit it off. We talked all night and stuff, hanging out with a lot of people. So he came to my table in Artist Alley the next day. This is San Diego Comic-Con like 5 years ago. And he was hanging out behind the booth with me and showing me this and that. We were just talking. And a little kid comes up to get my autograph or whatever. And I feel humbled because it's Adam Warren, who's a legend to me. He was a hit when I was a kid. And I tell the kid, do you know who this is? And the kid's like, no. I'm like, this is Adam Warren. And the kid's like, who's that?
Yeah, that's the worst when that happens.
I was just like, I'm sorry, Adam. These freaking kids. But you're a legend to me, baby, and your artwork is amazing. So that hurt. I felt so embarrassed.
But I got to point this out.
When I
People
was
are
trying
asking
to,
me, I'm going to eat this pound cake,
I'm sorry,
and we're
sorry,
not at
go ahead.
48K yet.
We're
Guys,
not?
we're at 47,357. You guys have to want to see me put myself through the grueling hell of eating this piece of pound cake, or it ain't going to happen. You guys are close.
I want to
Come
eat
on.
pound cake.
But listen, this is the thing. Listen, I will take this hit for the team. I'm taking this for David, for Gary, for Gabe, and all freedom-loving Americans.
That's
but
right.
47,357 isn't going to get me there. 48K or bust. And I mean, literally,
We appreciate
my
it.
cholesterol will break.
Yeah.
Are you going
You
to do it
know,
in one
I'm
bite?
here for you.
I don't like to throw around the word hero, but I think it's appropriate in this case. Shant?
I don't think of
I
myself
think you
as
should
a
add
hero.
Shant to the book as as the fourth. So truth, justice, American way, and then Shant.
Somebody in the chat says it. I don't think of myself as a hero either. I know you guys are about to go there.
Oh,
You got to do it in one bite, though.
Yeah.
I know. Listen, I told you, I'm putting it in my mouth and I'm going to run at a wall.
That'll do it.
Just gonna straight down, and that's how I want to go anyway. You have dreams when you're a kid. Actually, the way I want to go is to be killed by a bookshelf collapse filled with my favorite art books. That's how I want to go. It was the last
Crushed to death by Frazetta.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Gabe,
Oh, my
you
God.
reminded me of a story that when I first met Neil Adams, when I broke into comics, I was living in San Jose, California, and I had to take a trip to New York to go into the offices. You couldn't do anything online. I mean, you had to actually be there in the flesh. And the local guys in the Bay Area at that time that were the professionals that I was getting advice from was Brent Anderson, Al Gordon, and Steve Leolea. And I told them that I was going to go to New York and visit DC, Marvel, and Continuity. Terry Austin was basically taking me around to show me he was my ticket into those places. And so I was bragging to all these guys, and Steve Leolea said, well, good luck with your trip. Although I need to give you a heads up about Neil Adams. He has a reputation of being really hard in his portfolio reviews. Any of you guys get a portfolio review from Neil?
Yeah.
I've heard about him. I didn't get one,
Not
but
me.
I heard about him.
Yep.
Okay. So Steve was telling me when he got a review from Neil just ripped him to shreds. He said he was literally yelling at him. What's this line here for? Why did you put that line? Tell me. And of course, young Steve just kind of shrunk into himself. So went to New York. Terry Austin was taking me around and then took me to Continuity and then introduced me to Neil. And Neil was drawing on something. And then Terry left. So there I am by myself with Neil Adams. And Neil took his time, gave me a really positive critique. Probably the most important thing I remember that he told me was, as an inker, when I'm inking faces, try to feel what the characters are feeling. Try to pull out their emotion and try to feel those feelings as you're inking faces. I was like, what an amazing tidbit.
Wow.
So I left there, floating on air, and I told this story to Terry when we were leaving, that I thought I was going to get ripped up, and told him what Steve Leolea said. And then Terry told me, well, apparently Neil pulled a muscle or strained a muscle in his shoulder, so he's on painkillers. Very mellow today.
Feel it, dude.
There you go. So you had
I got the mellow Neil Adams. So I dodged a bullet there.
That's
You gotta drug him up, then. That's
yeah, drug him up. So to show your portfolio to Neil at a show.
Right. Get him a little Scalaxin, a Percocet, a little bit, Let's get it going.
That leads me to my next question. Any of you guys
hold it.
Had the experience of meeting a hero of yours in comics and they turned out not what you thought they were?
Do we have to say?
Well,
this?
I can say one. One of my heroes was this guy who did this book called, about inking comics, and he turned out to just be very abusive to this friend of his. We'll call him Aaron. I don't want to get into details here. And sorry, all right, you guys go ahead. Go ahead, guys.
I mean, like you met somebody who's like a real jerk that you were hoping would be like a.
Well, you know how you idolize someone, and I don't know if you have the experience of meeting them, and they you can't look at their work after you've met them. It's tainted.
A little bit, yeah.
No,
I have that. I
can't say who, but yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like nobody wants to share.
Yeah.
Well, and then there's a little bit of that from my perspective too. Was like this: the reason CG exists is because of all the crazy politics stuff. And I remember like the anecdote that people were saying, like, just get like 100 rejection letters, and then you'll like break into the industry or whatever. This is like what people say, for me, it was like, you can't even get rejection letters. People just ignore you. Yeah. And so like, I feel like bridges were burned, and they still are when I like reach out to people and they ignore me, and it like pisses me off. So I don't even get an interaction where I'm like, oh, that guy's a dick. I'm just like, fuck, they won't even respond, whatever. But
the social media account, like your creator that you really respected, and then you saw something completely barking that they put on social media, and you were like, that's
there's definitely some
really
that.
Shocked me.
That's as close as I get to it being in Australia here. We don't meet anyone.
Yeah.
Because all the people I met in person were great. Like, seriously, I'm lucky. They were all really good.
Yeah, I'm the same way. My opinions about people have changed via what they've posted, or and some directly to me. When I launched Wraith of God, that I just can't even look at their. I'm not going to mention any names, but I just can't even look at their work anymore. And people that I liked their work, but now it's so tainted by their behavior that I just can't, get by it. but not in person. I don't know that I've ever met like someone creative. I mean, like I said, I was very depressed every time I talked to Wrightson and he didn't remember me, but that wasn't like, he wasn't being a jerk. It was just, this is the way it was. But most of the people I ended up sitting next to or talking to, like Dave Stevens or whatever, that would have booths next to me, were really cool, So I had a bad experience with John Byrne, but I was never, just like I never idolized him. I just kind of, I liked his stuff when I was a kid kind of thing, but, I didn't necessarily.
What was your John Byrne story?
Oh,
he said, "Hi, Shelley."
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Shelley's husband.
I was going to dinner with Rick Leonardi at Motor City Comic Con, and I didn't know Byrne at all. And I was still fairly young in my career, so there's no reason why he would even have a clue who I was. And so he came up and started talking to Rick, and I was standing there, of course, and he's like, "Hey, let's go get something to eat." And Rick, to his credit, said, "No, I'm going out to dinner with Aaron, And he goes, "Oh, I'll come with you." So he came, and we all went to dinner together, and we started talking, and he made I wasn't, we weren't sitting there talking about religion or Christianity or anything, but he just off the cuff made some absurd, ridiculous comment about the Bible and Christianity that really pissed me off, because it wasn't just he had a disagreement or something. It was an ignorant statement that he made. There was, and we got into it at the table. So I always thought he was kind of if you're watching, John, sorry, I always thought he was kind of a jerk. And so the next time I saw him was at a Portland show. It was a Dark Horse show, which was really tragic because Dark Horse used to put these shows on, Gary. I don't know if you remember or not, but they would bring in guys like Frank Miller and McFarlane and Adam Hughes all these, and no one would come to the show. It was
you get to hang out with them.
Yeah, it was like, where's the advertising? You got this all-star lineup and no one is here. So anyway, I was sitting there and I was in this island, and Gary, you might've been sitting next to me. I don't know if you were sitting there at that second, because it was still during the sludge days, but Byrne was sitting on the island across from me, and it wasn't a very big island. It was kind of a square thing. We were all had our tables, and he was across from me. And so I couldn't resist the temptation. I just said, "Well, look at that. The great John Byrne doesn't have anybody at his table." And
that's something you would say.
Yeah. Well, once you piss me off, if you drop toot on me, forget it. I mean, I'm a total gentleman 99% of the time, but if you start bad mouthing Christianity or you start dropping toot on me, I that's when I lose it. And so I said that to him, and he turns to me and he just goes, "Well, you don't have anybody at your table either." And I go, "Yeah, but I'm not supposed to." And so then we kind of growled at each other and kind of laughed it off. But those have been my two interactions with Byrne.
Gary, I take back everything I said about you. Aaron's a straight stone cold gangster. He just, he saw, John Byrne in a wheelchair and just flipped it over.
I did. I cannot stand people that kind of look down their nose at you. I just cannot take that. In fact, here's another story. I was at the Inkpot Awards, and I was nobody. I mean, I hadn't even done sludge yet. I was like picking up odd jobs at Marvel when I could. And I was at the table for the Inkpot Awards, and I happened to be sitting across from Harlan Ellison. And there was a bunch of other, Al Gordon was at the table, and Clydeen Nee was there. And there was a bunch of people. I think I was with Clydeen. I think she got me and Al the tickets or whatever. And so we're all sitting there, and he's talking, and pontificating. And so I can't remember what he was saying, but I was just listening, because who was I, right? But then I thought an opening came, and I thought, I'm going to interject into the conversation. I'm going to get into the conversation. So I said something, just commenting on whatever they were talking about. He looks at me and then turns away and starts talking to the person across from him again. And just totally ignored me. I was so pissed. I was just fuming. And so as soon as he took a breath again, I said, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. He goes, "Yeah, what?" And I said, and this is at the time where he was doing those, Gary, you probably remember, he did the car commercials for the Geo Metro. And it said, instead of the screen, it said noted futurist.
Noted futurist.
Right. And then he would talk about this Geo Metro car, right? So I asked him, I said, so just exactly what is a noted futurist? And he goes, he said something like, well, wise ass, what do you think it is? And I said, well, I think it's probably someone that talks about the future and at least one person takes note of it. And oh my gosh, his head exploded and he just started just railing on me. And I was just sitting there loving every minute of it because I got under his skin, right? And then he pauses a moment and he goes, do you want to know why I did that car commercial? And I said, oh, I don't know, for the money. And he just, I would never endorse anything that I didn't, believe in, and blah, 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 blah. And he starts lecturing me. Len Wein comes walking by and he goes, Len. And Len turns and goes, yeah. And he goes, will you tell this a-hole that I drive a Geo Metro? And Len Wein goes, oh, not the Geo again, and keeps walking.
That's awesome.
So that was my experience with Harlan Ellison. And the funny thing is, so the conversation kindly went away from that after a while. And then I cracked a joke. And then he turns to me and says, oh, I suppose that's what passes for humor in New York, or that's what passes for New York humor. And I said, I have no idea. I said, I don't live in New York. I'm not from New York. And he said, really? Where are you from? I said, Beaverton, Oregon. He goes, Beaverton? He goes, I've been to Beaverton. And then we start talking about Beaverton, Oregon, and we're like best friends for the rest of the evening. And then I never talked to him again the rest of my life. But that was,
back when people could do such a thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, I got to bounce.
All right. Hey,
I'll see you guys around.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Michael.
Thank you, Bancroft.
Good luck and well done on the campaign there.
Thank you, man. Have a good night or a good day, I guess.
Right,
bye.
Good day.
We got a super chat here.
He's
Comic
a classy cat.
Exposed. $2. What happened at EVS? EVS got the night off. Don't worry about that. We're having fun here. But yeah, EVS has the night off. He's good. We're all good, man. But thank you for
on some writing and some lettering. He's doing some good
he's
stuff.
On some Cyberfrog inspiration for writing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have time for my Gil Kane story?
We have time already. We have another hour and 6 minutes. And guys, we slowed down a little. We got to back the book and because we got to see Sean eat that pound cake.
I'm going to put this pie away because if I can't,
wow.
I mean, this piece of pound cake is sitting here. I've cut this large slice out of it, and I feel like we need to get the word out because this is a sacrifice for me. Okay, this is going to probably shave another year off my life. Listen. This can happen, people. You can make it happen. Back, Truth, Justice, American Way. It's in the chat.
All right, let's yet a Gil Kane story there, Gary.
When I tried to break into comics in the early 80s, moved to New York, and used to hang out at the DC offices. One time I was sitting in, I don't remember who the editor was. The office was empty, and I was just hanging around waiting for, I can't even remember. And Gil Kane walks in, and he was delivering a finished cover, and dropped it on the editor's desk, turned and started to walk away. And I was going to get up to look at it. But then he stopped, and he turned around and came back and just stood there eyeing the cover. And I could see the wheels turning. So reaches in his pocket and gets out a marker. You remember toward the end of his career, he inked a lot of his stuff with markers. And you see the original art today, it's turned like gray and green and all kinds of weird colors because it wasn't permanent ink. Anyway, gets this marker out and starts doodling on the cover. Stops, pulls back, standing there looking at it, starts doodling on it again, does this a couple of times, and all of a sudden, he starts cursing. He started cursing like
a drunken sailor.
Yeah. He throws the marker across the room ricochets off the wall, and I'm sitting in the corner cowering. The marker ricochets off the wall, almost hits me in the leg. That's how far it bounced. Gil Kane wove a tapestry of profanity that still hangs over Midtown Manhattan today.
Yeah. Yes.
And I learned two things that day. One, Gil, even in the twilight of his career, was still a perfectionist. And two, you can be an artist in profanity.
Whoa. Wow. There you go. That's the mighty Gil.
Well, thanks, Gil.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
Shit.
Was it who's the it doesn't matter who told me the story, but you've heard the Starlin story, right? Where Jim Starlin was at a convention and went to this art dealer, was looking through the stuff, and the guy it was either Warlock pages or Captain Marvel pages hanging up that he had just turned into the office like earlier that day, and this art dealer had the pages hanging up for sale.
I think Starlin knew those pages were stolen because they were not returned to him.
Right. Well,
That's what I heard, is that he knew they were stolen, and he wanted to know where the art dealer got them.
Yeah, and the guy, he goes, "Where did you get these at?" And he goes, "Oh, that guy over there sold them to him." And it was Gil Kane walking away. So Starlin ran over to him and it's like, confronted him with this. And I guess Gil's response was, "Well, my boy, you caught me." And so he walked back over, gave the guy the money back, got the original pages, and gave them to Starlin. But the moral of the story is Kane apparently would go through and do this quite often at Marvel and pick up art that was laying around or whatever and go and sell it, because I guess he had some divorce problems or something like that where he needed a lot of money.
Just helped himself.
Helped himself and then would sell it.
I had a little not dirty, but a bad confession about when I worked at Wildstorm. Jim Lee's right hand, the great Scott Williams, one of the great inkers, huge NFL fan like me, and Richard Friend, another great inker from Wildstorm, big NFL guys. Mm-hmm. And if you badmouth the Chargers to Scott Williams, and specifically Phillip Rivers was the quarterback at the time, he would lose it. Like he would lose it. And we figured this out, and we wouldn't even have a real opinion about it. And we would just go up to him and like say some shit about the Chargers, or Phillip Rivers was no good. He was a bum. Just to fucking wind him up. And I'd go into Rich's office and I'd say, "Hey, I'm going to go bother Scott. I'm going to go tell him about Phillip Rivers. Listen in." So we would do it we did it on purpose a few times. It was hilarious. And he would just start ranting about the Chargers and why Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. And like, I don't know. It was just, I feel kind of bad now. We found his button though, and we'd push it though. So that was a fun time.
Well, you used to be able to do that, like you were talking about earlier. You could, get on guys' cases. You could even talk politics, and after the conversation was over, you were still friends and you walked away. But
yeah,
times have changed.
Different with your face to face than on the internet. That's for sure.
That's true. That is true. People are a lot ballsier on the internet than they are face to face, and a lot more willing to be courteous and decent human beings in a face to face situation than they are on the internet.
I
we have a guest.
Had a row with Howard Chaykin. We were talking politics.
Let's hear it. We do have a guest though. Scott McCullough is here. He's author of Door Kickers, and he's got a great YouTube channel where they've been analyzing a lot of Ukraine stuff. But let's hear your Howard Chaykin real quick. But welcome, Scott.
Let's welcome Scott first.
Oh, let's welcome him first. Okay, how you doing, bud?
Hey, I wanted to pick a bone with Howard Chaykin back in the '80s, but he never would write me back every time I sent the letter into the comic, because I didn't like his story or something like that, or whatever, He just, as a 11-year-old kid back then, I couldn't understand why he wouldn't respond back to me.
And he still doesn't know to this day. Scott's got a great series. He does Door Kickers. It's like supernatural mystery, but I'm fascinated by his YouTube. His YouTube channel has no pun intended, it's blown up like in the last month and a half because him and some of his friends are doing a lot of great analysis on the Ukraine situation, though. So if you have a link for that, Scott, put it in the chat, and then I'll make sure people check that out, though. But tell us your Howard Chaykin, Gary.
It's short. We were Howard is a lefty, and we were discussing the merits of Rush Limbaugh. And after a few minutes, Howard resorted to cursing. It wasn't Gil Kane artistry in cursing, but he was, he started resorting to name calling, and I just said, "Time out, Howard." I said, when you resort to name calling, you're admitting to me that I've won the debate, that you don't have anything substantive to say, that you are resorting to name calling. And he just took a gulp and he said, "You know what? I'm tired. It's been a long convention. I'm not thinking clearly. So I concede your point."
There you go.
So I have to tip my hat to Howard Chaykin that he was man enough to admit that his debating skills were diminished at that point, and he wanted to call a timeout.
Hey, I saw an interview just recently that Graham Nolan did with Howard Chaykin, and they know that they're opposites on the political spectrum, and they were good friends and thought about getting together. So I think he's mild, gotten a little milder in the.
Thing about Howard is he's always fairly fair about that kind of stuff. He always has been. The best Chaykin story I have is we were in the back of a cab going to this show in Germany, and Howard was saying how, he was talking about some philosopher, he'd been reading or whatever, and he'd drop in these names like I would know who these people are, right? And I used to kind of put on airs around him to kind of like, oh yeah, I've read whatever. I've read, John Locke and blah, blah, blah. But I was just sitting there in the back of the cab and I just said, "Howard, what makes you think I have any idea who you're talking about or even care who these people are?" And he looks at me and he goes, "You know what you are?" He goes, "You're an anti-intellectual snob and you're proud of it." And I thought, and I went, "You are correct, sir." I said, "Never has there been a more apt description made of me than you did." So I kind of wore that like a badge. Like Howard gave me the perfect nickname because I am an anti-intellectual snob. And I'm proud of it.
He was calling you a nitwit.
Yeah, I know. But it's true. I mean, I am so anti.
You're a nitwit? You're admitting it?
Well, I think Jack Warner, gave the best nickname in the world to Jimmy Cagney when he called him a professional againster, which I still think has got to be one of the best nicknames. And I have to say this, my wife, you helped me to not lose face in one of the streams the other night when, out of all the things a gentleman said whose video they were watching on Comicsgate Kings, I had written in the chat, I go, "This person doesn't know that the Thin Man movies were started in the 1930s and went to the 40s?" Because my wife and I love those movies, love the Thin Man series. And then you said, "This guy got the dates wrong on the Thin Man movies." I was like, "That's right. That's right."
That's when he said that was the first thing I thought of. I go, Thin Man was in the 50s. What is he talking about? And then I saw your thing came up in the chat like almost immediately after I thought that. So I was like, okay, someone actually knows the Thin Man movies. I am not going to let this slide by.
I love those movies. I still, every now and again, I just love the, it said you were shot twice in the tabloids. Not true. He didn't come anywhere near my tabloids.
I have no idea what is this Thin Man? You got a 30-second explanation of the Thin Man? No idea what it is.
Okay, well, the Thin Man was actually Nick and Nora Charles was played by William Powell and
Myrna Loy.
Help me out.
Myrna
Loy, thank you. And the funny thing is, so he wasn't really a private detective, but he did end up solving mysteries. I can't remember what his shtick was. He wasn't a newspaper guy. What was he? He wasn't a detective.
He was retired.
He was an upper crust.
The woman who was very rich and retired.
Exactly.
Right. But the interesting thing is, the first movie was called The Thin Man, but that was the name of the victim that was murdered. But then it's stuck, and so then William Powell became known to the public as the Thin Man on all these other movies, but it was actually the name of the murder victim in the very first movie.
Oh, yeah, and it's
kind of like the Pink Panther,
Hammett, right?
like the Pink Panther was that diamond, right, in the very first movie. Mm-hmm. But then we all associated Pink Panther with Inspector Clouseau, even though it had nothing to do with any of the other movies. It was just the name of that one diamond in the very first movie.
I'll always hate the Pink Panther live action because as a child, like a 3-4-year-old, I loved the cartoon. And I had this big action figure of the Panther himself. I didn't know there was a live action movie. I thought it was just the cartoon with the Panther himself. So when I said, "Oh, there's a Pink Panther movie," I was like 10. Mm-hmm. Who is this detective? Where is the cat? The pink. It was so like
right.
That's a funny one. Let me ask this real quick. What's the most disappointed you ever were as a child? Because I think the Pink Panther movie really let me down. But can you guys think of like some toy you wanted or some stupid restaurant you wanted? It does this like some complete disappointment as a child. What do we got?
I got one.
Let's hear it.
Remember in the back of comics, they would do these advertisements of foot lockers of soldiers.
Right.
And I think they were illustrated by Russ Heath.
Yeah.
They're some like 1,000 pieces in this Foot Locker. And these illustrations are Russ Heath illustrations of these soldiers. So they're super cool looking. I got the shipment, and you know, it was only like $1.99 or something like that. Got the shipment, a Foot Locker. It was paper. The Foot Locker was made out of cardboard, and the soldiers were 2-dimensional.
Oh,
they were flat. They were plastic, but they had a stand, but they were flat.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was.
I thought they were plastic.
Huge. They were plastic. They were, but they were like they were flat. I'm trying to think of how thick they were. They were 2-dimensional.
Wow.
And that's something they could have mentioned in the advertisement.
I went and saw, and I was older. I was like in junior high, but when Close Encounters came out, and then if you remember, Spielberg released a Close Encounters special edition, and I thought it was a sequel. So I was just like psyched to find out what happened to Richard Dreyfuss after he got aboard the alien ship. And then I went and paid the money, went and sat through this movie, and it was the same stinking movie with just some added special effects. I was so pissed off.
There's something
the same movie.
There's something comedically tragic about being a disappointed child. Not about anything serious, but about these things. Mm-hmm. As a kid, it hurts so bad, and then you grow up and it's just kind of stupid and funny.
I was duped about those X-ray glasses.
Oh,
really? Remember the ad where the guy's leering at some girl in a bikini and he's got the glasses on?
Yeah.
If someone told that guy, just wait, there'll be Instagram and you won't have to do this.
Yeah, you won't need the 3D glasses anymore.
You won't need it. They'll just show it to you for free one day. Don't worry.
Hey guys, speaking of comics, there's something I'm sort of disappointed I didn't get or didn't decide to purchase, which was that full-size Frankenstein. I think it was by Jack Davis. If you know what
the poster.
Oh yeah,
it was like 7 feet tall or something like that.
I have one of those.
I wanted that really bad, and I just didn't get it. And
yeah, I have one of those. It's awesome.
I didn't think I could. My parents would let me put it up. So,
I came up with a concept when I was living in California. I had noticed that I had a it's kind of like the Jurassic Park thing, where they looked at the glass, and when the foot stomp from the T-Rex, it would cause that little ringlet in the glass.
Right.
Well, I had noticed, because there was so many, the time I was down there, I went through a lot of earthquakes. And I remember They had this glass sitting on the table, and I was about to pick it up, and there was these ringlets going in it. Nothing was happening, but these ringlets. I'm like, what the heck is that? And then, 5 seconds later, we felt the earthquake, right? And I went, this is genius. I was seriously going to take an ad out in comic books saying earthquake detector, and charge like $5 and just send them a little plastic cup and go fill this with water and sit it on your table. The water will vibrate seconds before the earthquake comes. But I thought, what a great scam that would have been.
Hey, can I tell you guys about one of my greatest disappointments?
Absolutely.
So one time I ordered an escort from a website.
No.
I'm sorry, do I need to continue the story?
No, I think we know how this ends.
I love, I told you guys earlier, I love Las Vegas. And there's a YouTube channel called Jacob's Life in Vegas. He lives there and he gives you pointers and tips and with new restaurants and blah, blah, blah. And there's another guy called Yellow Guy. He lives in Orange County, California, but he goes to Vegas a lot too. And I've seen them do YouTube videos about Vegas, and both of them on different episodes. When you're in Las Vegas, they advertise the ladies a lot that will come to your room. You know what I mean? There's these big trucks that drive up and down the strip with like a 10-foot poster on the side of the truck with basically almost nude women and an 800 number. And both Jacob's Life in Vegas, YouTube, and Yellow Guy both said, and the women on the truck are not the women that will come to your room. And they both had a little bit of acid in their throat saying that. So yeah.
I want to hear the rest of Norwal's story.
What was my story?
No, that was Scott. That was Scott from below.
That was me. I'm way more witty than Narwhal is. I mean, he's only an artist. I'm a writer.
Oh, he was moving around, and I thought he was talking. So I can't read your lips.
Yeah, my beard hides it.
Okay,
Dan,
Scott.
check the private chat for me. I'm putting some in the private chat for you, Dan. You just gotta want this. That's all.
John F76 for $2. There was a Thin Man TV series, 57 to 59 on NBC. Well, thank you for that, and thank you for the $2. Very
yeah.
Maybe that's what he was talking about. Maybe he was talking about the TV show.
It doesn't matter. If you talk about the TV show, it's worse. No.
He's completely unaware of the films and only knows the TV show. Horrible.
I did not know there was a TV show.
I didn't either.
Hold on.
71 inches tall.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, I sent eBay link to that poster, and I'm going to put in the chat for everybody, just so everybody has a chance.
Look at this thing.
There it is.
There it is.
Boom.
But didn't they advertise that? Didn't they advertise that as a life-sized Frankenstein? But they didn't say it was a poster. And then you
I think I got the idea.
It was it's door size.
Yeah, but I knew it was just a drawing, but it was just.
Do any of you know? Is the great Jack Davis any relation to Disneyland's Mark Davis? Because their sensibility is so similar.
That's a good question.
I don't think so. I don't think he is.
But you know what I'm saying? They both love horror and humor. They're very similar guys and similar year, like similar time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did this glow in the dark?
Say it again.
Did that glow in the dark? That one?
No.
Because I thought there was one advertised that glue in the dark.
That'd be amazing if that was to glow.
The older one may have. The original one didn't.
Well, there was a Glenn Strange one. Remember that was green and I think glowed in the dark or something. And that was the one that
might
said
be
like
a different one. Yeah,
7 foot
I like the
tall.
both, but
yeah.
That it's hard to see the mastery of what Jack did on that piece. I mean, to draw something that big.
Well, look at those are drinking cups holding it down on like a kitchen floor.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see the scale of it.
I wonder how big he actually drew it.
That's a good question. It's an amazing piece.
Because it could have been smaller, They blew it up.
I think it's a mixture of ink, wash, and crayon.
Yeah, looks like grease pencil or something.
Yeah, grease pencil. Yeah.
So I just got a private message just so everybody knows that Scott said he's not going to finish his story unless people go and back door kickers, and the link's in the chat now. Just so you guys
that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you. I was too embarrassed to pimp my book like that, literally.
But here's by the way, go back to this poster because I'm just learning.
People to pony up. That's a good carrot.
Well, gentlemen, I have to take off. I apologize. I remember it's garbage night. I still have to take the garbage and recycle out, and it's like after 11 o'clock, so the neighbors are going to be pissed at me when I'm making noise out there. But
yeah, we are down to what, 45 minutes or 50
Husbands
minutes?
for life, man. I love it.
You think I could wait it out, but I just realized my mom just brought in her recycle from her room, and I'm like, oh crap, I got to do that tonight. All right, so
thank you, Aaron. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Gabe. Congratulations on your great first 30 days, man.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Very grateful with these people.
It's a great book. I'm looking forward to it, and everybody else should be too as well. So, see you guys. See you guys. See you, Dan. Narwhal, everyone. I don't want to leave anybody out. Shant, Gabe, Scott. Okay, I said everybody. Good night.
Adios.
Night.
All right. So, who else had childhood dreams crushed by something hilarious? I had a good one, and I forgot. Oh, what is it? I was just thinking of it.
I have one that I can only remember the positive of it, but it was my mom really tricked me, and it was that if you would have a sucker, and she's like, you can plant it in the garden and it'll grow a new sucker. And so I was doing that, and she was replacing them, and I was like, it's magic. We can make so much money. But I don't remember ever. I remember how great it felt when I thought it was real. I don't remember.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's fun. Goodness. Yeah, wow. Gary, you have kids, Sean, and Dan. Do you have children?
Yes.
Anyone?
Yeah, I have a daughter, and she was the brunt of a lot of my pranks.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What pranks did you do to your kids? I had my kids convinced in 2002. They were like 5 and 3 at the time. And they had, I think Spider-Man 2 had come out with Dr. Octopus or something right around then, and they loved it. And there was a huge sugar beet factory from the 30s in the city of Greeley, Colorado, where we lived. Huge, like 200-foot tall smokestack or steam stack. And you could see it from our house. And I had a bloody nose one day, and my daughter asked me what happened. And they were so into Spider-Man. And I told them, okay, I'm going to tell you a secret, guys, but you can't tell anyone. And I told my kids, I'm Spider-Man. And I was fighting the Green Goblin at the smokestack over at the cheese factory. And my kids just lost it. They were so excited. My daughter ended up telling her classmates that I was Spider-Man.
There you go. There you go.
And just being a parent, stuff like that is so magical because you can have so much fun with them. And it's like, just, I don't know. It's really a thrill for them.
I've taken it further, man. So my kids, I think it was 40 pounds ago, maybe 60. I don't know. But when they said to me, I had a mustache. I had a Thin Man-esque mustache, believe it or not. And they noticed that I looked like the people who serve the hot chocolate on the Polar Express in the movie Polar Express. And I said, yeah. Well, I said, well, I used to work on the Polar Express. And I went into this whole detailed thing. And so then they go to school, friends, get made fun of mercilessly. But see, this is the thing. You can never go too far, as a wise man once said. So I photoshopped of me working on the Polar Express and printed it out on photo paper. Said, you take this photo to your friends at school. They were all like, oh, shit, man, we're sorry. So that's how you get it done. That's how it was insane, man. But you got to do it sometimes, I think lying is so important in my family. The whole thing, a house and cards.
You got to lean into the lie. I mean, it's kind of like that, pound cake you had earlier.
Exactly. That's right. Well, listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. The kids were like going, what other lies are they? And I'm kind of like going, well, see, kids, I'm not your dad. So it's always escalating it constantly.
That's no good, man.
Yeah, you just escalated. And then I said, now take out the trash.
Yeah, I've got one that lasted for years.
Oh, my God.
My daughter, Caitlin, she was around 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
I told her that I had a twin brother.
I love this already.
Jeez, Gary.
And his name was Melvin. And he's kind of the black sheep of the family. He doesn't visit very often. He lives in New Zealand. I can't get a hold of him, but one day he'll show up. And so if you see someone that looks like me but different, it's your Uncle Melvin. She was dubious, you know. So a couple days later, I think if I remember correctly, I told her like I had to run an errand or something. So I leave the house. I put on a dress shirt, button the collar up to my neck, slick my hair back, and put on some thick black glasses.
This can't be real.
This
is
and
brilliant.
then I come and knock on the door, and my wife at the time knew I was doing this, so she had Caitlin answer the door. You never do that, you know. She's 5 or 6 years old. There was a window next to the door, so she could look out. And she looked out and saw me standing there, and I could see this flood of convicting opposite emotions running through her face of recognition yet doubt. And it was, I could tell it was, those two things were fighting a battle inside of her, but she was also afraid, and she wouldn't open the door. And so my wife yelled, "Oh, go ahead and open it." So she opened it, and I gave her the story. "Hi, I'm your Uncle Melvin. I live in New Zealand. You come to visit. Is your dad here? You know, oh no, he went to the store. Well, I can't stay. I just said hi, introduce myself, you know, tell him I came, and then I left." So I wait a little while, and then I come back dressed as myself. "Dad, you won't believe it. Uncle Melvin was here." But as she got older, Melvin never made a return appearance. We just talked about him. As she got older, she started doubting if Melvin actually existed. And my brother, Chris, I told him the story. So if she would ever talk to Chris, he could back me up. And so one time she said, "Oh, Uncle Chris, is there an Uncle Melvin? Do we have a brother Melvin?" He says, "Oh, yeah. When he was younger, he had sideburns, and we used to call him Melvis."
Nice.
So this went, I never admitted about Melvin. Every once in a while she'd bring it up. Even as an adult, every once in a while she would bring it up, but she's more and more sure Melvin didn't exist. So I don't know if any of you were Moth aficionados, the story that I wrote with Steve Rude. I put that story in a comic.
Oh my God.
Where the characters, Moth's little brother, he plays this trick on him in the comic book, and then I gave the comic book to my daughter, and that was my admission that I had done that. So this prank lasted like 20 years.
That's what you call the long con right there.
Yeah, exactly. Very long. But I think as she got older, I think she kind of figured it out, and at that point, I think she already knew.
You know what she should do is hire an actor that looks a lot like you.
That's
and
right.
have him come over and say,
"Oh,
here he is."
That's a really good idea. I'm gonna.
So yeah, you're playing a lot of jokes on people. Are now with your daughters? Do they get you?
They try.
Okay.
They try. Yeah, but
So
no,
now
that's a
when-
really good idea. I'm going to have to contact a talent agency, see if I can find someone that resembles me.
Yeah, two things
I
real
like
quick.
it.
Narwhal, does this make you want to have children right away so you can tell them lies for fun? Yes.
Just for that. Just that alone.
I'll definitely be lying to him. This is very inspiring.
And then I love this from Luna Comics, one of our great members. He's always here. He said he remembers his mom having a boss or coworker called Mr. Powers. My mom told me he's a superhero. I actually believed he had powers, and I asked him, "Can you melt like sky high?" So I can imagine being a little kid just asking some adult. They have no idea what the hell you're talking about. So that was pretty good. I remember a tiny lie. I was at a buffet with my kids, and they were little, and there was the big machine for the milk and the chocolate milk. You know, you've seen one of those at the buffet. Mm-hmm. And I told my daughter that in the chocolate milk there was a little cow. You know, a cow that gave chocolate milk, and in the regular milk there was a little cow that gave regular white milk. And she was like you said, Gary. She was dubious, but she kind of believed it. And I said it to the waitress. I said, right? And I gave the waitress the wink, and the waitress was in on it. So my daughter went around thinking there was a little cow in there that would give the milk when you put your cup in the dispenser. So I got away with that one. That was a good one.
I like that a lot. You can do a lot of stuff in restaurants. One time I bribed a waitress to come to the table that I was at on a date to try to impress the date and act like she knew who I was and that I was famous and she wanted an autograph.
That's pretty good.
So I paid her to do this, and so she came over and just went on and on and on about how great my artwork was and what a thrill it was to meet me. And I confessed later on in the date, but yeah, I recommend that prank as long as you fess up. You know, don't.
That reminds me of a really great story that Don Rickles once told about Frank Sinatra. Let me know if you've heard this one before, because it's a classic. So Don Rickles has got a date, this hot date he brings to this restaurant, and he goes over. He says he got to use the bathroom and goes over to Frank's table and says, "Hey Frank, I'm here with this real hot woman. You think you could come on over and help me make over with her by telling so that she sees that I know you and I'm a big deal?" And he says, "Yeah." Frank says, "Sure, I'll help you out like that." So Don goes back to the table, sits down, and a little while later, Frank comes over to Don and says, "Hey Don, how you doing?" And Frank said, "Come on, Frank, I'm here with my date. Leave me alone." To establish dominance.
That's a good setup. I like that one.
Get out of here. Yeah, stop bothering me.
Can't you see I'm busy?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That guy was a classic. Rickles.
Get alive, Frank.
Gosh. My daughter, I told you guys, she's a stand-up comic, and she's moving up in the world. She's hosting now. She's hosting tonight, and she just texted me a minute ago. She's got a show next Wednesday, like a real show. Nice. So she's doing so good. But my daughter, she goes blue. She goes some bad words, and she does crowd work. And dude, it is hilarious. She starts her set by going, "Any couples here?" And people are like screaming, and someone will raise their hand, and she'll just point around them and go, "You cheating?" And she'll just lay right. And it like the whole room, their ass, you could just feel them all get tight. And she's hilarious though. But Don Rickles' crowd work, it reminded me of my daughter. She does very good crowd work, and it is funny. Since
does she ever go on the road?
No, she's just been here in Southern California, but she's been at the big clubs, the Comedy Store in Hollywood, plenty, and the Comedy Store here in San Diego, a ton, the Madhouse and American Comedy Company, and so she's killing it right now. But she's got herself hosting. So
hey Gabe, now that you're doing YouTube with her from time to time, you should get her to reach out to like Chrissy Mara and do the Simpcast.
You're like the fifth person who said that. I don't know this Chrissy Mara. Can I just talk to her on Twitter, or do you know her? Or
yeah,
like the fifth person that has told me that.
Well, Anna is on the show with her all the time, so Anna might be a good route for that.
Okay, I'm gonna private message Anna right now. So if you guys want to talk amongst yourself, I don't want to forget to do this, but thank you. I'm gonna write to Anna real quick.
Hey Narwhal, when are you gonna shave your beard, man? That's the alpha move. The beard is the soy move nowadays.
I know, it hides the soy chin or whatever. Yeah, with the coming of the sun, I'm gonna I'm going to get on a regiment of pills like zinc. Have you guys heard of zinc? It's a pretty good one. Magnesium, I've heard, is a pretty good one.
I wouldn't say those are like popping pills. I'd say that's more a supplement.
Yeah, supplements.
I'm gonna get on some uppers, and I got some sleeping pills.
Vitamin C. Yeah, you got to be careful with that stuff. You're going to be wandering the streets trying to score some potassium.
All that stuff is
vitamin D.
contained. There's natural ways of getting it. All of that stuff is contained in pound cake.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Bake my own pound cakes from now on.
Ribs, all the good stuff. The essential vitamins are in ribs.
Norwal, will you shave if we reach 60,000?
No, I think that's definitely
totally.
You said it
tonight,
folks.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm watching the campaign like a hawk. We're getting there, but we're still. I think the pound cake may win. I'm concerned.
We got to get the pound cake, guys. We got to get the 48 to get the pound cake.
1 hour, and we're at 47,582. You guys are moving it.
And what do I do to extend the campaign? I don't want to fudge that.
Oh
up.
yeah, let's yeah.
That'd be a funny mistake to make.
Yeah.
So I go.
Didn't John Malin do that?
Maybe.
So I go to basics. I found it. I go to basics, then I go to duration, then I click extend duration, punch in 60, and then hit save, right?
Well, no, I think it's asking you for 30 more essentially. So you do it's at 6 hours or 4 hours or whatever it is right now, and then your duration is the number of more days.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think you just move. Don't you just move it up to 60?
No,
Is that what you do?
In the description, it says to write 60, and it gives you a total of 60.
Yeah.
So, and if I don't do that by midnight, it's over, right? It goes in demand.
That's right.
So I better watch it. Okay.
That's
I won't.
right.
Is there a time limit? Should you do that now, or will you wait too long?
You worried, Gary? I won't fuck
I
it
just
up.
thought
Don't
of a
worry,
really great prank we could do for Gary. We
Do it
didn't
with 1 minute
extend
left.
it. That's right.
Well,
Or better yet, is this the moment? Is this the moment when Aaron hacks into the system and goes, "Take this, Gary"? All those years ago.
Oh, man.
We could only afford, Gary, to pay you $50 a page to ink David because we didn't reach our goals.
Well,
I'll tell you this right now, though, because you brought this up before. I remember that, and this is no joke, that inking book, me and my buddy actually weighed in on a stream talking about it. We walked around our campus on college with that book, and I remember looking at the work that you did in that book and just going, how do people, how am I ever going to get to this point as an inker? And then seeing, Steve Rude's pencils of the Moth character, I just fell in love with that design. I mean, I hope they do a reprint of that book or something at some point, because I don't even know if they make things like that are that great. It's I keep it right next to my desk because I just love that book. It's just filled with all these amazing artists showing what they do. And there's a stream, I'll have to do a screen cap of it, where I said, I was listing off from memory best I could who the inkers were in that book. And my buddy, who is so passionate about that book, just was listing everyone's name.
I can't even remember.
He's an animator right now, and he's again, don't want to get him into trouble, but he's an animator who has his own studio. He's been working for decades, with his own studio. And that book just hit us all at the same time, and it was such a trip the first time when the book launched. When I realized it was really Gary Machiavellian, it's with Aaron stuff. But when the first time I was on that stream, and I just thought to myself, my God, and I'm on a stream with Gary Martin, this book that I saw when I was in college and was so helpful to me in learning this stuff. I thought it was amazing, man. So I'm thrilled that you're working. This is great to see that you're working with Gabe and all this stuff is coming together. It's just a real treat. I love this book. I'm so excited about it, man. Wait, hold on a second. Sorry. RB, chat, the guy who did it, look at the chat. He goes, RB, relist them. This is one of my groomsmen and one of my college buddies. He goes, I can relist them again if you want. Yes, for Gary, show him more serious, RB. Let him know how that book affected. Sorry, Gary.
Well, I forget who worked on that book. I'm serious. I'll be at somewhere like at a show or something, and someone will come up to me and like someone like Dave Stevens will come up to me and start talking to me like they know me. And I'm trying to figure out what the connection is. And then I realize it's that book. I did that with who else? Someone like Danny Miki.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Talks to me like he knows me. And I forget that he worked on the book because there were so many really good artists. And as he's talking, I'm reminded that, oh yeah, you inked that Buscema piece, and it was awesome. To match up Minky and Buscema. Yeah. So yeah, there was so many really good artists.
Kevin Nolan. I mean, everybody. We were just like
Terry Austin.
Yep, Terry Austin. Yeah. Rubenstein was in there.
Mark Schultz. Stout.
Oh Heroes.
Yeah.
Oh, here you go. RB's got it in the chat, guys. There it is.
Rudy Nebres.
And he's got more coming. Scott Williams in there.
Ryan Boland.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. I just want to jump in on this, right? So since we're kind of sucking Gary off here, I just want to say that I was never a DC guy, right? It was pure Marvel, and then transitioned to Marvel, Image in the 90s. But a buddy of mine, I remember I was like a freshman or sophomore in college, so this would have been like 93. A buddy of mine said he found out that I like comics and stuff. And so he brought a short box into my room at the end of the semester. He said, "Hey, I'm not taking these comics home with me. Do you want them?" And I said, "Sure." And so I start flipping through there, and the reason I recognized your name, Gary, and you know how it is in comics, like you'll recognize a name, but you'll have no idea how you know that name.
You're right.
And then so I was thinking, Gary, I know who this guy is, but so I looked you up. And I know exactly now how I know who you were. So that run on Doom Patrol that you did, he had a bunch of Doom Patrol books. And I guarantee that's where I knew your name, because I don't think I really read anything else that you did. And I checked out of comics in about the mid to late 90s. And so, like, I felt so bad when I came into Comicsgate. I had no idea who Ethan Van Sciver was, because he came after I checked out. But I know who you are, Gary.
Well, I appreciate that more than I can even say. I mean, I initially did that book for two reasons. When I was at shows, I realized I was telling everyone that I was doing portfolio reviews, I was telling them the same things over and over and over again. I literally could have made a tape recording and just turned it on and just say the same thing over and over and over again, because they were making the same mistakes. And I thought, you know what? There should be a how-to book. And as freelancers, all you guys know, a lot of times you have to generate your own work by pursuing a project that you want to do.
Yeah.
And it's just to get yourself a gig. And that's all that book was for me, was just to get myself a gig. My inking assignments were kind of thin, and I thought, okay, I can knock this out in about a month. It'd be a pretty good paycheck. And that's all I considered it. It was reprinted 7 times. I'm constantly having people coming up to me at shows and telling me their experiences, with the book. I had no idea. It was just something that I was doing just to put out there to give people a point of reference. So when I'm giving critiques, we can speak the same language. A lot of times, talking about comic art, it's like talking about wine. I think I mentioned this in the book. You have all these different descriptions. It means different things to different people. So I wanted to have a language that I understood. And I even made up a description of a line just to see if it would take. In the glossary, I have definitions of words like cursive and, you know, feathering and things like that. And I made up a word for a line that's thin on one end and thick on the other. I called it terse.
Oh, nice.
And I'd never heard that before. It was just a word that I labeled that type of line.
My God.
And I started people coming up to me using that word.
We did not know. And RB, you got to get RB's, if you haven't already, chat on the screen there. And I'll read this one. Gary Martin, you are a legend with a crown there. Shant wasn't kidding. We worship that book.
Wow.
Well, I really appreciate that more than I could say. I mean, it's because, like I say, it wasn't something that I thought would have any impact. It was just something that I did. It was just another job. And I'm sure all you guys have experienced that, where you're at, a lot of times it's just work. And then you're at a show and someone will come up to you and tell you how much your work means to them.
Yeah.
How do you respond to that?
I just feel humbled. I told about 2 hours ago, I told the story of the Peter Tomasi and Barry Kitson issue of Justice League, where it's children in like a cancer hospital. Justice League hangs out with them and stuff. And that was about 5-6 years ago. People still come up at conventions crying, holding that book, that they read it to their daughter when she had cancer. And this guy bought 50 copies and took them to the hospital because his kid was there and he gave them to all the other kids. And at the time, I'm like, oh, this is a nice story. And Peter Tomasi is a good writer. But I thought, you know, this is this month's work. You know what I mean? Like, and that was
exactly
it. Work. It was in and out. And then, like you said, you're at a convention and people come up and they're crying. And you kind of like, oh my God, this does matter what we're doing here. You know, it's humbling. It really is.
Yeah. It's kind of like being a magician. You got, if you know the tricks, it sort of takes the magic out of it, but they're seeing the magic.
Right.
They're getting the full brunt of it. So sometimes we look at it and go, well, I constructed that face correctly and that the lighting's correct on it and all that stuff. And you forget that, okay, now someone's not going to know any of that. They got to get the full impact.
Yeah, and that's, the thing we're doing, we're sitting there, alone, a lot of times in the dark, working on this stuff, and we just kind of put it out there, and we don't know who's looking at it. We don't know what reaction they're going to get. We don't know if they're going to love it or hate it. And you kind of get in a cocoon, and that's why I go to shows, because that takes me out of the cocoon and I'm able to talk to people that have seen my work, and it's like a whole different world.
This is what's great about social media is you can get that, but even immediately I can draw something, immediately put it onto Twitter or whatever, and get an immediate reaction as if I just finished it came off the plate 5 seconds ago, and there it is, and it's really cool. I think that's really neat.
Yeah. And it's like that. Editors, editors never tell you if you're doing good or not. And that's as a freelancer, that's our only lifeline. A lot of times we can't trust our loved ones because they're always going to say how great you are. So the best editors I've ever had have understood that artists by nature are insecure. And we have got to hear feedback. And if we don't, I don't know about you guys, but I like, to hear from you guys about this. I just kind of get in this robotic, get up, do the work, eat dinner, do some more work, watch a movie, go to bed. And I'm not thinking about long term or who it's going to affect or whatever. It just becomes this,
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have that same kind of thing, or other than social media? I mean, is there any other way to break out from that?
Well, I don't know, because we all work at home alone. That's the freelance life.
Right.
Your wife and kids, they come and go. And they think what we do is cool and all that, but they're not impressed because you're dad. You're the husband, and you're just, you are. It's like I'm 6'4". My wife doesn't walk around going, "Oh my God, you're so tall" every day. She's used to it. She's known me since I was 15. So, and she saw me as a kid who liked to. We met in high school when I was 14 and she was 16, and she's always known I love comics and like to draw. So to her, she's not walking around saying how amazing it is all day. She thinks it's good, but it is. It's that cocoon. You're alone. I'm in my office here, and you're in yours, and then you get out there in the world with the people. And as Dan was saying, that's what social media is so amazing. I mean, look at the chat as it goes by on the right. You know what I mean? The people here, they laugh with us. They tell us stories. I've had people tell me they have spouses pass away. We had a guy, it's a funny name, but Bob Newfart. He's a great guy. He's always here. It's a really silly name. But he said he had a granddaughter born today. And he's like sharing that with me and stuff like that. And it is like a Comic-Con on the internet every day when you come on here. And it's amazing. You know, and I hate that the algorithm on YouTube punishes you for live streaming. They want you to record videos and upload them so they can put commercials. When you live stream, they take a couple of your subs away. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but they do if you live stream a bunch. But the live streaming is amazing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, the thing I wanted to add to this, because I think Gary, I think you're actually onto something. I mean, I think a lot of times, you know, we may be introverted or we may be extroverted, but the work we choose, you know, especially if you're a work for hire kind of guy, you end up working in solitude a lot.
Right.
And a lot of times it's kind of like, I never worked for one of the big companies before, but I would imagine it's a lot of like, you basically get the piecework that they've asked for, you turn it in, and unless there's something unacceptable, it's probably crickets. And like you said, you're looking for some sort of feedback, but you don't really get it. And so ultimately your feedback is the paycheck arrives and okay, well, they're good with that. So I'll just continue to do that or whatever. One of the things I really love about this ecosystem that we have in Comicsgate is there's two things, right? When we put our book up, we get immediate feedback by being able to see publicly how successful the work is being, so it's not only are you getting feedback directly because people can feedback directly into Indiegogo, hey, I love this or I don't love this or whatever. But then you also get to see that the sales, right? Which is something you never got to see with comic. You never knew exactly how the books were doing. Right. In the stores, unless there was like an order for reprints or something like that. Right. And then the second thing is exactly what we're doing right here, right? We are interacting, and it looks like there's just like 6 of us sitting here talking, basically. But in fact, it's 6 of us sitting at a panel in front of what do we have? 150 people here live watching us. Mm-hmm. I mean, there are huge comic book writers and artists that can't get 150 people in their panel rooms at the biggest Comic Cons. And here we are talking about Gabe's book and kind of coming together and celebrating his first 30 days. And we've got the dedicated attention of these 150 people. And you can, and like you were saying, Gabe, man, you can see it in the chat, going by. And these people, while we may not really know them, they feel like they know us, which is awesome. I'm starting to have that on my channel now. So, I mean, it's pretty cool.
Look at how beautiful this is. Ken Jack Ben sharing this is raw, man. This is painful. His mother passed away from cancer a few years ago. God bless, man. Sorry. And he read the Alex Ross Shazam book where he visits a little kid in the hospital who had cancer. It was so moving. And we forget, man, we're just here like, okay, DC sends me another assignment. I'm trying to visit my dad, so I got to finish that in 4 days and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, it's work. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It ends up like you're stacking boxes or digging ditches eventually. It isn't glamorous for those of you on the outside. It was glamorous, and you have to pinch yourself, kick yourself in the ass, and remember to be grateful that you're getting to make art for a living. You're getting to work on Batman, and like sometimes you forget. And when you see stuff like this, he's talking about how it touched him in this book. Then we're like, oh yeah, that's what we're doing. We're down to a few minutes left, so if you'll all indulge me, I want to pitch my book that I'm doing with Gary. Dave would be here. He's dealing with a lot of big, heavy stuff. He's very busy. He loves you all. He appreciates you all so much. Dave would be here if he could, but believe me, he can't. And that's all I'll say about that. We love Dave. And so Truth, Justice, American Way. Let me throw it up on the screen here. That's why we're all here. If If you haven't backed it, I don't want you to click and back it just yet. Let me just pitch you on it here real quick, because I made a mistake launching this book. I didn't tell you what it was about. I showed you amazing art, amazing here. This will stand up to anything from Marvel and DC. This is some of the best art Gary, Dave, and I have ever done. Thrilling, but I didn't tell you what it was about for like the first 2-3 weeks. Forgive me for that. I'm going to make it right, though. Truth, Justice, and American Way are the world's most beloved heroes. Kids everywhere, they're wearing the T-shirts, playing with the toys, eating the cereal. These 3 heroes, Truth, Justice, American Way, they're on all the late-night talk shows. Everyone laughs and screams with delight. They are true celebrities. To say this is one of the great romances between the public and celebrity is putting it lightly. This is Beatlemania, Bieber fever, any other fever you want to mention, all rolled into one. And then one day, the absolute worst happens. Many lives are lost. And we know how it is nowadays. Social media, 24-hour news cycle, we know how it is. And the news starts saying, did they do all they could to save lives? Or are they just busy riding limousines and private jets and being celebrities? And they look into other attacks, and other times they save the world. And it looks like they're pretty sloppy and really bad. And like that, a firestorm, media, social media canceled. The government's after them. The military's after them. Their friends have nothing to do with them. Their bank accounts are frozen, and they have to run from their headquarters. You know, everyone knew where it was because they were so popular. Everyone loved them. They go completely underground, and they have to figure out who did this and why. And can they even trust each other trying to figure this out? Well, they better hurry up and figure it out, because if they don't do it fast enough, another disaster is coming. And this time it'll cost millions of lives. So if you love that pitch, if you love the idea of adventure returning like that, please click the link in the description. It's in the chat. It's everywhere. And go check out this book and buy it. Gary and myself and Dave, we're working our tails off. We love this. We're not preaching to you from the right. You noticed I didn't say the word feminist, SJW. I didn't say any of those words. I'm just saying action and adventure and all that. And we're giving you back what they took from you. You know what they took from you when you see woke Lord of the Rings, when you see how they helped burn down Star Wars. I know what they took from you, and they took it from me. And I'm just like you out there. I was sitting there minding my own business, making comics because I love drawings and I love great stories. So just like you guys love drawings, you love great stories. You were sitting there minding your own business. And when you didn't want to be woke and they wanted you to be, they called you bigots and weirdos. They did it to me too. They did it to all of us here. We were minding our own business. So I'm giving you back what they took. So please support this book. It is a true delight. And I feel so lucky to be supported by all of you that have already supported. Gary, do you have anything to say about this book? How you feel about it?
Anytime I get a chance to work with David, inking his pencils, it reminds me of why I got into comics in the first place.
Wow.
I don't have that many jobs, that many opportunities where I can say that. A lot of times it's just take the money and run. It's just work. With Dave, I actually stop what I'm doing and thank God for giving me this opportunity to work with David. That's how much I enjoy it. That being said, David is going through a really hard time. I've known him a long time. I could say he's one of my best friends, and I've never seen him like this. So those of you out there that believe in prayer, I just ask that you hold him up and his family up. I know he would appreciate it, and he needs it. And that's all I'm going to say about this. But it's something that's affecting him and his entire family. And obviously, if he can't be with us tonight, it's got to be serious. Yeah. So again, those of you that can or able or want to, we'd all would appreciate it if you send some up to David for peace, for healing, for faith, all those things. He needs that now.
Yeah. I've known Dave for a few years. I thought he hated my guts because of all the corrections he would send me on Bass Reeves. What I didn't know is he's just a masterful artist who took absolute 100% pride in his work at all times. And he told me it was like the scene in Unbreakable, where the little kid was stacking the weights heavier and heavier and heavier for Bruce Willis, for his dad or whatever. And Dave says, that's what I'm doing to you, Gabe, because I know what you can be. And he just pushes me so hard. And he does it to Gary too, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Dave is amazing. And we love Dave. And like Gary said, can't talk about it, but if you pray, please pray for his family. But yeah, he needs your support. He needs your support on the book, but he needs your support more if you pray. You know what I mean? But he's one of the really good guys, you know?
Yeah.
And he's in a really rough spot. And Gary and I are doing everything we can to love him and help him. So
yeah, and they
didn't mean for this to get all weepy.
No, but
Sorry.
I know. I think it's what, guys. This is what it is. I mean, and it puts everything in perspective. You know, the people who back these books. You guys are amazing. You come into this space and you allow us to do great work with your support. And you know that we care to give you guys the best, most beautiful, breathtaking, meaningful, escapist entertainment. And because of that, we feel like we have this, and I think we're correct, this really great connection with you guys. So when I see RB saying, I just backed this book, to me, that is things coming full circle. Those two college kids who got this book and now are excitedly waiting for the latest inks from one of our educational artist inspiration heroes. And when you see somebody like David who puts his heart and soul into these pencils, really just pours himself into the creativity of this, I know that you guys understand what that means. And I know that we're not just, just throwing the words out there. You guys are hearing it and you're connected to these creators, and we thank you for it. You guys have been amazing tonight. Amazing.
Yeah.
You know, you guys, I think it's we should kind of remind ourselves that we're fans first. We're all fans, and when we do this stuff, it's connecting us, fans and creators, together. You know, as that human experience of enjoying these stories. And it doesn't really seem to matter really who creates the stuff, that somebody creates it, and that you connect and say, yeah, that heroic story. I love the heroism in there. And we all are connected on that level, I think. I know that's the way it works for me, the way I feel about it. So,
absolutely. And we haven't been into 60 days yet. I'm sorry, I have to say that because I'm starting to get stressed out. What time? What's our time?
How much time?
Countdown?
How much? Okay, I'm not going to goof it. It says 11:54 on my phone. Am I wrong?
Okay, good. No, you're good. Just making sure. I just want to keep saying that. So I can
how long does that little process take of extending it? Just like 30 seconds, right?
It takes about 7 minutes.
No, but don't you dare say that. This mother lover is fucking quiet for 20 minutes back there. Then he chimed in with that.
He was waiting, man. He's a
how dare you, Narwhal.
I think we'd be totally cool. What we did when we were doing the closeout for what campaign was this I was on last? But we did the update. Oh, this was for the first 30 days of my God, Terror in the Trenches. We did just to be safe. We did an update. People are saying do it now. So let's do this. And we're marking the time. We got 5 minutes.
Yeah, do it now.
Counter.
Okay.
Aaron is saying to not do it in the chat. No, I'm kidding. No, Aaron's.
Well.
And I want to see that number change so I don't have a heart attack in the next 30 minutes here. Let me see here. And so and I would say save and continue at the bottom, and then you can do save because there's two.
Okay, it worked. It says 30 days left. It worked.
Let's have it. Okay, good.
You guys tell me if it says it on your end.
I'm refreshing the site. I've got 1 hour left still, but it might take a few minutes for it. 30 days. We're rocking and rolling. Thank you guys. Seriously. Yeah, Narwhal for the win. Yeah, see, one of my groomsmen, Narwhal. Narwhal, you and I are connected, okay? We're Los Bros, Nos Feros, Octu. I don't know. We're Nos Fair Bros is where we're at. Sean Narwhal, Seanwal. We got to come up with something. Naran. It doesn't work. My name's the orange of names. One vowel. I was ripped off.
Shantwal.
Oh my gosh! I didn't. Your name does have one vowel. That is wow.
Tremendous.
Oh,
you know.
This isn't one of those. campaigns that's in perpetuity, that every 30 days you up it another 30. So 10 years from now.
No, they only let you up it 30 once. That's it.
That's right.
They let you go 60. And then you can go in demand after that. But then I think they get a bigger cut after 60 days. So
We are closing though in on that 48, guys. You guys are doing
yeah, let's
great.
get that 48 to see Shanti eat that thing. If you can,
Exactly right.
if you can throw something in there, we'd love it.
I'm tempted to pledge just to see this this cake
You guys
action.
are gonna
right?
you guys are gonna hear a bang against
Whoa.
the wall and then a bloody nose.
Somebody, Aaron Wickham, just jumped in for a huge donation. Wow, dude! Thank you so much. If you're out there in the chat, that was amazing.
Hey,
I hear my
Scott,
echo,
mute
but I don't
yourself.
really care. That was holy cow! I just checked it, and that was insane. So thank you, Aaron, if
Serious.
you're out there.
These people are serious, you know.
Yeah, that was.
They love
wow.
this book and they love Comicsgate and they love seeing, you know, artists get together and make great work, and it is an honor to be making work for
Oh
you guys.
man, yeah, we are. We're what are we? $112 away, right?
My
I don't know how
goodness.
my math is. What? I don't know. I'm an artist, not a math guy. Well, I did get an A in math in college because you had to, right?
Oh my gosh, guys. Yeah, we are so close. 47,892. This is intense. This is intense, people. There's a lot on the line and on this plate. And this is to scale. This piece
Yeah.
of cake is bigger than my torso. Look at
It's
that.
$108.
That's not forced perspective.
Yeah.
Bigger than a chair. What I'm gonna eat.
Hey Gabe, one of the things I would recommend if anybody in the chat is thinking about, or anybody watching this video later is thinking about backing your book, the thing that I didn't even realize until I was going through to back your book earlier this evening was the signed copies. You know, it's just a little bit more, and you get 3 signatures on it. That's a good deal.
Thank you.
That's what I jumped in on.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
There you
Gary and Dave will be coming to San Diego, sleeping on my
Yeah,
couch. We'll be signing books.
my copies aren't touched by human hands. I have chimpanzees signing for me.
Very good. Very good. As one does. Oh, goodness.
Well, you know, I mean, talking people into coming to San Diego, that's a hard ask. I mean, you know,
Yes,
it's a tough
that's,
town.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a
Gabe,
good
you
shot.
putting this all up?
Sure.
You feeding us
How do you feel about sleeping in a backyard?
in a tent?
I mean, as long as it's not like El
I like
Cajon or
that.
anything like that.
No. I'm near the ocean, friend. I live somewhere nice. I live somewhere very nice.
Actually, sleeping in a tent in San Diego doesn't sound too bad.
It is gorgeous weather here year round.
Yeah, even in the winter, it's not bad. I mean, when I was living in San Diego, my winter attire was t-shirt, jeans, flip-flops, and a polar top.
Right.
Yeah,
no,
the
it's I mean, you guys are freezing where you are, and I'm in 63 degrees and blue skies year round. Pretty much. We get warm. We get some hot weather at the very end of August. It'll get up to 85, and everybody here complains that it's hot.
Dan, what's your weather?
It's actually fairly mild, but in winter, you know, it goes below 0, so it's pretty cold.
We gotta see what we can do here. I gotta tell you guys, I just realized this. We're almost to 750 backers. We're one away from 750.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Okay.
We're so close.
That 750 could put us over the cake top.
Right.
It's important.
I keep refreshing it. I'm like, oh, come on.
Come on.
Every time you refresh it and it doesn't go up, an angel dies.
A little piece of cake dies. Don't let this cake die.
Every time you refresh it and it doesn't go up, Shanth lives longer.
That's exactly right.
Because he didn't eat that pile of
And honestly,
carbohydrates.
my wife just shouted from the other room, "It's been long enough," which I don't know what the hell that's about.
She's
Why are
referring
they
to something
laughing?
else.
Well, this is
Oh,
rough.
no.
Yeah. So, you know, listen, put
Close
my
enough.
family out of their misery. Oh my goodness gracious, people!
How long should we hang out? What's customary? I've never done this before.
I always like
Yeah.
to put UTC on the end of these type of streams until complete.
That's
Oh.
exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go a few more minutes to get 750, hopefully. I gotta
All
pee
right.
though, so I'll be right back.
All right. We lost. Did we lose you again?
I'm just listen. There's problems here.
Oh, you need
The
to go
pound
away?
cake. The pound cake is wrestling me for control of this computer. It's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Wait, are you faking this? Are you gonna bow out of this thing with the right when you get to that number?
No, not at all. I am here. I am
Hey,
absolutely.
but I'm getting technical difficulties. Sorry.
Sorry. You're breaking up, everybody. You're breaking up. Let me see here. All right. So what are we at now? What do we got? 6 a.m. is
Oh
customary.
no, that's 6 hours from now. You're insane.
Yeah, let me tell you this, guys. It is 2:02 a.m. here in Texas. Look at this. You guys are doing well.
Yeah.
We're hanging in there. So let me see here. All right. So here's
At
what
least,
I'm gonna do.
At least Gary and I are on the West Coast, so it's
Yeah,
still
we're West Coast.
Yeah.
So here's what I
I'm gonna
need.
take a
Okay.
quickie
So here's
break.
what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make. Let me see if I can refresh this thing.
Hang on a second.
Let me see what we got here. If I see this number move, I'm ready, folks.
He's gonna pounce.
It's gonna happen. I'm ready to pounce. I will never. Old Dirty Fatty says, "I will never leave you. I'm peeing right now." There you go.
There you go.
I mean, is the cake gonna win? I want to know if the cake is gonna win. You know, I need to see something. We're on the cusp of 750 or 48K, guys. Get the word out. Tell people that they will see humiliation live on. I mean, come on. Like, this is.
Right.
Isn't there a market for this?
A man debasing himself. for
Yeah,
the
exactly.
YouTube.
I mean, haven't you guys ever watched YouTube? That's like what half of YouTube is.
Yeah, maybe I need to raise my game. I don't know.
See, we made a mistake when we decided to use YouTube and also make art. We could just
That's
be
right.
the kind of people that like watch TikToks and react to them.
That's
Like,
right.
there's so many YouTubers that do that, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not really a job, is it? And apparently it is. So yeah, some of them have millions of followers, and they literally watch TikToks and laugh at them, and then that's the show. Ooh boy.
How much could we raise if we promised that at a certain amount we would all kick Aaron in the groin?
But everybody, when they're doing it, they have to say Matt Hawkins sent us.
Right. Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
What-
my God.
Now, was there a reason you did that? Had Aaron crossed you, or was it just run-of-the-mill cruelty to your friend?
Well, he's the only one not here that I would
That's
dare
right, that's right.
threaten to kick in the groin.
Let me see here. I want to go back. I'm just looking at the stream here. I want to go back and see. Oh my goodness gracious! I'm looking at this. So let's talk about. Let me talk about something real quick here. We
Okay.
started this stream for anybody who's been with us since the beginning. And this is important. We started the stream with 45,427.
Oh wow!
So that means that in the time that we have been here doing this and promoting this campaign for the closeout, and I remember when we were talking about this, that we have gone up over $2,000 in this time for this
Not
campaign.
bad.
Sweet.
And,
Not
I
bad.
mean,
at
look
all.
at this.
Very nice.
And I didn't.
And so our we got Porkins here saying
What'd he
backer
say?
number 750.
What?
Whoa.
Let's
Hey,
take a
there we
look
go.
here. It hasn't updated the total yet, but it's updated the backer numbers.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey,
That looks
hey,
great.
Gabe, you know the coolest thing about this is that you're not on like EBS's channel or somebody else's channel. You're on your channel with your chat,
Yeah,
doing
that's
this, and that's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I saw someone said I said earlier that if you live stream too much, YouTube takes away followers from you slowly. I've been live streaming every day for like an hour, and I've lost about 40 followers in the last 2 weeks. And I know they do it. This is a known thing. Again, they want you to record videos so they can stick a bunch of commercials. And when you're live, they can't put a commercial in it. So, but I just said, I'm not backing off the live streaming. You know, I need to campaign for this book. So if I lose 300 followers in the next 2 months, I don't really give a shit. I have almost 7,000 or whatever. So, but I really hate that they do that, though. It's so irritating. But one of the guys in the chat said he just found out today that he was unsubbed from the channel and he didn't do it. So anyone here, everyone here right now, can you click and make sure that you're subbed, actually? Because they are unsubbing some of you because I do live streams.
So,
but I'm not going to quit. You know what live stream I found out that I'm really good at and people really like is I'm good at playing video games on here. I connected my phone to YouTube and I played this little stupid like Tecmo Bowl football game on here, and it was so much fun. And like I had a bunch of people watching and stuff like that. So I found another way to do YouTube too. But they really whack you for the live streaming. I can't stand that. So
you play better when you have an audience?
Well, just I don't know. I can play and like improv. I can play and talk at the same time because I'm not a big video game guy, whatever. I just have some stupid 8-bit football game on here. And I like to fantasize that I'm the general manager of the Denver Broncos and the quarterback. Okay. We all have our fantasies. Mine's football. Okay. And those were my dreams as a kid, by the way. I was going to be the defensive end for the Denver Broncos or a comic book artist. So I got one of them. So weren't you a ball player, Gary? Didn't you play even Division I college basketball?
Not Division I. I played a little bit of college.
Okay.
Nice.
And then I had to earn a living, so that that ended my basketball career. And I ended up moving to New York City from California, living in Flushing, New York.
I know nothing
That's
about
the
the East Coast.
polar opposite of San Jose.
Okay. So are you a Californian born and raised?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right then. So why Portland then?
I moved from New York to Oregon, moved to Eugene. I didn't want to move back to California after New York. And then Dark Horse was forming. That was the early Dark Horse days is when I moved up to Portland. And Mike Richardson started Dark Horse in this little tiny video store. And then it grew to this massive,
right,
empire that it is.
Hey, Gary, did you like
Dark Horse? It started out in a little. Pardon?
Did you like Dark Horse? Working there? My experience there was pretty positive. I enjoyed working.
Well, Mike is all about wanting to give the creators their creator rights in lieu of page rate.
Oh, okay.
So his thing is to justify the low page rates that we're getting creators' rights. And my answer to him was, well, I can't put food on the table with creators' rights. But that's his thing. So it's difficult to work for them. And that's probably true with pretty much every company. Their page rates are lower now than they used to be.
Yeah.
Yes, don't get me started on that.
I thought my page rate was okay at Dark Horse when I worked on Barbed Wire and Agents of Law.
Back then.
Yeah.
What was that superhero line that they created that had Barbed Wire? I think was part of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
did it also have like Mr. X or whatever?
Yeah,
yeah. Oh, what the hell was that called? No idea.
They were paying pretty well, but have you seen what they're paying lately?
It's not good. I worked for them about 5-6 years ago, and it went down from when I first worked. When I worked on Star Wars in 2014, it was a few bucks less than DC, like $10 less. Then I worked on Barbed Wire with Tom Nguyen, and Chris Warner was the writer of that. I think he was the creator of Barbed Wire.
Yeah.
And the rate went down on that book, like way down. So I only did like 2 issues.
It's continuing to plummet.
But I like those guys. Randy Stradley was great to me. He was really nice to me, very supportive of me. gave me that job on Star Wars. And that's a thrill of a lifetime, because the thing I started drawing as a child the first thing I loved to draw were Star Wars space battles. In the back of my grandparents' Mexican restaurant, I'd pull the butcher paper out and just draw TIE fighters and X-Wings and Darth Vader. Excuse me, I've been talking for 5 hours. If you go to Disneyland in Florida or California today and you visit the Star Wars land, you will see the black and orange X-Wing fighters, or you'll see the white and blue X-Wing from the new movies. But did you know I did that in the comic books in 2014? The kid that started drawing Star Wars battles when he was 3, he has giant life-size X-Wings that he colored, came up with the color schemes for when he was an adult. So to me, that's just magic.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
I want to shout out a backer we've got here, Anthony, in the chat. Thank you. And guys, we are looking for a hero right now.
What do we got?
There's
Hold
a
on,
hero
let me
in
throw it
this
up.
chat.
Did we get
There's
it?
a hero somewhere on this stream, folks. We are so close. We're at a very close number.
Hold
Can
on,
we hit
I'll refresh
and
it.
see?
I'll refresh it. What do we got here?
It's at 7:51 now.
Oh, look at that.
I'm
We
just
are at
saying.
62. We need $38.
Let Shiz eat that pastry.
Let him eat cake. Let him eat cake.
Force him to. Don't let don't give him a choice.
Listen, folks, what I do here with this cake, and I'm not going to get into detail. It might happen off camera. No, I'm kidding. What goes on with this cake is for our brother David Williams, penciler extraordinaire. Can we kick this thing to 48K so that we can say, shoot an email, a message, a text, and say, David, we hit 48K. That would make this evening, guys.
Yeah.
That would make this a great night.
No,
and
that
I
was
would
very
love
thoughtful of you.
And this cake is burning a hole in my hand right now. I want you to know that. It's hard work to hold off from eating this cake.
You can
But
burn
we
calories,
got-
just lift it, like, you know.
You know what we need?
We got both bros and heroes on this stream, and we got to make this happen. This just it's a moral imperative. We need to make this happen, guys.
You know what we need? You ever see that weird Stallone movie where he wins his kid back by driving a semi and arm wrestling over the top? Do you know this?
I remember that movie, but
Yeah. Well, in Over the Top, when he needs to summon his power to win the wrestling tournament, he turns his hat around, and then for some reason he cannot be defeated.
Rally cap time.
So I have turned my
No,
hat
it's-
around.
we
Come on,
gotta-
Gary. Over the
I'm
top,
turn- no,
Gary.
I think I just what was left of my front of my hairline just went, but I'm doing it. There we go, folks.
Hey, Gabe.
yeah.
Gabe, I just want to say some people would call this coincidence, but I know what it is truly support in the last hour so we can get that cake eaten. I just let you know that in support of your last hour of your campaign, the Ukrainian military decided to sink a boat in the port of Berdyansk just for you, man. And so a Russian supply ship has been sunk and is burning right now in your honor. So I just wanted to let you know that. It's
That
pretty
is-
pretty
is
good news.
That is terrifying.
All I
That
got is a
terrifying.
winter hat.
Okay, guys, I
don't
think
know.
we're here. I think
Did I
the
turn a winter
hero
hat
has
around?
arrived. I think I'm going to refresh it, and
Let's
I think
see.
that cake is going right in your face, Sean.
You think? We'll see.
Come on, it hasn't updated. Let's see.
It has. To me, it looks like it isn't. So, guys, I got to go. Have a great rest of the evening.
Oh,
Oh,
I got it in my email, but it hasn't shown up here yet. I don't know why, but I
I
think
don't know.
it did.
I don't believe you, Gabe. I don't. I gotta go, guys. I gotta get
All
to
right.
bed. Let me just.
I guess I'll have to hold on for another minute or two. I wonder why there's a lag. I guess there's a lag between the email and the thing.
We'll have to. I think you should go back. We should keep refreshing. We should build the tension every refresh. It should be more and more painful.
Hey, Gabe, once again, I'm back for another update from the outside world. In addition to the Ukrainians celebrating, so have the North Koreans. Within the last 45 minutes, they have shot off a ballistic missile into the Sea of Japan. So I think that was also in celebration of the final hour of your campaign. Just let you know that.
Well,
Absolutely right.
I'm honored, and that's why we do these things. You know?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna bring the world crashing down around our ears, I might as well do it in celebration of your book.
Thank you. I don't know what the hell to say about that.
Truth, justice, and the American way.
It's got to be refreshed until we know it's certain. It's like nuking it from orbit, as they say.
Oh. Okay.
Did we do it?
Whoa! Look at that.
We did it. We did
It's
it,
a feeling
boys
of
and girls.
accomplishment.
Thank you. No,
I
I'm glad I stuck around. I was tired, but
congrats.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Now, I said this whole brownie would go into my mouth, but you're putting that whole thing in your mouth, huh?
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Should we play some?
We have a
Storm
countdown.
This may be Gabe's last brownie.
This
Full
is probably
screen.
going to be where there's no one to give me the Heimlich maneuver here. I want to point that out. It's just me.
It's
solo
you.
at night.
Hold
This
on.
is where they're going to find me.
Kind of intense.
Your
So
entire
let's-
life has led up to this moment, Sean.
This is seriously everything I've ever done in my life, and it all started with that How to Ink Comics and Eat Pound Cake book that Gary wrote all those years ago.
All right.
Let's see what that first bite is. Let's see where this.
There you go. Nice. Whoa. Not too shabby.
Okay, give us Peter Piper.
All right, baby.
I'm not convinced.
I'm not even drinking. I'm not going to take a sip until I finish this pound cake. This is for Comics Cake. This is for the chat. This is for America. Other people are just seriously. I'm pounding this cake.
Is that thing
What
full of
happened?
alcohol? It sounds drunk.
I'm not crying. You guys are crying. That's what I'm saying.
That's patriotism.
This is what. Oh my God, this is going to hurt. But let's do this
for America.
Well, we did not cover ourselves in glory with that move, guys.
You failed to distinguish yourselves.
Is it good?
Okay, you understand.
I have brownie crumbs in my keyboard.
See, I think I like this better than the drinking ones. This could be a new tradition with the Comics Cake guys.
Yeah.
Stuffing a whole pound cake in your mouth.
Damn it.
I'm telling you what, all Gatito and Shane John, they're all afraid of the cake. You know what I'm saying? They're afraid of the cake. They're malt liquor having people. And you don't eat cake. Look at this, just 2 bites in.
Be a
folks.
man.
This is all that's left.
Oh, that was
You
not-
tell them I will see them on stream anytime, any place. Use for pound cake.
I will bow to you as the
gauntlet.
master of that. I don't
Is this-
want to talk too much because I'm sure my teeth are all filled with chocolate now, so I don't want to show them on
I
the
don't even
screen.
know if my teeth might have come out.
So is this a challenge to the to like the centerpiece that Pi has within Comicsgate, the cake wing of Comicsgate?
I don't think we need to get into religion right now, okay? And politics and pie and cake gets heated, okay?
That's right.
But I'm here to say this: 48K first 30 days, and this is a celebration of where we're going for the next 30 days.
Yeah.
Hail Comicsgate!
Really?
Gary Martin, on behalf of my brother RB, I want to say this. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your wisdom, for your insight, and for adding to the inking vocabulary. To my brother Gabe, it has been so fantastic getting to know you, talking
Yes.
Van Dam. To Narwhal, I want to say, my nose fair, bro. It's great to have you here and be talking all this cool stuff with you. To Dan Lawless, Grosse Point Woods, baby. Grosse Point Woods for life. You understand? And to Scott, I want to say what Ethan said once. Are you an RSA writer? No, seriously. Door kickers, guys. Make it happen. I've put the link in the chat, and it's great to meet you, man. And thank you for
Cool
coming on
stuff.
this stream. Seriously.
Yeah, thanks, man. Hey,
Yeah,
and,
these people
while I-
have been with us for all this time.
While I have you here, Scott, I would like to drop in on your show sometime. That's fascinating stuff you guys are doing.
Yeah,
I know you
absolutely.
invited me when we were chatting, so please just send me a link sometime. I would love to. I don't know what I could add to that, but geez, it's fascinating.
No, I actually, so I'm surrounded by military and CIA guys on that show, and so it's good from time to time to get a down at home American, to ask questions, to play the straight man, because sometimes we forget that the regular folks have the different information requirements than the experts.
Right. Plus, I love acronyms, so I love the military. So
Yeah, did you travel any G-locks today?
exactly. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Hey, real quick, since we're on the topic that has obsessed my channel for the last, and by the way, my channel is proof that you can stream every day for 2 hours and grow like madness.
Yeah.
And so I think it's just a matter of like where you are in the life cycle of your channel, about if live streams can do it for you. But let me ask you guys this question: How much do you guys think about what's going on in the world right now? I mean, just is it a lot more of your life now, or is it one of those kind of things that it's happening, but you kind of like, listen, I can't do anything about it, so I'm just gonna put it aside and not think about it? I'm just curious.
I'll jump in. I just have fatigue from the fake news. I don't believe a fucking thing I hear at all on either side, left wing, right wing, whatever. I think they are lying to us always. I think when they tell the truth, it's an accident, and it's very rare. I hope I don't have chocolate brownies in my teeth while I'm talking. And I don't even care. I don't listen. The ghost of Kiev. As soon as I heard that, I knew it was total bullshit. Like that just, of course, that wasn't true. And they tell me Russia's the bad guy, Ukraine's the bad guy. Oh, fuck. I don't even know what they're talking about anymore. They're liars. They're elitists. They think all of us are cattle. They're going to send these poor boys to go die for some unknown reason. And it's a disgrace. That's what I think. But I make comic books for a living. What the hell do I really know about this stuff? That's how it looks to me. Just total
It's a
lies.
big giant mess, is what it is.
Just lies to steal our tax money to sell bullets. The
interesting thing is that I think, though, if you come down on the kind of right side of the coin, like I think most of us do, the one advantage that we have is that we've seen the lies in the media for the last 6 years, right? And so we already know when a new NPC download comes in for the mainstream to give to the regular folks, we kind of already are suspicious of it.
Right.
We see the lie. We see the little we see in reality doesn't match with what we're seeing on the mainstream media. So I think we have kind of helps. But that being said, I mean, there's a ton of people, good Americans that are literally willing to put our troops in danger for a country that essentially has no real interest for America outside of just maybe moral moral purposes. I mean, and there's something to be said for moral purposes, because I think everybody here shares the fact that we all pray for and we hope for the Ukrainian people. I mean, they're victims in this, but the thing that we're also seeing is in America, we're basically getting pulled back and forth by the elites, right? Regular guys like us, we don't have as much power outside of maybe some of our local elections. So we're, the Ukrainians or the Russians are caught in that same battle. It's a bunch of elites, that are going to get rich no matter what. No matter how much you sanction a guy like Putin, he will still be rich at the end of the day.
Sure.
Same thing with Zelensky and the oligarchs in Ukraine. If Russia takes over Ukraine, all the oligarchs will get away, as will Zelensky, and they will all live in mansions in Israel or something like that, right? So, at the end of the day, the little guy gets fucked. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, hard my language, but.
This is the thing about it, though, too, and this is the thing that Gabe said, because when you're asking about the news stuff, I mean, I always look back at, obviously I'll look at the arc of history and look at all of the various times, the different lands have changed hands, and, Czechoslovakia to Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and all of that different, stuff that goes on. And I've, got family in all these different locations. But I think what Gabe says in terms of at the top of the stream about complacency that people have, and that disconnect really came from when our culture got painted into this realm of basically moral relativism. Like, what does it mean to be good? What does it mean to be bad? What are those North Stars? And, when we talk about, when we talk about, you see in the chat, people talking about, sending prayers for David and what Gary says. I think that's ultimately it's the little things that we do that have ripples. It's the little bit of positivity out there that has ripples. But it's I don't think that I try to think about where people get their footing in culture to be able to have a perspective, which is what you offer on your channel, is you're trying to give a perspective based on those things. And I really do think it starts with the culture. It starts with, in Gabe's case, talking about, with his family, what it meant, to be in the States, what it meant to have certain rights. And when you did that video about how you could have ended up, you know what I mean? If your family hadn't come to the States, all of that stuff always hits me. And when I think that's probably the poetic thing to me about all these projects that we're doing. We're trying to give people context, and we're trying to give people something. What is it that Razorfist said that I think really hit me hard one time? He goes, the purpose of propaganda is not to convince people, it's to demoralize them. It's to get them to feel hopeless. And it takes us so much work, whether it's books like Door Kickers, or it's books like Truth, Justice, American Way, or it's books like, Nosferatu, which is bringing forth this piece of the Western canon, and hopefully reintroducing it to a new audience. There's all of these things that we're doing to try to combat that kind of cynicism and hopelessness that comes from relentless propaganda. And the most important thing I think we can do is continue to create in the face of that, because it really is hard to create in the face of that. And it is incredibly noble the way that this community comes in here, and this group of customers and backers and supporters and like-minded individuals come in to say, no, we've still got hope. And it seems to be growing. From all I can see, people are starting to go, well, Comicsgate isn't that bad. You're seeing it more and more. You're seeing a little bit more trickles of people going, I'm kind of interested in this Comicsgate thing. The Ethan apology video, which I found borderline insane. No, but it was kind of like, Ethan, just so you know, once I didn't like you. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I could have lived the rest of my life not knowing that. You could have kept that to yourself. And I see, what I'm saying?
You guys remember like the kids with the hammer and sickle T-shirts? I remember going to comic book conventions and seeing the hammer and sickle on a lot of these leftists. And then, here you go. This is what you get. You want the totalitarianism? This is what it is. And we could see it. I could see it a long time ago. Now they're starting to see it, but then they're trying to spin it as a right-wing thing now. Russia and stuff. No, it's a left-wing thing. Always was, and it's a disaster. But you don't see so many hammered sickles anymore, do you?
Remember
That's
when
kind of disappeared?
I was around when Republicans were warning everyone about the Russians. And that's when the Democrats didn't trust the government.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, the Democrats are warning about the Russians, and they're the ones that trust the government.
Yeah.
It flipped. It's insane.
Yep. Well, and go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say that I love these flip-flops, right? Like the most recent one is if you look at New York Times coverage of Ukrainian corruption from just 2 years ago, and then now literally there was an article the other day where they highlighted 3 or 4 names, and then fast forward to now, and like 3 of the 4 names that were in that original article are now being lionized as these people who are doing great work for Ukraine, and Zelensky, of course, is one of them. And there's that famous video of Trump sitting next to Zelensky, and Trump starts calling out the corruption in Ukraine, and that just the look on Zelensky's face, it doesn't sell. It sells the truth more than anything, So it's really interesting to see the flip flop on how Zelensky has now been cast as the hero that we don't deserve type thing.
Well, he wears high heels, so he's obviously going to be their hero now. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I mean,
dancing in
listen,
high heels.
I saw something very disturbing a few minutes ago. I want to point this out. I saw Narwhal on the West Coast yawn. And so I know that him and I are both feeling this. So I got to say this, guys. I got to go get some rest here. I'm about.
He's gonna go eat more pound cake. He's lying.
That's true. Okay, let's be honest. I'm gonna go finish the rest of that cake.
It's the sugar crash.
It's all an elaborate ruse. But I need you guys to do me a favor, though. This is big. I want you to put 48K out on social media, on Twitter. I want people to say, we just did our closeout. We hit 48K, onward for the next 30 days. And if you guys could, in the way that's the least distracting, whether it's an email or whatever, please let David know how thrilled everybody is about the project, that people in the chat praying for him, that we're praying for him, and that we send our love and our best. And congratulations on 48K from me and everybody.
Thanks, man.
Congrats.
All right, guys.
You're my new hero.
Too.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
We should probably call it a show because everyone's tired. And I want to thank. Don't run just yet, Shan. I just want to say thank you for being here, buddy. You've been such a great partner with our show every Wednesday night at 7 Pacific. Double Impact. We discuss everything Van Damme, Steven Seagal, RoboCop, all the great 80s, 90s stuff. So please go get some rest, Shanth. But
I will, brother.
Thank you for supporting me. Narwhal, you were in here first, baby. Thank you so much. I love your book, and I really appreciate your support.
Yeah, thanks. Glad to be here. Good to talk to everyone. Gary and Dan, Scott, good to see you guys.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, guys.
And Gary,
Thanks a lot.
Congrats, everyone.
Thank you all. Have a good night. Thank you, chat. Thank you for all the support, okay? I'm going to get out of here, all right? Have a great night. We'll talk again soon, all right?
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks, Dan.